little bit of background on Arkansas soy. So these slides are from 2023. We do every other year, so every odd year, we do a deep dive with our states to kind of say, of the soy grown in your state, where is it going? What is it being used for? And then we use some assumptions and data ultimately to decide what markets your soy may be going to. And so consistently, you'll see here about 80% of Arkansas soybeans grown, so whole beans grown, are headed down the river directly to the export market. And so when we're talking about states that are really impacted by the export market, you guys are kind of at the top of that list. Your beans are not only mostly exported, but they're also some of the first to hit the river when we begin the marketing year. And so that's when U.S. soy is most competitive. And so really this is a very important opportunity for you all to have access to the export market. When we're looking at numbers, again, this is for 23. I'm going to use the 25 numbers. But you all produced about 138 million bushels of soybeans last year. And if we take 80% of that being exported, that's a little over 111 million bushels of soybeans are being exported out of the state of Arkansas. When we look at metric tons, that's 3 million metric tons of soy are being exported. So I say all this to kind of lay the groundwork for we have recently, as of the last 2 years, engaged with you all in the funding capacity. So you all have been members, you've been very engaged when you were under the Farm Bureau, but when you all became part of the Department of Ag, we saw that as an opportunity to potentially put some projects forward that you all could fund and really invest in some of these export markets. Just to give you an idea, so commodity beans are imperfect, they don't have barcodes, we can't track exactly where they go, but we do know most of your beans go down the river. A portion of them do go into Mexico via rail, but most of them are headed out of the Gulf, which means they can pretty much go anywhere. Pretty much every single market, unless it is a specific container market, sources or can source out of the Gulf of Mexico. And so what we see here is that the markets that I'm going to talk about all typically buy from this area. And so that's why we think these markets would be of importance to Arkansas soy. All right, we'll get into the proposal. Before we get into, there we go. Before we get into kind of the nitty-gritty of each proposal we've submitted, I want to give you an idea of where USEC is at. So we work in around 90 countries, but this is the footprint where we have staff. And so you'll see over here on the left is our Americas and Europe region in this kind of orangey yellow color. We have Middle East, North Africa, and Sub-Saharan Africa, which is that dark green. And then we have East Asia, which is the light green. We just recently did kind of a reorganization, and so we have these larger regions now that kind of more cohesively work together. And so when we're talking specifically, the proposals we're talking about today are for the Americas, so specifically this portion, Europe, as well as Japan, which is over there. And then we have one worldwide initiative, which is the Soy Excellence Centers, which I'll talk more about. All right. Our first project for your consideration is utilization of U.S. soy in the Americas. So we're talking about the Americas, we're talking about Mexico, Central America, and kind of everywhere that doesn't produce soy. So no Brazil, no Uruguay, no Paraguay, no Argentina, but Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, all of those kind of countries. And when we're looking at those markets, consistently, there are at least 4 to 5 of those countries are in the top 15 markets for U.S. soy every year. And so what we're seeing here is that they're nearby, which means logistics are cheaper, and they have a preference for U.S. soy. So we're continuing to engage. They're what we call an expanding market, which means they have growing money, GDP, they have growing population, and they have a growing middle class, which means they have more demand for protein in their diet. And when they have more demand for protein, they're going to purchase things like beef or chicken or swine, which means you have to have the feed ingredients to produce those animals. And that's where U.S. soy really fits into the America as well. A lot of times what we want to talk about here is Mexico. They have quadrupled their imports of U.S. soy since the 90s. And as of this year, They've already, so just through January data, they've already imported almost 3 million metric tons of soy. So they are an important market for us. With USMCA, they're an incredibly important market for us, and they're growing, and we see that they have a growing demand. So when we're looking at this project specifically, and all my projects kind of follow this who, what, how scenarios, we can kind of break it down. We look at who we're targeting in this region with our programming. It's those importers of whole beans so that they can understand the refining advantages and the crushing advantages of US soy. And then ultimately the next step down, which is the feed industry and the animal producers, so that once they have access to the feed, they understand that there are true nutritional benefits to US soy, there are sustainability benefits to US soy being used in that market. And because the Americas is logistically closer, there, in a lot of cases, there is a price advantage to using US soy. How we do this is a lot of education and a lot of events. So most of our USAC regions are what we call event focused. We do small webinars, workshops, demonstrations, that type of thing. And so a lot of what we're doing in this program is just specifically educating them on their specific case studies or very specific instances with use in aquaculture and things like that. But the goal is always to highlight the advantage of US soy. You all know, you guys, sustainability is a large thing in Arkansas. So that sustainability advantage, because many of Mexico's products are also being shipped out to other countries. And so we're kind of seeing how US soy can fit into that equation, and we're talking about that. How we do this, like I said, very events heavy. We bring trade teams in where they get to see the infrastructure in the US, they get to visit with farmers, they get to visit with universities and learn about kind of how US soy is grown and what that looks like. We have conferences, workshops. And one thing we do specifically in the Americas is what we call one-on-one meetings, which is we walk into a feed mill or we walk into a feed formulator's office and we say, tell us your problems and we'll see how US soy can be a solution. And so we do that very one-on-one kind of case study, you tell us your problem conversation a lot in the Americas. Our next project for consideration is Europe. This one you funded last year for FY25. This is also the project that brought the trade team. So earlier, Brad and Matt were talking about the European trade team we had come into Arkansas. They visited the Memphis area. They did a little bit in Tennessee, did a portion in Arkansas, and then went down to New Orleans to kind of see this like southern portion and the sustainability here. And so this project is very similar, pretty much identical. But in Europe, we're engaging the soy value chain. Europe is a mature market, so they're not growing in population, they're not growing in money. But what we know we can do in Europe is maintain and grow market share when we compare ourselves to Brazil. So Europe obviously is a very well-established market, but just like everybody, if it's cheaper, they're probably going to buy a cheaper product. And so our goal and what we do in Europe is fight to maintain market share. And so Europe is consistently our #2 market. Last year, they imported just over 6 million metric tons of soy. This year, they've imported about 3 million metric tons of soy through January. So still a very strong market for us, but we're consistently fighting with Brazil and Argentina in that market to maintain that market share. And so when we're talking about engaging there, like I said, we do the whole soy value chain, including some academia in this area, because sustainability is so important in Europe. It's important that we continue to push our message to everybody who may be associated with soy in Europe, because they are kind of that trendsetter when it comes to some of these regulations. We also focus on animal producers. Soy foods are not really important in Europe, and so the animal use. Just like here in the US, animals are the #1 utilizer of soy. It's the same across the world. So that's who we're engaging with. Again, you'll see this kind of what we're trying to do. That's pretty consistent across all of our programming. And what we need, really the big difference on how we do things here is material. So Europe is still very much a resource-based market. They want physical copies of books. They want to be able to look through and find the answers. And so some of our programming associated with this project specifically helps create some of those. Books is not really a good word because they're not very big, but pamphlets, resources, that type of thing that we can then pass out or use as resources when we go on some of these technical visits and things like that. Okay, Japan soy foods. This one may look a little weird, but I promise it makes sense. But our third proposal for your consideration is our Japan soy foods project. This project, is specifically around natto. And Arkansas is one of 3 states that can even produce natto in any type of capacity. So you all, North Dakota and Michigan are the top natto producers, in the US. And Japan is a very important market for soy foods for the US. So natto, if you're not familiar, it is a fermented soybean product. If you have the opportunity to taste it, you should. It's probably not, I won't like it, but it's a staple. It's hotel buffets, it's in convenience stores, it's everywhere. And so it's a very important traditional food. And so they use non-GM specific beans for natto production, to create that product. And like I said, with Arkansas being one of 3 states, they're already sourcing natto here, from some of the, I think a group called Delta Soy is one of the groups that some of our customers buy from. And so this kind of is a little bit of a different project. Natto is a value added product. So we're talking about, these are non-GM specific beans going into a market. And so when we think of more opportunities, to grow, you know, with Arkansas being one of the only states that can grow natto, this is a really huge value add for the farmers that grow this product. And because it is then put in a container and shipped directly to Japan. So it is very much a closed loop IP system to get this product into Japan. About 20% of all the beans that go into Japan are used specifically for food. And so those are going to be your non-GM specialty products. And of that, about 20% of those is used specifically for natto production. Across the board, the US provides about 45% of all food beans to Japan to be used. So there's room to grow there, and our biggest competitor is Canada. They can also grow natto beans. They have a tight IP system up there. They can grow non-GM, so they are consistently our largest competitor when we're looking at maintaining and growing market share in Japan. To give you a more concrete date, Japan imported in 2020, and do not have a more updated number, so I apologize for that. They imported 130,000 metric tons just of natto. So while small, very high value.
Say that again.
130,000.
How much from Arkansas?
That part I'll have to find out. I do not have that number.
And I think the premium, the grower premium is about $3.
It's a lot.
$3.50.
I mean, obviously it changed, but it's like even more than just regular GM. It's
Or one of the highest, yeah.
so then, the other portion of this is that Japan is a market that is very focused on sustainability. That is a huge portion, obviously I mentioned for Arkansas soy as well. So that's kind of our messaging when we're going and continuing to work to grow that market share in Japan is US soy. We have nutritionally, US soy just has some better benefits than other soy grown from other origins. On top of that, sustainability is an automatic here. We have this US Soy Sustainability Assurance Protocol that essentially certifies that the soy is grown sustainably. That certificate then can be passed on from the original importer to the processor and can actually go in front of PAT labeling to say it is a sustainable product in Japan. And so that is very important for us to continue to promote. And so it all kind of works together here. And so when we're talking out in Japan, this project is specifically focusing on the natto industry. We're wanting to maintain and grow that market share. We don't want to lose that percentage that we have currently, but we would like to continue to edge Canada out. And then we want to talk about there are very specific benefits for the natto beans grown in the US. So we do this a lot with industry collaboration. Japan is a different market. We have to work very closely with the industry. There is a natto association in Japan that represents the natto manufacturers. And so we work closely with them to conduct marketing campaigns. We will bring trade teams in every once in a while. We do a lot of events focused on like natto tasting. There's a natto champion program that we do where there's like different manufacturers produce it. And then it's a who won the natto competition that year and who can produce the best natto. And so we think that this is an interesting one for you all to consider because of how how limited, we can, the states are just not a lot. And so you all are one of those, and we thought it would be interesting to bring to your attention for potential funding. Soy Excellence Centers, or the SECs. So this one is a workforce capacity building program that USAID began in 2019 during the first trade war with the Ag Trade Promotion. And ultimately, what this programming does is helps engage early to mid-level career employees in our international markets and help provide training and education to them to increase their awareness of U.S. soy while providing them education to help in their career. And ultimately, we want to get the message of U.S. soy out there early and often so that when they become the buyers themselves, U.S. soy is the option they choose. So the thing on here, the GAP, the Global Advisory Panel, I'll talk a little bit about that. If you all choose to fund this project, the GAP is currently funded by, there was ATP funds, but those have expired. We have some RAP, which is the Regional Ag Promotion Program funding from the USDA, and QSSBs. So this project as a whole is significantly funded by our QSSB partners. And so in that, we have the Global Advisory Panel, or the GAP. Because this is long-term development, this is long-term market engagement, we have engaged with our QSSBs and built the GAP to provide a seat for our QSSBs to sit on the GAP and provide direct guidance to how the Soy Excellence Center should be run. So if you all choose to fund this project, you will receive a seat on the Global Advisory Panel that can be appointed to anyone. We can talk about the specifics, but pretty much anyone on the Arkansas board can sit there, and this group provides guidance for curriculum building, for how we use finances to keep the GAP running or to keep the SECs running. They engage with regional advisory councils to make sure that we're continuing to grow the program, we're not getting stagnant. And so we rely on our QSSBs to provide funding for this and lead this, and in that we have a space for those to support.
Yeah. So this has been one of the most successful programs they've had. I was in Peru this past summer, and we graduated about 70 in the Central Americas, and this certificate to them is very valuable, and it's what they learn. It's professors, nutritionists, all the experts that run feed mills that are teaching these technical, people that run the mill, make the decision, purchasing and all. So it's been a huge success. Right now, they kick-started one in India. Ground level, India's not buying from us yet, but they're just, on the cusp of needing it. So we're already prepping them the same material. Why U.S. soy? Here's your choices out there in the market, Brazil, U.S., and then we come in there, and Kyle and I had a great conversation with university professor and Tyson Foods head of nutrition. So things like that we can bring to the market with better amino acid profile, things like that, I think will just be even better. But we gotta have a reason why ours is better. And this is what this program is designed for.
And I can come back to this slide, but I did want to show you the map. So this is kind of where we have Soy Excellence Centers currently. We have the Americas, MENA, we have one in Nigeria, one in India that Brad was just talking about. And then we have kind of Asia, which includes South Asia, excluding India, and Southeast Asia. In 2026, we will be launching one in China. We have a very similar programming that we have been doing in China. And so we are going to kind of essentially merge those programs together and create a Soy Excellence Center in China as well. And the goal, like I said, the goal here is to focus on providing that education and building those relationships. In places like the Americas, we're engaging with companies that are purchasing U.S. soy but could purchase more U.S. soy. So how can we make this mutually beneficial? And so last year in FY25, we hosted 220 events across the globe, and we had about 25,000 participants last year. And that includes most of the training is done virtually. There are some in-person events, specifically in the Americas. Most of those events are for people who have completed 1 or 2 online trainings, and they're invested in the program. And so they attend an in-person event. And what I think is really important to kind of mention is that when the participants are surveyed, 90% of them say that the information that we're producing is quality information. That it's information that's helping them grow in their careers and creating those long-term relationships. We have programming in swine, dairy, aquaculture, soy foods, feed milling, and I don't know if I said poultry, but poultry.
By and large, livestock feed.
It's mostly livestock feed. I mean, we have the soy foods is pretty much relegated to India and Southeast Asia, but it's only even a small portion of the Southeast Asia curriculum. The back here, Brad kind of talked about, this program helps us find those subject matter experts who can teach those classes, who can teach those modules. Every year, we're trying to make sure we're updating the modules with the most recent information. We're getting the most recent nutrition data out there. And then we have a continuing education platform where people, if they graduate, and they want to stay engaged, they can enroll in the platform, and it provides an opportunity to do continuing education, which we all kind of know what that looks like. And so it's an opportunity to, once they have their training, we no longer we want to continue to stay engaged with them. We want to continue to hold them so they can maintain their relationship with US Oil. We don't want to train them and then let them go. We're building the relationship, we're investing in them, and we want to maintain those relationships. And our last proposal for your consideration is a sponsorship for Soy Connects. Soy Connects is our global conference. This year will be in Chicago, August 5th through 7th. And this conference brings in international buyers and US industry, and is focused specifically on networking and creating those deals to move product. So it's specifically timed in August, right before everybody starts harvest, before beans hit the market. And this event last year brought in 730 attendees. Around 415 of those were international buyers. The remainder were US people from around 59 countries. And so this is very much the global kind of event that we host, focused on, like I said, networking. Our networking breaks are 45 minutes. Our lunches are 2 hours. We're wanting to focus on creating business opportunities for US industry to meet with importers, for those importers to meet with farmers and that type of thing. So for your consideration, a $5,000 sponsorship. With that, you would receive a complimentary registration for one attendee. And then exposure pretty much everywhere. We can't do this event without our sponsors. Most of our QSSBs are sponsors. We are able to engage most of the industry, ADM, Bunge, Cargill, all the way down to the really small container groups are really involved in this event. And find value at it. You will have a Arkansas if you choose to fund this, you would have an Arkansas, what we call a kiosk. Essentially, it's a place where they can learn more about Arkansas soy that we create for you all. And really, I mean, I'm a little biased, I think, because I work on this event, but this is, by and large, we're told by the industry consistently, this is a valuable event for them because of just how many people we bring in.
This was called Midwest Shipper.
It was formerly called the Global Trade Exchange.
Yeah. Go over to sponsor that. This is a fantastic event. I've been to top on that. I think you need to be prepared to connect people. You will get asked, how can I buy your rings? I mean, it's pretty cool. Chicago, you said?
Chicago.
Okay.
Yep, downtown
I
Chicago.
would love it when y'all got to go.
Yeah.
I've never been. But
If you choose not to sponsor, you can still attend. Members have a discounted rate to attend,
what is
so
it?
August 5th through 7th.
And another interesting thing, especially like post-COVID, a lot of ocean freight is discussed there because they'll be there, those big shippers. And then you don't think about when we put beans in a container and they, go 30 to 45 days, how they might sweat. I mean, they're desiccant, some desiccant packets and liners and all this. I mean, it's really neat. But then you also learn what varieties and characteristics they like. So.
And I'll mention one last thing. I do not have a slide on this, but this year every year we host what we call a QSSB learning mission. And it's where we take farmers specifically from the states who may or may not have a lot of exposure to the international market. And their staff is also welcome to attend, but we basically take you out for a week to an international market and we kind of show you the ropes, show you what's going on in that market. Our first one was to Egypt. We went to Colombia, Japan, and Korea. And this year we are going to Mexico and El Salvador. So very close by. So easier to maybe manage for some people. That event is the week of August 17th. I think Amy may have received some basic information on this so far, but we will make sure we're sending more out. But did want to let you guys know that that is an opportunity for somebody who may be interested in attending with us. We'll be on that mission. We have other staff who will be on that mission. So really, you only have to worry about getting to the airport, and we take care of you from there.
So that is an opportunity for us to send someone. We will have to cover travel, but it should not be an issue.
And that is it for my formal presentation. I'll take any questions.
I will say this, a couple of years ago, whenever deforestation was a huge thing, European Union wasn't quite sure what to do with that. And we were in Denmark with Jim Sutter, and we spoke with FEFAC.
Yes.
And at that time, we thought we had it figured out. They were gonna go back to like 2008 satellite data imagery on, and they could detect deforestation, which they brought it up to modern day or that timeline, which we got. We to get the best end of that. But anyway, that USEC is highly involved in those negotiations or talks and providing them with information to help favor US soy. So thank you for that.
Outside of kind of this programming portion, my team specifically engages in market access work on the international level. So engaging with European Union to understand the EUDR regulation and how that may affect. It's everything from major tariff barriers, right? We've been engaging in that a lot this past year, but also things like paperwork requirements change in Indonesia. How do we work with the industry to make sure that they get the right information so that there are no changes to the market or no issues with getting access? And so that's kind of the other, so this programming that I mentioned, this all happens in the regions, this happens outside. Our team works specifically on market access issues too in the US.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
All right, up next we have
This year and buy
Chris Price project.
Because they can get sunflowers out of you and keep them. I'll come blow on. Yours.
It's being a little slow.
Okay, well,
Let's see if it catches
I
up.
get there.
Yeah,
So.
there we go.
Okay, perfect. Well, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure being here in person. My name is Diego de la Lunga. I'm a postdoc at University of Arkansas working on soil health assessment in rural crop wisdom. For this project and the next one I'm going to talk about, we formed a team composed by Dr. Chris Bry, a soil physicist, Dr. Caio Vieira, soybean breeder, and me. In this first proposal, we want to assess potential nitrogen gas losses and soil health implication from non-nodulating soybean variety in Arkansas. This is a new project. 1 year, we're requesting $38,420. The idea is to develop accurate and precise carbon and nitrogen budget, assessing carbon and nitrogen cycle from non-nodulating soybean variety compared to standard nodulating soybean variety and bare soil. We want to measure carbon and nitrogen gas losses continuously during the entire growing season, along with plant and seed nutrient uptake and yield at specific times to season, changing soil properties from beginning to end. So why this matter? Why this is important? Well, Dr. Vieira previously received funds from the United Soybean Board to develop and assess a non-nodulating soybean variety. It's a type of plant that does not develop the root association with the microbial community to fix nitrogen. And the idea is to potentially boost seed protein concentration and seed oil content, higher market value, new opportunity for Arkansas producer. But the question arises, what happened to the nitrogen? Soybean production systems are regarded as the most sustainable among the row crops in terms of soil health, to the point that are recommended in rotation with other crops as soil health management due to the low input of nitrogen fertilizer during the growth. That most likely is not the case for non-modulated soybean varieties. They might require larger addition of nitrogen input. That can boost soil respiration processes and result in greater microbial activity, and we can have a decline of soil health and soil fertility level, something we cannot afford in our soil. Therefore, using a multidisciplinary system research approach, this project will be an implementation of the Tugera field trial at the research station at Rover, a soybean field on a sealed loam soil, representative of our soybean production system in Arkansas. We will have 16 plots in this field. We will assess non-modulating soybean variety in comparison to a modulating soybean variety from two near isogenic lines for a direct comparison. We will have a bare soil treatment as control. The non-modulating treatment will receive two sets of nitrogen fertilization. One set at 0 kilogram of nitrogen per hectare during the growing season, no fertilization, and another one at 340 kilogram of nitrogen per hectare, split in two equal application of B6 and R2. Treatments will be replicated 4 times, so we have 4 treatments. What can these results, this proposal, if funded, what can generate? A clear roadmap for nutrient management in non-modulated soybean varieties, something that farmers do not have today. So this project can create the first solid and strong foundation to create a new management specifically for nitrogen for non-modulating soybean variety and create important and essential information to develop to maintain high level of soil health in our soybean production. With this, I'm happy to answer questions about this project and I can move to the last one.
Any questions?
How many varieties are there? None.
I've never heard of a nine.
Yeah.
Right,
Is a work in progress,
okay.
but results for the first year are promising. So this
What's promising, yield or quality or?
feed protein concentration and feed oil content can be increased with this type of work. And we want to be ready for that when that work will be finalized. So we want to get ahead and get this on the road so that when we're ready, we know exactly how many years.
There's been some in the germplasm collection for a year that are very old, so they use them as research projects, you know, that they never.
When we look at it in 100-foot view.
Yeah.
Soybeans are, the acid word is lower on
Yeah.
soybeans and other full seeds, but when you introduce non-modulating, you got to apply nitrogen, it's not going to increase the acid.
Very good. This also is a fantastic opportunity from the environmental standpoint. The nitrogen cycle and soybean production is extremely complicated and hard to tackle. The direct comparison to near isogenic lines, modulated, non-modulated, can give us information we never had access before to understand the phases of nitrogen in the pedosphere and between the interaction of soil and plant. This can give us information that can allow us to develop targeted nitrogen management strategy that are far way better and more accurate than what we have. Yes.
If you said it, I missed it, which is my fault, but are you also looking at how to capture any leftover nitrogen for the next crop? I
Absolutely.
mean, because we basically lose that here. And that's gonna be tied into organic matter.
You're exactly right. And the type of work that we do, creating precise carbon and nitrogen budget,
Mhm.
can allow us to do the carbon stock and nitrogen stock calculation that lead to carbon and nitrogen sequestration. So that is definitely an aspect and a result that we will get from this project.
Yeah, because they're saving 50 to 60 pounds of nitrogen up north, but the heat, we lose it down here.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
That's
boys,
exactly
it's,
right.
boys, it's, I think the real problem is how much is actually left behind.
Mhm.
Maybe Jeremy may be doing a study but it's a guesstimate, right?
Mhm.
We calculated based off of these expectations, it's no real hard numbers, but. Word. Next,
Okay. Different project, same theme. This is a project aimed to assess the temporary flooding effect on soil respiration in tolerant and susceptible sensitive soybean varieties in greenhouses. Again, this is a new project, 1 year. We're requesting $40,000 to start this interesting project. The idea is to assess biogeochemical processes and plant metabolic rate from flood tolerant and flood sensitive soybean variety. And we want to measure aerobic and anaerobic respiration along with plant nutrient uptake in the above ground and below ground tissue change property over time as well, and visually assess the damage created by the presence of the flood on the plant. Again, why this is an important work? And let me start with a number, $79 million. That's the value of damages that the flash flood in Arkansas caused to the agricultural sector last year. That's not a fluke number. It is just the last value of a trend that we've been observing in the past few years. Now, our farmers, they like the rotation soybean rice, and our fields are graded 0 level to sustain the flood when rice is grown. Now, that management practice, in conjunction with the change in weather pattern that we've been tracking in the last decade, where large amount of rainfall are delivered in a short period of time at the beginning of the growing season, that is causing flash flood that is creating a lot of damage to our overall. Now, again, Dr. Vieira worked on flood sensitive and flood tolerant varieties. And one flood tolerant variety has been recently released by the Agriculture Experiment Station in Arkansas. The idea that if this variety is being, this flood tolerant variety has been developed specifically for our region, is a flood tolerant variety that can sustain the flood in the early vegetative stages and reduce the level of damage. That is ideal for our producers because our weather and the fact that farmers are starting to plant earlier and earlier, that can reduce the weight of resources and money that we have every year due to rainfall and flood damage. So again, we're going to use an interdisciplinary approach, and this project will be an implementation of Dr. Vieira work on the evaluation of flood tolerant soybean varieties. This is going to be conducted in the greenhouse. The reason why is because we want to have a control environment where we can set parameters like temperature, relative humidity, solar radiation. So we reduce the random factors that we can have in a field study because we want to be extremely precise to what we are going to assess. We're gonna have cups specifically designed to contain the flood where we will grow soybean. We will have a flood sensitive and a flood tolerant variety, again, bare soil as a control treatment. And we will measure aerobic and anaerobic respiration continuously for the entire period of the study and the ratio between these two. We want to measure nutrient in the above ground and below ground. We should, this is another great advantage of a greenhouse experiment. We have easy access to the root materials. We're going to measure the biochemistry and the biogeochemical chemistry of the soil over time, how the soil is reacting to the different condition of the flood and no flood. At V2 stage, we will establish a flood. The flood will be maintained for a week. We will continue all our measurements for the entire time. After a week, we will dissipate the flood and we will continue the study for another week or two. So the entire period of study of one experiment will be about 2 months of measurement. But we want to replicate this twice. So in order to have 2 fully, completely data set with one project. Again, if funded, this proposal can give us a result that will allow us to have essential information for nutrient management for soybean production systems. Farmers that have been experiencing flood damages in their field, they were asking, how do I know when plants have recovered? How do I know when the plant metabolic rate is ready to receive nutrients? When should I apply nutrient if I'm not sure that the plants have survived and not completely damaged by the flood? This project, we can pinpoint the day when plant metabolic rate will be back to the appropriate rate. And we can tell farmer and develop recommendation that can save resources, money, and maintain our productivity and sustainability. And we'll be like, thank you for your attention. Happy to answer question about this project.
Questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for listening.
Elvis? Well. Floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Elvis Ellis. I'm a crop physiologist within the Crop Soil Environmental Science Department. With Jeremy, we're proposing a new project titled Soybean Yield Potential Map and Yield Gap Analysis for Arkansas. So this is a budget we are passing. It's a 3-year project. And we have essentially 2 objectives for this project. The first objective is to create a soybean potential yield map for Arkansas. So we want to create a map showing what is the maximum attainable yield across the state and make it available for farmers, for researchers, so they can kind of check what's the maximum yield that they can get in a specific place. So, and the second objective is to quantify yield gaps. So we want to conduct surveys and quantify, what are the major causes that currently are affecting yields in Arkansas. So we can kind of check what we should focus on right now. And so for some context, we can say that the average yields in Arkansas, they are below what can be biologically attainable right now. And so this is like a conceptual figure. We have 2 types of yields. One is the potential yield, which is the maximum, and is really affected by temperature, by light, and by the genetics. And then we have the actual yield, which is the yield that we are getting in the field. Okay, so there is a gap here, and there are different factors that are kind of causing this gap. I'm putting some of them here. Okay, but we don't know exactly how much each of these factors are, causing causing this gap, how much the contribution of each of these factors is. Okay, so this is the yield gap analysis. I believe everyone is interested in maximizing yields right now. I believe the yield gap analysis is a good tool to help with that. So we went to find where the gap is, and then we went to figure out how we can solve that gap, okay, across our farms in Arkansas. So we are gonna use surveys to understand this gap, and we are gonna use some experiments to understand what is the maximum yield, because the first step is really understand what is this maximum depending on the environment in Arkansas. Okay, so one of the things that we really need to run a project like that is good weather data. Okay, so and there is a recent USDA NIFA funded project equipment grant that we are acquiring and installing 20 new weather stations across the state, a high-tech weather station, so we can potentially, we use this data for this project. And this is kind of how I envision the map. We have the temperature in the background here, but imagine the yields. What is the maximum yields across the state? So we went to make this available in like a web tool, so farmers can go and input information like what's the location, latitude, longitude, maybe the sowing date and the maturity group, so they can get what is the maximum attainable yield that can get in their fields. So they can easily compare with the yields they are getting right now and see what's the gap. And in the second objective, we went to kind of show them the farmers what is causing this gap.
Let's go.
In terms of deliverables, we are waiting to deliver this map available, and we went to deliver educational materials where through the service we are going to conduct can show the farmers, okay, these are the major factors that currently is driving yields down in the state. Okay, and while the ultimate goal is really, find ways to maximize the yields of our farmers, So with that, thank you for the attention. Open to questions.
That examples, temperature.
This is
Okay.
temperature,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's,
Will the yield, do you foresee the yield map being more focused and small, like, will I be able to zoom into a certain county?
yeah, so the idea would be you can zoom in, but the idea would be you can put the latitude and longitude,
Okay.
and this can go to the,
To the field level.
to the field level, and you can kind of see, okay, based on the temperature, based on the light and on the maturity group and sowing date, this is what could be attainable for that specific location.
How are you getting your yield information throughout the state?
Yes, so the yield for the maximum yield, we went to predict it. Right, so
Actual yield, how are you getting that?
yeah, so actual yield is through service. So we plan to conduct service and ask farmers, okay, what's
So
the
you're not accessing NAS or FSA data,
Well-
actual numbers.
Yeah, well, NAS is another tool, another source of
Do
data.
our FSA reports, yield reports go through?
Are
Are
they?
those publicly
I mean, you don't-
available? Are they publicly available?
As a state, so they'll aggregate, but like, I can't get your RMA data.
Okay.
But we don't tell the FSA or we do.
I didn't know if they regionalized it or put it in a county yield map or anything.
Yeah, they do it by county, because that's how they pay the county based insurance policies.
So would you utilize the go for the grain data?
I mean,
That was basically,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, you would have points, actual points.
you know, where all the fields are, and I don't care what you're thinking, those actual fields.
Yeah.
I think we all know where the highs and lows on our farm.
Yeah.
Historically.
gold type factor in anyway in your
Yeah.
models?
Yeah.
So, very good question. Well, I've been working on the code behind it, over the last 2 years. And we have information about the weather, for each of these pixels, and also information about the soil. And this, we can obtain through the USDA data source as well. So for each of these pixels, we are kind of getting what's the most representative type of soil, and their water holding capacity. So we are going to use it for kind of seeing what's the maximum needs.
Another educational aspect of this would be to the landowner on what the rent or cash rent
That's.
Because we can make high rice yields on some soils and horrible soil yields. Same field, same farm. Josh, we're very aware of this and our,
Guilty.
it's something to think
I
about.
don't know how I feel about that either.
I know, you're paying the same rent year to year, right? Well, if you're catching it. But I'd go a step further, just don't make this about public realty, it'd be somebody who takes to your landlord.
Yeah.
And say there's significant differences. Just throwing that out there. For input costs. All good?
Yeah. Well, any other questions? No, yeah, that's all from my side. Well, thank you.
We certainly appreciate it. Thank you. Carissa is online.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Can I start?
Absolutely. Go ahead, Helen.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Ellen Amorim. I'm a research scientist at the University of Arkansas Crop, Soil, and Environmental Sciences Department. I worked with Dr. Jerison as a postdoc before. Today I'll be presenting our research proposal named Insect Frass for Plant Growth Promotion and Enhanced Soybean Yields. This is a new proposal. We are requesting $42,969. And our objectives include establishing field trials to measure the impacts of increasing frass rates, and I will explain later what frass is. So increasing rates based on the amount of chitin that this product has as a soybean fertilizer component to enhance soil health, plant growth, and grain yields. We will measure through the growing season soil before and after soil nutrients, soil microbiome, plant nutritional status, leaf damage, nutrient use efficiency, grain yields as affected by including this product in the fertilization program. With that, we hope to develop recommendations to integrate frass into soybean production systems, complementing conventional fertilization and improving long-term soil health and production. Next, please. So I like to start with a definition. So frass is the mixture of insect manure, leftover feed, and molted skins from insect mass rearing for animal feed. So these insects, they are rare to be used as poultry feed, aquaculture, and so on. This material is enriched in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, especially. It also has beneficial microbes. It has fewer pathogens and no heavy metals when compared to poultry litter, for example. It is also lighter, it has no smells, so it's easier to transport and apply in the field when compared to poultry litter, for example. Why this material is becoming relevant? So insect farming and frass production are expected to increase in North America with a projected amount of 5 million tons in the next 5 years. However, what's happening right now is that frass, this material from major industries like Tyson, for example, who recently partnered with the European Protex, they're donating or they're landfilling this material because we don't know what are the agronomic benefits of applying frass to soils. So that's where we enter as researchers. Right now, unfortunately, you cannot see that clear here in this chart, but the first figure should be showing that applying frass in edamame yields led to up to 70% greater yields than the regular NPK in the same nutrient amount. So that was for edamame. For soybeans, what we had so far is that applying frass to soils reduced leaf in organic systems, reduce leaf damage by 50% compared to poultry litter. So that is suggesting that frass goes beyond a nutrient source, but also has some components, some beneficial microbes that can be used to improve soybean production, potentially nodulation, and so on. So next slide, please. So details on this project and deliverables to Arkansas growers. So based on our objectives and the background I explained here, we're proposing to have the following treatments. We're going to have a control with normal NPK, and we're going to have NPK with some rates of frass included. So 2.5, 5%, 10%, and 25%, because those rates are feasible based on the amount of material that's available right now. We're planning to replicate this project in 2 research stations, and through the growing season, what we're gonna do is we're gonna measure soil properties before implementing the experiment and after harvest. So measuring soil health, soil properties in the 0 to 6 inches. Also in partnership with Dr. Mark McDonald, we're gonna measure nodulation and rhizosphere organisms in different stages. We also plan to measure leaf damage using an app called Leaf Bite, who measures how much of the leaf is being consumed by pests at 30, 60, 90 days after planting. We also measure nutrient status in R2, and also at the end, grain yield quality and nutrient removal. So with this innovation, we hope to understand more about what this product can cause to soybean system. So we want to understand how to include frass as a biostimulant in soybean production can increase grain quality, yield, and long-term soil health. We also want to have a better understanding of how frass can be used to suppress pest damage. And we hope to use this to support frass registration as a low-cost biostimulant. Right now, frass is only classified as a soil amendment, but there is increasing interest from industry stakeholders to register this as a biostimulant and then get some value, some aggregate value to it. With that, I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, I do have a question. One, why would you not put poultry litter in here as a check? That would be my first question, because that's what's readily available to us in the Delta. And 2, I don't even begin to know where you would source frass and what the cost is per acre. I can't imagine it's in very high volume, and with any little bump in use, the price would skyrocket, I would imagine.
These are 2 very good questions. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
No, yeah, you didn't necessarily have to comment, but those are questions I would have for both. So yeah, go ahead, please.
So the first one, so we have right now ongoing research funded by the FAR and SARE. So in those field trials, we included poultry litter. So for some of them, frass seem to be like even better, or like has the same performance as poultry litter. So that's why we're not proposing to include it here, but that could be a possibility. In terms of economics, we are working, so as part of that SARE grant as well, we're working with Dr. Mike Pop in the ag economy department here, ag economics, and he is helping us to develop what is the best frass application rate in terms of the value based on how much frass is available. Right now, our source of frass is Tyson, so they have the material available. It's not for sale; they're just donating for farmers. But that's where we're sourcing our material. We're also working with other industries in other states. So a major producer is EnviroFlight from Darling Ingredients. So we are partnering with them and sourcing the material outside of the state. In the state right now, it's coming from Tyson Protix joint.
Yeah, what is this a byproduct of that where Tyson would have this? I'm just curious.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
A byproduct of, I mean, I know it's from insects, but
what you're getting from Tyson.
Yeah, why does Tyson have brass? What I'm asking. Do they have-
So why Tyson has frass? So they started a project where they're rearing black soldier fly. It's like the most common insect. To potentially try that in their chickens as a supplement for feed, to include in the corn and meal, corn and soybean meal. And because of that, and they have those in-house trials, they're producing that frass, and the frass was available. So that was our main source.
I understand that.
Okay, so
That is-
what was the other question?
No,
Yes, and,
Sorry.
Hi, yeah, this is Jefferson Drescher here, kind of just to complement on the first question regarding the poultry leader. I mean, that would be something easy that we could include further, as a treatment. It's just kind of some of the, especially the microbial analysis, they come with a high cost. So we kind of, since we had some preliminary data already for that, we kind of just reduced the number of treatments. But if that is of interest, I think it's a fair treatment to include, and we can reduce, perhaps the number of evaluations that we are doing to have that observation included. So.
Anything else?
Okay, thank you.
Mark McDonald?
She says.
All right, Mark.
Y'all hear me?
Third, go ahead.
Alrighty, great. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I'm actually in Kentucky giving a seminar at in their Department of Soil and Crop Science today. But I'm a new professor at the University of Arkansas in soil microbiology. I started back in July, so I'm still getting my bearings in the state, but excited to talk to you today about a project I put together with Caio Vieira and Elvis Ellie, talking about the role of the soil microbiome in conferring flooding tolerance in some of Dr. Vieira's soybean lines. So this is a new proposal. This will be year 1 of 2, and our budget request is $74,712. As Dr. Drescher mentioned, the microbial side of things can get a bit expensive, and we're kind of trying to be fairly ambitious in trying to understand this relationship. But the majority of this money does go to supporting graduate student and staff member for Dr. Ellie. Our objectives, the main objective for this study is to understand how the soil microbial community, so what microbes are there and what they're doing, and how that integrates with plant genetics to confer flooding stress tolerance. So like Diego talked about earlier, we're all aware of flooding issues, especially early season. And so when Dr. Vieira and I talked about this, and last fall, my immediate thought was that the microbial community, in their role as providing nutrients and also helping with resilience towards a lot of different abiotic stresses, it would be feasible or reasonable to assume that they're contributing to this flooding tolerance. Can we go to the next slide? So just a brief touch on the methods here. So we'll be sort of overlaying this study on top of Dr. Vieira's active flooding tolerance research that he has going on at Stuttgart. We're focusing on vegetative stage flooding right now. The sort of idea is that if this proves to be true and the flooding tolerant varieties are utilizing the microbiome, we can expand this to in the future with like USDA projects, large federal funding sources to understand this relationship across the growing season. We'll be using 2 varieties, a non-tolerant and a flood-tolerant variety that are recommended by Dr. Vieira. And we'll essentially focus all of our sampling around the implementation of the flooding stress. So getting a pre-flooding time point focused on soil, plant nutrient content, and then plant growth, and then do two samplings within the 7-day flood, one after 2 days, which is where they've shown that things start to separate, and then after 4 days, where the flood tolerant ones tend to really show that they're tolerant, and the other ones less so. And then we'll have a 7 days post flood, so we're not just focused on who's surviving during flood, but also maybe some of the varieties get knocked back, or maybe the non-tolerant variety gets knocked back, but it can recover. And so we're going to try and understand that resilience factor. We're going to focus on DNA and RNA sequencing to try and figure out what microbes are there and what they're doing. Looking at plant and soil nutrients, shift in nutrient cycling, and then plant growth parameters as well. And can we go to the next slide? All right, and so the rationale for this, I kind of already mentioned this, but microbes definitely contribute to plant growth in general, especially providing nitrogen, obviously, in soybeans, and also helping plants be more resilient to abiotic stresses like flooding, high temperatures, etc. And working with Dr. Vieira, sort of touching the microbiome to the plant genome, is kind of the next phase for a lot of things, focusing on what they call the plant's second genome, which is the microbes in the soil. And so the benefits here is that maybe we figure out some microbes that help all soybeans survive flood a little bit better, but also working directly with the plant breeding to integrate an understanding of how plant genetics impact the microbiome and sort of that feedback on plant growth. So that Dr. Vieira can also improve plant breeding while we're also understanding more about the soil microbiome. And yeah, that's happy to take questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Justin, I see you online.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Can y'all hear me good?
Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Dole. I do apologize as well for not being there in person. We had a newborn just a few weeks ago, so I thought it better that I stay next to mom at least for another week or so. So anyway, this is a new proposal that we're presenting. It's establishing a long-term rotational study. So the premise really of this project is to quantify the benefits and or lack of benefits of rotation, specifically looking at rice, soybean, and corn. So we've got, again, we've got all the extension agronomists on here. We've got Jeremy, we've got Jared Harkey and Jason Kelly. We've also got Dr. Ona, our new soil fertility specialist at the research station, as well as Dr. Alacoco. She's an economist in Fayetteville. And so we're kind of looking at this from all aspects. We've requested about just shy of $19,000. I will say we've requested from all three boards for this funding. We received funding we received a promise of funding from the Rice Board the other day. We did not receive funding from the Corn Board, but I do believe that this project is definitely still feasible with two boards on board of the project if y'all decide to fund it. And so our objectives, number one, obviously to define the yield performance. And so really the goal of this is to make it a long-term study as far as, 20, 30, 40 years down the line, looking at the different effects of some of these different rotations that we're going to look at on the cropping system, also looking at soil effects. So that's why we've got the soil scientist on board. Hopefully to look at soil properties, certainly do an instar test looking at how much nitrogen is left behind. We're going to look at our standard soil test as well, looking at organic matter, pH, mineral nutrient content, some of those different things. Also pest effects. So we intend to keep these weed free, of course, but other pest effects mainly being disease pressure and insect pressure, seeing if, especially disease pressure, if that would increase or decrease with some of these different rotations. Next slide, please. Okay, and so I'm going on with that. Also, economic analysis. That's why we got the economist on board to look at not only the yield effect on our bottom line, but also looking at how much we're mining or leaving in the soil as far as mineral nutrients are concerned, as well as any other effect that we can see from these rotational studies. I also think that they will facilitate for the future as well as far as different studies beyond yield. So I think that having these different rotations in place, say we have someone come up to us from industry or whatever it may be, maybe 5 years down the line, and we can evaluate some of these different products in a continuous rice system versus maybe a rice soybean rotation versus continuous soybean, and see how these different maybe variables interact with some of our different products that we're looking at. Next slide, please. Sorry, I forgot to mention the last slide. I had a picture of Sanborn Field. So that's the oldest running rotational study that I know of. That was at Mizzou where I was at the last 3.5 years before I came back to Arkansas. So obviously that's only corn and soybeans. So there are a couple of long-term corn and soybean studies that I know, and we're kind of modeling it after that and their successes and failures, hoping to come up with a good way to include rice, soybean, and corn in that. Next slide, please. So I forgot to mention this project would be located at the Northeast Rice Research and Extension Center of there north of Harrisburg, and we plan to make what I would consider large plots in the research world, 20-foot wide by 200-foot long. 20 feet, that's the majority of our equipment, especially our larger equipment is going to be 20-foot wide, and then 200-foot long. I think that gives us a good little plot area that we'll be able to not only look at yield, but again, we can do some of those side projects over in other places. And then also we're going to help alleviate some of those drift concerns, obviously, from the herbicides that we need to apply on some of these different crops. So this will be the planned treatment structure, looking at the picture on the bottom of the slide there. And so, of course, going across from left to right is just the different years. So that would be a sample of like the first 6 years, for example. Then our treatments. So obviously we've got a continuous soybean, continuous corn, continuous rice. And then we've got some of these different rotations that we see as being common in talking with our extension agronomist as well as myself, looking at the most common rotations that we have. And so with that, I think that's all the information that I do have. I think it'd be very worthwhile to look at and be able to quantify the effects of long term in this controlled environment. And so with that, Chairman Dole, I will take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions? We certainly appreciate it, Justin.
Thank you.
Great day. Fiona, you're next.
So thanks a lot for the opportunity to be here. I'm Fiona Goggin, and I would be the PI on this project. I'm collaborating with Gunwant Patil here at Texas Tech University, but he would be only providing materials and expertise. There'd be no need for funding on his part. His area of expertise is plant biotechnology, really a great lab for gene editing, for example, of soybean. And I would be bringing the nematology expertise. And what I'm asking to support is basically setting up a collaborative pipeline where we can work together to select for new genetic sources of resistance for nematodes. We're initially focusing on soybean cysts, but the same pipeline can also be used for root knot and reniform. And I'm sorry, however, advance the slide.
You're good?
Okay, great. So this is a problem you're very familiar with, right? So for the commercial cultivars available for controlling soybean cysts, the resistance comes from a very narrow genetic base, and as a result, there are a lot of resistance breaking nematode races out there. So we need alternatives. One good alternative place to look is PI 437654. This of the soybean materials out there, this has the broadest resistance against soybean cysts. And so this would be a starting point to work with, but the Patil lab also has other genetic materials as well that can be put into the same workflow. And the approach here is to use single cell RNA sequencing to identify the genes that are contributing to resistance. And this is data from the Patil lab. We're working with them to validate that and to make sure that, yes, these are really genes that are responding to nematodes and contributing to the defense, plant defenses against them. And so we're working together to test this material in a high throughput way. That means the ability to look at a lot of genes in a short period of time. Next slide, please. And so the workflow is they identify genes through their single cell RNA sequencing, which is an expensive technique that they can do in-house. So they can do it a lot more cheaply than we can, or that we can outsource it anywhere else. We get these genes either overexpressed or knocked out in these root systems that we can work with in the laboratory very rapidly, screen them, do nematode bioassays to screen them. Again, initially starting with soybean cyst. One thing I should mention is that material that we're starting with is also resistant to reniform. So if we see things that are promising with soybean cyst, we can move on to reniform. We can also use the same pipeline to look for sources of resistance to root knot. And then for those most promising genes, TL Lab has the ability to edit them into high yielding cultivars. And then we can do further testing for them. And they already have materials at different stages of the pipeline. So they already have some gene edited materials that we can work with, and then a variety of genes that are at this stage in the pipeline. So I think next slide. Go to the next slide. Oh, no, sorry. That was the last time. So the outcomes for this would be two things, really. One is identifying new genes that could be used for nematode management, but the other outcome is really a collaborative workflow that can lead to years of additional work and looking at new materials for multiple nematode species. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. I think I talked really fast, but any questions?
Questions? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Rupesh.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Dan.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rupesh Karyad. I'm a faculty in the entomology and plant pathology department at UA. I want to thank the board first for the board had been funding us for the past 3 years. 2 students, 1 master's student graduated with board's funding. She has started PhD in my lab. And an honor student also graduated from the money that the board has given us. I'm sorry I could not be there in person. I'm leaving country for a conference tomorrow morning. So this project, our goal is more or less to follow up on the past project looking at soybean defenses, specifically against some of these major pests. And while we were doing that project, we started to understand that we currently lack a database, or we don't have enough information on the beneficial and non-beneficial insects in this soybean fields in state of Arkansas. So we are writing this proposal, submitting it to do that. So our objectives are to determine seasonal shift in arthropod community composition. So arthropod community composition basically means we are looking at all different arthropods. That includes beneficial and non-beneficial insect species mainly. We also want to look at how some of these agronomic practices, piggybacking on Dr. Ben Thrash, Nick Bateman, and Glenn Studebaker's field trials, and look at pest activity and beneficial insects in the fields. We then want to follow up by looking at some of these economically important pest activities and determine what are these periods when the natural enemies or the insects that actually feed on these insects or lay eggs on them or predate on them are more active. And based on this information that would be collected over the first couple of years, and we want to build a database that will help us to make informed management decisions for the growers in the state. Next slide, please. So the problem, like I discussed, we really don't have a statewide database on pest and beneficial arthropod dynamics. And whatever we have is outdated, and there are a lot of new insects who are major players now, but also some of those insects that we had been studying are no longer that critical for soybean yield. So the growers currently lack region and season-specific scouting guidance. Most of the insecticide applications are mostly calendar-based. Sometimes they are not necessarily need-based. And this, the influence of agronomic practice, especially planting, fertilization on this pest pressure and natural enemies has been studied, but not necessarily in the recent decade or so in the state of Arkansas. These results in high cost, and we are also losing out on some of the very important beneficial insects. For example, some of these caterpillars, they get parasitized up to 50% by parasitoids, which is a huge help. So the solution that we are proposing is to develop a statewide database of soybean pests, but also more importantly, the natural enemies that will help us to decide on our IPM schedule and may even help us to reduce some of this insecticide use. So there are different types of feeders, as most of you know. They can feed on the leaves, they can feed on the pods, but they can also feed on the stem. And we want to document them in much more detail using multi-location trials. And also we want to look at what are these insects that actually predate or feed on these pests. Next slide, please. So we have made this into 4 tasks. Task 1 is to track seasonal pests and beneficial insects and their dynamics. And the second one is to evaluate how these practices can influence. And the third one is to identify hot spots. And I just want to make a comment here that a lot of the work in my lab with other PhD students who work on soybean have found that the phenology or the age of the plant is a critical predictor of pest damage. And these plants smell very different during their vegetative stage and when they start to flower and they start to mature. And these differences in the plant smell is a huge cause a huge impact in the type of insects they attract and feed on them. And after we identify these hot spots in the field, but also during the plant age, then we can convert this into state-specific strategies, which is our long-term goal. So we will establish multi-location monitoring sites, collaborating with Ben, Nick, and Glenn, and then we will start to conduct seasonal sampling, which we had been doing through the past project across growth stages. We'll continue statewide monitoring and start to look at agronomic practices in the second year if we get funded, and then starting to look at how this management affects pest and natural enemy pressure. And finally, we will identify these hotspots and what are the specific windows where the good insects or the natural enemies are actually present and they're doing more damage on these insects. And with that information, we'll start to slowly build on predictive modeling and recommendations. At the end, we hope this will give us, first of all, we believe that we'll produce a lot of fact sheets for growers about these natural enemies, but more importantly, what stages of different soybean cultivars are more susceptible or tolerant to pest pressure. And hopefully this will all lead into better IPM decisions. That's all. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions?
How long has it been since the entomology department's updated? IPM.
I'm sorry, I could not hear. Can you repeat the question, please?
How long has it been since the IPM has been updated in the state?
It had been at least 8-9 years. I started 4 years ago, and since then it has not been updated.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much.
Jonathan?
Chairman Doyle.
Yes, sir.
We've got a response from Jonathan that he was had to address a family emergency this morning and has requested to be pushed back later.
Okay, yes, sir. All right, so Sunjill?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. So my name is Sanjay Baheda. I go by Sun. I'm assistant professor at the Department of Science in Fayetteville. So we started our program about two years ago, and our main focus is utilizing byproducts and co-products. So what we're looking here is a new proposal, a year 1 of 3. Of 48,000 to focus on GA salary, some involving undergrad researchers in the program as well, some funding for traveling to visit farms, processing facility, and publication limits. So the goal of this project is utilizing some of the soybean byproducts when they are converting to ingredients. So we have the molasses, for example. when producing soybean protein concentrate. And the fiber also that is left after extracting oil and extracting the protein. So that's the main goal that we have. The first part of that, we're going to be using the molasses as a benchmark for fermentation. We are entering the era now that biotechnology is growing a lot of components are using different applications on pharma, on food, on biofuels. So our goal is to establish a solid benchmark on utilizing soybean molasses, the soy molasses for mycoprotein production. I'm going to explain what is mycoprotein in a bit because it's kind of a new ingredient coming. So, but it's focused on fermentation, to be used in fermentation. And the second objective on years 2 and 3 would be to expand from the molasses using the fiber, because the fiber is a little bit more complicated to become a source of food for the microorganisms. You can pass, please. So mycoprotein is pretty much think about a mushroom. We have the mushroom body, but instead of growing that mushroom in a solid state, we grow that inside of a tank. So we have a higher yield, it grows faster. So what it's used, it can be used as a source of alternative protein that can either be used blended with animal protein or can be used on itself. So it is a growing market for a growing sector on alternative protein. So the benchmark that we are working is similar to what is done on biofuel, second generation ethanol, that's using lignocellulose, cellulose-rich biomass. But this benchmark that we have currently is not food grade. So what we're looking to convert is having a food grade approach to convert. So we have all the streams of the soybean being potentially used as a food source. And I understand that some of that byproduct already has use, a lot is used in food and feed. And our focus is not necessarily to compete with that, it's to complement and expand the potential monetary application that we can achieve on that. So that's will be kind of the main idea. First, converting the molasses into a use for biotechnological applications. The fiber also using chemical modifications and enzymatic modifications also to biotechnological applications. Once this is complete, our goal is to move to the soybean stover also to be able to not only use the bioprocess of the processing of the soybean, but also on the farm that we can potentially add value to that as well. I understand it's used in the soil management, but there is potentially opportunity to find what's the breaking point that we can actually remove a certain percentage to add value to it and also leave some on the field to soil management. So that's kind of the main idea. Next one, please. So as I mentioned, we are a fairly new lab. We've been working for 2 years. So we have some work done in rice, so rice protein channels, which is quite similar to the rice molasses, the soybean molasses, sorry. We have some work done on VSG, first bean grain. So that shows that it is possible to actually convert lignocellulosic material similar as the fiber that we get after extracting the protein and the oil from the soy. We have a work that we're doing with paper towel, also of converting cellulose back into food. So that's kind of the benchmark that we're working. Even though our focus is fungal fermentation, which is a niche on biotechnology, what we're trying to establish is a benchmark that can be used to other biotechnological applications as well. So producing peptides, producing pharmaceutical components and other food applications as well. So that's kind of in a nutshell what we're doing. Any questions?
No, I got, yeah, sure. So after you've taken out your protein and stuff that you're selecting, what do you have left over? Do you have any elements, anything left like phosphorus or potassium?
So everything we'll use everything to feed our fungus, and they will become a source of protein for either we eat as humans or can be used as a feed also, depending on the application. So the idea is that we can utilize all the nutrients that we have there in the byproduct or the co-product to be utilized down the line. That's okay. So to maximize usage, that's the bottom line.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking is because the DDGs that are left over from ethanol are right now are about 70% of your fertilizer. You can actually put that back on the soil. So I'm just looking, if
Yeah,
there's
that makes sense.
anything left over.
And that's why we try to couple that with the techno-economic assessment, because let's say if you use some of them as soil amendment,
Mhm.
and you reach a breaking point that if I use this percentage, I'm achieving a good soil amendment, and the rest I can actually add further value, bringing back to the industry. So that's why, okay, we have the biochemical aspect of the research, but I have also a parallel approach on the how much money can we actually get out of that.
Any following questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep. It's obvious we need to do a field trip to a soybean processing plant that does a lot of byproduct work as a group, just so we can understand more. It's been a few years since I've been to Rice Mill Foods, but that would be something to consider for a summer meeting. For all of us to go and deep dive into what's going on, because there's a lot of potential here. Good morning. Floor is yours.
My name is Kaushal. I'm an extension post harvest engineer located in Northeast Rice Field Extension Center. And my PI on this project is Dr. Anna Smith. She's a soil fertility extension specialist. And this proposal is basically what we're trying to do is understanding the field variability in terms of soil texture, soil properties and landscape, drainage patterns, action, and its impact on not only yield but grain quality, also soil quality. Then we're also trying to understand like what are the impact of harvest moisture content of soybeans and its correlation with field variability. How will that impact the soybean quality? And the third part of this project is to understand how we can have early detection of soybean spoilage or insect activity when the soybeans are stored, especially at higher moisture content in bins. So these are like three components of this new proposal, and today I'm requesting funding for year one, which is basically going to cover some of the staff salary and some hourly support, some supplies and some travel. Next slide, please. So in first year, what we're trying to do is, as mentioned, we have variability on soil in the field. We're trying to understand that level of variability, create those zones of variability in terms of texture, nutrients, landscape, drainage, compaction, and then understand what are the different quality parameters of soybean, whether it's splitting, whether it's damage, heat damage, seed coat damage, loss in oil, loss in protein. What are some of those parameters and how the variability is impacting them? And probably lead to some prediction modeling where we can basically tie everything together in terms of variability and the quality and understand what are the overall value that we are losing in terms of grain quality. So that's the first year. Second year, as mentioned, we'll be understanding the variability of moisture content on the field and also understand how different harvest moisture content ranging from 8% all the way to 15%. That's like a typical range. I know that generally beans are over dried, but sometimes there might be a value that we are losing if we are going to cut the beans slightly at a 1 to 2 points more than required 13%. So understanding all those variability in terms of quality, that's very important. Nobody has done that. And the third year I mentioned, we'll be using some of the early detection tools, CO2 monitoring, volatile organic compound sensing. That's a new way to detect spoilage or insect activity before any signs occur. We have temperature tables, moisture tables, but sometimes they are not enough to detect spoilage at an earlier stage, and we probably lose value there. So these are like 3 years, it all ties up together to basically maintain the value or increase the value of soybean grain quality. Because we know that we need to improve the quality because we are losing overall market, international markets. And if we have better quality soybeans, and we're trying to understand how we can improve the value of those soybeans in terms of grain quality, not only focusing on yield, I think this is a very important project. And it is going to add value to Arkansas farmers. So, any questions?
I have a question. So NASA Acres presented yet, they didn't talk about it, but they can take a map like this and they can tell differences in protein. Can you do that? Can you distinguish protein? Their explanation was they can do that with satellite imagery. And if you have higher protein, we have the capability of an auto steer to go cut out the high protein and get a premium for that. Is that something that
That's the potential. First, we're trying to understand what are the level of soil availability and how does that impact on these protein and other parameters. And then, once we have those level of data, we definitely able to predict or create a model that can do that kind of level of mapping.
or even if it was a quality issue, you could distinguish it as a field separated out, not commingle it. Yeah, exactly. That would be highly worth it.
Yeah, that would be. And I agree with you about the cables. I have cables. I had a bin of soybeans last year that we stored for an extremely long period of time. The cables never told me I had a problem. We go unload, it starts at the wall.
Right.
And works inward. It hadn't reached the cables yet, so.
Last year, it was a major problem because we had above par temperatures during Christmas and there was humidity, and I also got calls from Lawrence County that never saw a soybean spoil, and I knew it was condensation issues.
That's what it was.
Yes. So temperature and moisture tables, 1 to 2 feet, that's the diameter they're tracking.
What about the CO2 monitors, those amber,
Atom.
in conjunction with that?
Yeah, I think.
Would that have?
It worked pretty well. It worked pretty well. I just attended a grain conditioning school at Iowa State University yesterday. They had that system along with the tables. And they have levels of ppms of CO2 that definitely can be used as early detection tool. But for our region, our climate, we don't have that. And I think that is something useful.
I agree.
And I don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have good collaboration with Iowa State. I just need to do some work here and collect some information.
Yeah, it did seem like being condensation was worse this year. Well, and I don't know why, if you put it in the bin, it's extremely dry and we had a relatively dry winter.
I know what happened to me. We tried to moisturize. Thinking we were gonna deliver.
Yeah.
And then it was seedling. And then they ended up letting that dry. I had to wait until they released me.
Yeah, it's costly. It
Yeah,
can be,
it was fun getting them back. I mean, we salvaged 99% of it, but that last 1% was not fun to deal with.
Any other question?
Oh, good. Thank you so much.
Second.
Oh, sure, Jim, go ahead.
Let me move the slide to the second proposal.
Very good.
The next slide. Yes, thank you. This one, I'm collaborating with Dr. Chris Henry, who also has on top of his engineering background, electrical engineering, and he has certain sensors and control systems that I'll be using for this proposal. And this proposal is, again, I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. We have systems, we have APIs, OP systems that can easily condition the soybean based on the ambient air and the grain moisture. But what they cannot do is to understand how are the forces going to impact your bin integrity. And what are the ways that will not only have you save energy cost on running your fans, but also improves the integrity or safeguard the integrity of your bin. That not only impacts your insurance coverage, but also improves the life of your bins. Because that's something nobody has done. And again, discussed this with my Iowa State colleagues yesterday, and they don't have any clue on what type of forces we see in different types of reconditioning. Updraft, downdraft, removing the layers as you are reconditioning. What are the forces that lateral longitudinal forces on the bins that might lead to rupturing, or if not rupturing, but it will be weakening your bins. So this project is all about that. Next slide. So the first year, what you'll be doing is you'll be developing a small lab scale bin model, and we'll be using Soybean. We'll have those sensors, pressure sensors, force sensors installed. We'll do different types of reconditioning, updraft, downdraft at different airflow. And we try to come up with those forces at different parts or different sections of the bins. And then we'll come up with some modeling, and we'll try to validate that on farm and see what type of forces we are experiencing there, and then predict the life or predict the structural integrity loss over time in different reconditioning scenarios. And see if we can have a better approach on not only just reconditioning at the fastest rate, reconditioning when the ambient condition is there, but also incorporate what type of impact, positive or negative, that reconditioning will have on your instruction. So that's the overall proposal. Any question?
Why couldn't you, as your loadout bins, put a fine mist of water on? Illegal. Okay. All right. Had to ask. All right, now I know.
Very.
Okay, all right.
Not add any liquid.
All right, perfect. Any other questions? Good to know. All right, seeing none, thank you so much. I think we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, I can.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Let's get back started again. And next up, we have Beth Kegley.
All right, so I'm Beth Kegley. I'm a professor in the Animal Science Department. I'm on this grant with Dina. So I've been in the Animal Science Department for a number of years. I'm on this grant. Co-collaborator is Dr. Zena Herrera. She's just starting out as a new assistant professor in the Animal Science Department. She's a lead scientist. I'm going to switch gears on you and talk about the whole raw soybeans cattle data. This is this is the first year of a 2-year project. The first year, the $36,000 feed, transporting the cattle to an abattoir, obtaining carcass data. We'll of course get gross performance data while we're feeding them. And we would buy back, well, you will not own the cattle. That's not nearly enough to own the cattle. We'll buy back loin and bring those back in year 1. The meat of this project is in that year 2 funding, where you'll get the meat science data and potentially enhanced value for feeding for raw soybeans to cattle. So we are proposing to feed these beans during the growing phase under the cattle, which is when they're mainly grazing, but are typically receiving some kind of grain supplement. Why could that not be whole beans? And then we'll take those cattle and split them, and we will feed raw whole beans in a finishing type diet for their last phase of life. And then we'll combine that so we have 4 combinations, which I have on a later slide. There's reason, so if we can go to the next slide. Whole soybeans are not used a lot in animal feed, and they can't be used in swine and poultry diet. But cattle, because they're ruminants, their microbes in their rumen can detoxify those anti-nutritional qualities that limit their use in non-ruminant diets, pig and poultry diets. The whole predominantly roasted soybeans are used in the dairy industry in diets. They are not uncommonly fed to dairy cattle. And dairy cattle are on a little higher plane of production, and they provide value in those diets. Not a lot of whole beans are used in beef cattle diets, but there's recent work out of South Dakota State University that shows that there's a benefit that those whole raw beans performed as well as the roasted soybean in beef finishing rations. And they got improved. Diets that had either roasted or raw beans had higher carcass weights at processing and larger ribeye areas. So the soybeans, as you know, are an excellent source of protein and fat in them. It provides energy to the animal. The protein, it looks like, I was at a meeting this week, and they're actually ruminant nutritionists do think about amino acid profile, and there seems to be some benefit of including soybeans back in finishing diet, or soybean meal back in finishing diet. There has been a lot of dried distillers grains fed to cattle, and corn byproducts, and we have used that now for 20 years in beef cattle diets, least cost formulation. But there does seem to be some value of getting some soybean meal from an amino acid profile perspective back in cattle diets. So it's sort of a hot topic right now. So the goal of what we're proposing to do here is to assess how feeding diets with those raw whole beans, which would be a lower cost than roasting whole beans, and less processing because of less processing, would impact the growth performance, carcass yield, and then the quality of the meat in year 2. There's reason to think that fat supplementation in that growing phase of production will enhance the intramuscular fat, the marbling, in that final product. Now, so the fat is a double-edged sword in these whole beans. the fat does limit their inclusion in the diet because those microbes, while they're doing wondrous things and allowing the rumen to use fiber and cellulose and detoxifying these anti-nutritional things, microbes are susceptible. Fat at a certain level, the fat kills or inhibits the microbial action. Fat is what limits, the fat content is what limits the inclusion of the bean in that diet. If you'll go to the last slide, I think it's what we're gonna do. So we are proposing to feed 40 steers starting this summer. They would be weaned, healthy steers. We would feed them supplements that do contain, half of them would get a supplement that does contain the raw whole bean. Graze through the summer. In the fall, we would split those into effectively 4 treatments, where half of each summer treatment would receive one of the finishing treatments. The finishing diet would have 15% raw whole beans. We anticipate they would be on feed until February, with a little bit of the, but about February, they should weigh 1,300 pounds plus. We would ship them to a commercial abattoir where the cattle would be harvested. We would get all the carcass data. We'd have all the growing data from before. We'd get carcass data, and we would buy back a loin from each of these cattle. That would be done at the end, right at the end of year 1. So in year 2, the funding would be for the meat science work. Some of these things that are actually anti-nutritional properties in the bean seem to have some antioxidant effects in the product. There's data in poultry that there's lower oxidants in breast poultry meat and soybean fed birds. Some of the fatty acid profiles, there is the possibility that there would be less oxidants or oxidative damage in that muscle, a different fatty acid profile that may give some enhanced value to that meat product as far as looking at display, shelf life, fatty acid composition, even sensory. So, are there any questions? I have no idea how long.
I have 2. One, when will we get invited to the 1-inch steak?
That's
Right.
Exactly. Or volunteer, the meat scientists are
We
always
would like to
looking
be
for
part of that.
volunteers. The taste panels.
2, I like this because we have cattle all across Arkansas. We have soybeans all across Arkansas. We could sell them farmer direct, farmer to farmer, if y'all prove that this, but so could you explain to me a normal feedlot? Does a cow just have free range at a soybean meal blend? Is it?
No, so it's mixed, so in a feedlot, in a finishing operation, so first, there's everything across the spectrum going on, but in a large commercial feedlot, they are fed a total mixed ration. So everything is mixed together in a high formulated, perfect package that they're delivered 3 times a day. In front of them. Corn, some kind of fiber source, TG. Hotseed.
The soybean meal is a component of that.
Sometimes.
Oh, really?
DDTF has been the major, since 1994, DDTF has been the major supplier of nitrogen. But that is shifting at this point.
So, but we have,
Soybean meal is coming back in.
soybean meal's more of a dairy fraction.
So dairy producers have continued to use more soybean meal. They have, well, I can really nerd out on you on the ruminant nutrition, but there's been reasons why dairy cattle have kept more soybean meal versus going up all the way to DH. Yes.
Have you ever, I mean, this is just a thought, to give you more data, would it do you any good to try to compare that to the high oleic?
So I have not thought about looking at different types of beans in this. We get it, the meat scientist needs about 10 loins per treatment we apply. So
we proposed this to start with, and we didn't specify what kind of soybean. But, certainly depending on how this would go, we'd be interested in that kind of stuff. For sure, there's interest in that. The other thing I would add is, for years, have gotten calls randomly from folks who have a neighbor that they want to feed raw soybean. There is a perception that they're not, well, they need to be roasted or they need to be soybean meal. I mean, they can't be used. They most definitely can be used. And there may be some added value.
Get out to our cattle producers of Arkansas. Because the roasting companies, I see them selling roasters all the time.
Yeah, big time.
Or
they fear bloating and things like that.
The oil, how much can you feed? Oil, the fat in them is the problem. I mean, you can't just offer them free choice. But you can definitely offer them at a proportion of their body weight or a proportion of the total diet.
That's a good look.
I thought the roasting was just a gimmick for like deer feed, but that's done for.
Yes, it actually changes the protein composition
Yeah.
on the bean. It slows down the degradation in the rumen and you get more bypass amino acids, more bypass fat in those roasted feed.
You can still roast them, you can still roast them.
You can, yeah.
They didn't pick out much different. Now, dairy producers are feeding roasted beef. And the dairy cows has to do a lot more making all that milk than people have.
And to your point, boys, the Northeast, like New York, big time, high oleic soybean.
Yeah.
The dairy.
Yeah, but that's to get around.
Kind of bean.
Yeah, but that's to get around them roasting it, isn't it? Was my understanding. Yeah. I think that's why, because like she said, a hog can't, raw bean doesn't do anything until you have to roast it.
Great, anybody else? Awesome, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Don't forget.
I'll tell you, the steaks you might be offering might have big holes in the center where they've done some tennis.
You should have done this like when beef prices were a lot lower.
All right, we've got Amir on the line. Thank you, Amir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the Arkansas Soybean Promotion Board for providing the opportunity. I've been living in Arkansas for almost 6 months, but I've already learned that soybean in Arkansas crop looks like that quiet neighbor, never loud, never flashy, but somehow they manage to run the whole neighborhood. Today I'm gonna talk about the quietest part of the soybean, the hulls. And our question is whether we can turn Arkansas soybean hulls into a high-value probiotic silage with improved digestibility for swine and especially nursery pigs, aiming to reduce post-weaning diarrhea. To introduce, I'm Dr. Amir Mani, an immunologist and microbiome scientist by training, and together with Dr. Tesai, an experienced swine nutritionist, we brought a new proposal asking for $30,000 with 4 objectives. First, to develop a high-value probiotic soybean hull silage for nursery pigs using a 2-strain inoculant, Lactobacillus plantrum and Pediococcus pentosaceus, that are both well-known swine probiotics, and we chose those to achieve an efficient fermentation. Second, to define how probiotic fermentation reshapes the gut microbial community and suppresses pathogens associated with post-weaning diarrhea in piglets. And third, to evaluate or measure how fermented soybean hulls would be more nutritionally available and valuable for piglets. And lastly, to quantify the economics and the dollars and cents this is going to bring for Arkansas soybean growers. With that, I'm excited to share the story behind developing this idea with you in the next slide. Looking into Arkansas soybean numbers, something jumped out at me. Producing about 5 million tons of soybeans, We create about 250,000 tons of soybean hulls annually, which is a great source of fiber, but soybean hulls only worth about $40 a ton, which basically screams there is untapped value here. The catch is that soybean hulls are mainly used for ruminants since cows are amazing at fermenting fiber. But pigs are different. Their GI tract is more or less like ours. They don't have that fermentation capacity. At this point, I came up with that idea that what if we ferment those fiber-rich soybean hulls with swine probiotics before providing it to the animal and open a whole new market to soybean hulls in swine industry. Additionally, there are research that is showing both dietary fibers and probiotics can improve gut health, especially in that stressful time post-weaning that is associated with diarrhea. And normally the antibiotics are the default tool, but no one has ever yet tried to use fiber-rich soybean hulls and ferment them with swine probiotics to achieve three things at once: a pig-friendly soluble fiber, beneficial microbes, and fermentation products like organic acids and fatty acids that are all good for a better gut health. That was the time that 2 days before I'm getting married, I went to Home Depot and I just got a bunch of buckets and we made different silage batches. One with 100% soybean hulls, the other one with a 50-50 mix of soybean hulls and beet pulp, and the other one a blend of soybean hulls, beet pulp, and rice bran, all inoculated with 10 to the 5 live bacterial cells and adjusted to 40% dry matter. Next slide, please. May I get the next slide? Okay. After 20 days, the first piece of good news was all batches looked excellent. There was no mold, and every single batch had a strong vinegar-like fermentation smell, exactly what we were aiming for. And more importantly, our probiotic bacteria grew exponentially. There were about 20 to 30,000 times more bacteria compared to what we started with. A load around 10 to the 9 bacteria per gram of the product. While all the products were fantastic, looking into the nutritional values, the soybean whole beet pulp rice bran mix clearly stood out by having higher acidic, linoleic, and oleic acid and more soluble dietary fibers. The three mix also had better nutrition and energy measures compared to the soybean hulls alone. I think with this data, we clearly have proven in the most honest way possible the product and production step exactly inside the Home Depot buckets. And that's why we need your support at this stage to take it from bucket proof to the barn proof and test it on nursery swine to see if it can reduces the post-weaning diarrhea. And if it actually works, it's going to open new avenues to Arkansas soybean and swine industry to win by turning 250,000 tons of hulls to high value feed ingredient in swine industry and making swine industry and soybean industry more sustainable and reduce reliance on antibiotics. Not only that, your support would help us to compete better and secure bigger federal grants and bring more governmental research money to Arkansas and train Arkansas students. With that, I want to thank you all for your attention, and I would be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we certainly appreciate your presentation. All right, next we have Shauna. I see Shauna's online. Floor is yours.
Hello, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to share our proposal. Our project is called Immunomodulatory Effects of Isoflavones on Soybean Meal in Broilers Challenged with Coccidiosis. I'm Shauna Weimer, and I'm an assistant professor and the director of the Center for Food Animal Wellbeing at the University of Arkansas. And I'm working with co-PI Danielle Graham, who's our poultry science resident pathologist, and collaborator Ben Parsons, who's a poultry nutritionist, on this new one-year study. We're requesting about 42K to explore the question, can isoflavones, which are bioactive phytochemicals naturally occurring in soybean meal, improve the immune function of broilers with and without coccidiosis challenge? The literature has demonstrated that dietary supplementation with isoflavones can enhance growth performance, mitigate intestinal tissue damage, and improve antioxidant status in broilers challenged with viral or bacterial agents. However, there's a lot to be elucidated regarding the interactions with protozoal or coccidiosis challenges in broilers. Coccidiosis is the major parasitic disease in poultry, and it impairs the growth performance and feed efficiency of infected animals. This translates to tremendous economic losses, and due to the increasing regulations and bans on coccidiostats, coupled with the associated costs of developing new drugs and live vaccines, there's a growing need for alternative control strategies for coccidiosis. Therefore, our ultimate goal is to open the door to a new value-added use for soy and poultry nutrition. We have two main objectives. First, we want to see how soy isoflavones affect broiler performance, immune function, and gut health. And second, we're going to test whether these compounds can reduce the severity of coccidiosis by improving the bird's immune system and antioxidant defenses. Moving on to the experimental design and methods. Our approach to these objectives will run a 28-day feeding trial at the University of Arkansas Research Farm. We'll start with day-old chicks and assign them to 10 treatment groups, each with 8 pens. The diets include a negative control with no soybean meal, a positive control with high soybean meal, a low soybean meal diet, and 2 versions of that low soybean meal diet with either 70 or 140 parts per million added soy isoflavones. With help from Ben Parsons, purified soy isoflavones will be obtained from ADM, and dietary isoflavone profiles will be verified by Eurofin's Nutrition and Analysis Center. On day 14, half of the birds will be challenged with a 10x dose of Coccivac B52, a vaccine containing 4 live Eimeria species. The other half will receive saline. We'll then track a range of outcomes, including growth performance, weekly weight gain, and feed intake, immune responses, including leukocyte profiles, cytokine expression, and secretory IgA in the gut, and coccidiosis response, so oocyst shedding and lesion scores, as well as antioxidant status in the liver, and that will be by measuring melinodialdehyde and superoxide dismutase activity. This design allows us to isolate the effects of isoflavones under both normal and disease challenge conditions. So what do we expect to find on the next slide? Let's move on to the outcomes and industry value. We believe that soy isoflavones will improve broiler performance, especially under coccidiosis challenge. We expect to see improved growth and feed efficiency, stronger immune responses, lower lesion scores and oocyst counts, and better antioxidant production in the liver. Our aim is to use soy to improve animal health. That's a value-added benefit that could increase demand for soybean meal and support profitability for U.S. soybean farmers. In short, this project connects poultry health with soybean innovation, and we're excited to move it forward. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Shauna, I have one. Have you talked to industry, or would they be willing to do something like this if you found positive results?
Yes,
Like-
absolutely. Dr. Parsons is very well connected with nutritionists at all the major integrators, and also with USB. And I think that there is a lot of value here, again, especially with all the challenges of ionophores not being included in the feed with some companies. I think that there's a lot of opportunity here. There really is not much in the literature. There's no literature on using the components of soy isoflavones. There's some on saponins, but not isoflavones for coccidiosis challenge. So I think there's a big opportunity here.
And you said you're sourcing it from ADM. Do you know what plant in the US where that comes from?
I do not, but I know the name of the person is Milan.
More like facility, right? It's not imported.
Correct.
Thank you. Anything else? Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Roman. All right. Morning. Floor is yours.
Morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our research idea. I am Mahfuz Rahman, Assistant Professor in the Food Science Department. Through this research, we want to develop a highly digestible soybean cultivar, protein cultivar. We are listening to many talks on protein digestibility is important for both human and animal. So when it's come to the human, I work in the food science department. Like soy protein is being used in a lot of different type of foods, like baby food, like alternative protein, like impossible burger, and even like soya milk, like silk. There are many food use soya protein. But in all the foods, they basically compete with the animal protein, like milk protein, or like some other like dairy proteins, right? So the problems come about the digestibility because those protein doesn't have any anti-nutritional factor. For example, those doesn't have any sugar like those pentose sugar, and like raffinose and stachyose. But soy protein does. Another problem with soy protein, it has like trypsin inhibitor, phytase. Those actually bind with the protein and reduce the digestibility protein in the human gut. So therefore, we come up with this idea that how can we improve the soybean digestibility through the breeding. So first, we will take a sample of 200 and analyze all nutritional and anti-nutritional profile, like amino acid profile, like all the sugars and the anti-nutritional factors like trypsin inhibitor. And the cryo will help us to understand the genomics. Do not talk about it.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, like you were saying, the phenotype, so the trait, the digestibility is something that food science will take care of. And then our part on this is to try to link that phenotype with genetics. So we want to see if we can find genetics that can regulate for higher digestibility. And then with that, we can use that to assist in breeding. Back to your point earlier, Brad, with differentiating Arkansas soybeans for the international market. I think it was shown on the next slide. Soybean is about 80% of digestibility compared to something much higher. So if we can push that 80 to 85, 90, or even higher, that certainly can be an interesting differentiator when it comes to, especially for human nutrition.
Yeah, so we have done this analysis in our Arkansas soybean. So if you look at this value, we have like maximum 0.86, and when you compare with the egg and milk, it has like close to 100, or close to 1, and almost 100%. So, and this problem basically comes from most of this from those anti-nutritional factors, plus we want to identify and reduce in the future cultivars. So next slide, please. So as I was showing, soy protein has like huge market, especially in the alternative protein industry now, it has a huge market. The problem is coming again from those pulses who has like higher digestibility than soybean. They are kind of taking the soybean market. Also, it's pretty difficult to take, but still, if we start this experiment now, we'll be ahead in the game. So last week I had a meeting with USB. His name like Rick, he was also talking the same thing that they are also looking, USB also looking into the soybean digestibility. And from that context, I think it is a very good time for us to start the research so that we can be ahead of that one. Thank you. Very good question.
Just add something really quick I think he was showing the total budget, $80,000. A lot of the expensive when it comes to genetics, you guys are already supporting from our genomics project. So when you look at sequencing, it's not included on any of those costs. And of course, the breeding is also funded through other projects. So it's a good way to leverage what's already being funded.
I think we missed a great opportunity, and I'm glad we're starting to address this. We have higher protein in the northern and midwestern states, which have a lot larger supply than we do. And as mentioned earlier, when Brianna was talking about we're first to the market, and we have the shortest route to New Orleans compared to Midwest, we need to start talking a little bit better about why ours is better than and I don't want to pitch, you know, state against state, but Arkansas has a huge opportunity as one of the largest southernmost soybean producing states to fill those export markets at a premium. And our biggest competition with Brazil right now, a lot of the arguments are over protein. You've seen it, protein, we've lost that protein, values have gone over time. We as producers are probably producing more protein per acre, but they're selling it by bushel, so that's, you know, we can't do anything about that, but you guys can, so thank you for that.
Well, it can be no different than California medium grain, the Arkansas medium grain, it's two different products.
That's right. I think we have to be willing too, though, to work with the exporters and the elevators on the river to keep ours segregated. Because they'll commingle our high protein with Minnesota or whoever, Iowa. Well, let's put a stamp on it, Arkansas is better. Obviously, right, we're here.
Yeah, they don't wanna pay for it.
Looking out for our producers, but yeah, you know, well, if we get a higher value at the elevator.
No, I agree.
We're not being docked.
That's the way they sell it.
But that's the opportunity. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry, is there any other questions or follow-up? All right, Mr. Hamilton. You have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you all again for the opportunity. I'm pitching, my proposal is I want to increase irrigation efficiency on our furrow irrigated soybeans by using elevation data in our polypipe runs. You'd be impressed at how much elevation change is in that elevation run, even on our precision level fields from start to finish. I mean, even if we have a 1/10 or 2/10, that's 1.2 to 2.4 inches change. And I've got fields that fall 11 foot in that quarter mile of tubing. And incorporating that in there can really increase our distribution uniformity of our irrigation water. You can go to the next slide. I'm also adding in there, soil moisture scheduling so that I can include all the acres of soybeans. You know, instead of just the furrow irrigated, I'm trying to include all our soybean acres. Quite frankly, the benefit to our growers is financially. I've seen a 20 bushel increase by just getting the distribution uniformity of that water on the field. Seen an increase by using computerized hole selection, period. But when I add that elevation data in there, it skyrockets. You know, everybody's got fields that we may have 30 rows that are not watered out. We're running an extra 8-10 hours to get them flushed out. Can significantly improve that irrigation. It's not going to be perfect. We're going to have some furrows that's still going to run out faster, but it'll get us there much quicker and much easier. As far as where I'm getting the data, I'm using drones. I'm using a handheld in-trip rover that we've got. A lot of county agents, a lot of NRCS are now starting to get it. We're also using LiDAR data that's available online, or at our NRCS office has it as well. But quite frankly, the place that I think we can get it the most is on y'all's equipment you have in your backyard. And that's the thing is we have so much data on the farm that we don't even know it's there or what we can use it for. And the education aspect of my proposal is teaching those county agents in your backyard, teaching your NRCS employees, teaching you yourself, or the consultants are even interested because they know the economy that we're facing right now in agriculture. So that's my proposal in a nutshell, and I'll stop there and yield for questions. I'm trying to be quick and fast. I didn't know I put all those pictures on there that some of them.
You're talking about the pad elevation where you let the pipe.
Yes, sir.
Being followed.
Yes, sir. Even on precision level fields, you'd be amazed.
How accurate is the information you can download in Pipe Planner?
So Pipe Planner itself doesn't give us the ability to do that. They were using Google Earth to get that. If they do, they should.
Okay.
And you shouldn't trust it because it could tell you, it gives you the elevation in that field somewhere. Not at the top of the pad, the middle, the bottom. Don't trust that elevation data. Yeah, do not trust that. The elevation that you can get from your equipment, I can get from a drone, Trimble, John Deere, all the software is much better.
Mike, my son handles our irrigation mostly, and so I'm not real familiar with pipe finder, but do you have recommendations, depending on the well output, the size of the well, maybe even bonnet size, on what diameter of pipe, is all that calculated?
Yes, sir.
For maximum efficiency?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Pipe Mender does all those measurements
Okay.
for us.
Okay.
Even, you don't think about it, but if you're on 30-inch rows or 38 or whatever, if that tubing is going at an angle across that row, it may not be 30 inches. It may be 46 inches between holes. Pipe Mender does that math. And that's all irrigation is a math equation.
So, and then also maybe, I don't know, Chairman, do we have data on if a yield winning field is irrigated? Do they pop every row or every other row? Do we have that data?
I don't have that data. And we just,
I mean, that would be beneficial, I think.
Oh, I guarantee it.
yeah, we just take the number of irrigations.
Okay.
The only thing about every middle, and a lot of cotton guys are doing it because they're over irrigating and hurting it, and we're doing that too. But it's to fall down the furrow. That changes whether every other furrow will help you. Because we've got some fields that fall so fast down there that it'll never slope across. You do every other furrow, then you're really shooting.
Right. Yeah, and maybe even the depth of the
Yes, sir.
furrow, as long as I see water, I think I'm
Right.
a
And
fit.
that's where the schedulers come in and using some kind of science to schedule those irrigations.
Yeah.
The moisture sensors will tell you where your roots are at, where your plant's using water from. Absolutely a home run. It's just too expensive to do on every field that we have across the farm.
I don't know, are you looking at quality, water quality? Because I mean, we on the same farms, we can have groundwater, reservoir water.
That's right.
I mean, there's a lot of difference in those, not only temperature, but pH and what's mineral content.
All of the above. And I'm not looking at that aspect of it. I'm just trying to get the correct amount of water on the field. At various growth stages during the soybean. Because we're so set in irrigating on soybeans, we get to R1, I gotta turn it on, and every week I've got to irrigate. Well, there's times that you could say 2 or 3 irrigations because of the weather, even in dry years, scheduling irrigation can save 1 or 2 irrigations.
What about, Wes, what's your thoughts on cold water coming out of a pivot on top of a soybean field when it's 95 degrees?
It makes me more nervous than cotton.
Okay,
So.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
So that might have some shocking, it might be beneficial if you have cool water down, but either way. Oh, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you all very much. I almost told a story about the boys.
Don't do that. You stick around for, all right.
No, I gotta go to the step yard.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, put $2 if you need that.
Okay, for that very reason.
It's either.
Good morning, Chris Henry. Asking for, we're starting a new project, so my last one finished and we're extending what we've been doing, but. So the first thing is, the irrigation contest. So I talked yesterday about the prizes how we operate the contest, the human resources that it takes to run it is funded in this project. So I'm asking for that, to run an irrigation contest. Then we also have been doing these irrigation schools. We have started to collaborate with other states on what's called a master irrigator, which is we've made it essentially a national program, which is about a 20-hour program, about 24 to 30 hours. So we're taking our schools and kind of extending those. We use those to train farmers, consultants, and our NRCS staff and agents for years using our app and all of the other resources we developed over the years. So this is just kind of to extend and build the program out more, mainly so you can get cost share points. You apply for EQIP, you get more points. You've gone through and become a master irrigator is kind of the way that's working. And we hosted all of the teams from all of the master irrigator programs from around the United States in Arkansas last year. So we're leading that effort. So that helps support that. We're trying to get that going in our state, or expand it more. So, and then develop our more recommendations for surge irrigation sensors. This is our mobile app that we developed that you guys have put the research into, helps do the interpretation on soil moisture sensors. So we continue to add new features to that app that are being used heavily by farmers. Also, we're developing So one of the issues we come up with the retention curves, we developed more soil specific curves. And we've been testing those and we found we've got some issues with probably what is intake families. We need to solve. So how fast the water can get through the soil to the plant. We know the water's there, but how fast can it get to the plant? We've got to solve that problem because we're pushing the envelope of the retention curve. So we need to start doing some work with that. That also kind of plays into this other issue, which is how long should we be irrigating our crops? You know, some of our soybeans are more sensitive to extended water periods. And so what I want to do is run an experiment on how long should we be irrigating soybeans? Because I don't really know. I've come up with 24 or 30 hours from some old data from Nebraska a long time ago when I first started, but I've actually never gone back and peeled that onion. So we actually, something I want to do this year is figure that out. So there may be a real cutoff where we start to see some yield penalty just on how long we irrigate crops. And that goes back to how we do all of our management with irrigation, how we set up pipe plans for all of our crops. So soybeans is the one to do it in because it's the most sensitive to water stress and things. We want to, we've been developing this cloud meter, which we want to put in the contest that basically tells you how you're doing through the season. So like how many inches did you put on last time, the last time you irrigated, or put that right to your phone. So we've been building a lot of that out. We've actually got the meters. We're going to put them in the contest this year. But you give you information during the season about how you're doing, what you might stack up compared to other farmers, and just give you information about water, much like we do with soil moisture sensors. We're trying to do with the meters. And then the last thing, which is taking a lot of resources, is the pitless tailwater system we developed in rice. We just did it in soybeans last year. Can you go to the next slide, please? And this is what it looks like. And what we saw was we didn't really know what we're doing. We had some ideas, we thought we'd try it. And we saw a small yield penalty from it's 2.7 bushels per acre. But it makes sense because we had two events right after we irrigated with the tailwater system. It rained heavily right after. So we did really long extended wet periods. It shows up on the soil moisture sensor data. So we think that's the reason for the yield penalty. The really innovative, the interesting thing is that we saved 4 inches of water. We cut water use by 30 some percent, which is really interesting. You know, you can see the water come down the furrows. The first ones come out in 3 hours. We're picking that water back up. It's not going out the tail ditch. We're keeping all the water on the field. The field is generally wetter. The soil moisture showed that it was generally wetter through the season. We irrigated less. So this looks like it may work. We just have to figure out how to do it right and make sure we probably pick the right varieties. There may be a variety issue. So that's part of what I want to do is work with John Carlin and the breeder about the different varieties in these treatments to see if we can peel out. Some varieties may handle water stress better than others in these short periods of time. Make sure we pick varieties as well as how we irrigate this tailwater field. So it's kind of got a dual purpose here.
Almost poly pipe and you must try to push all that up.
Whatever it takes. That's ox pipe or you can use transfer pipe, but, in what we're doing right now with NRCS, we put underground pipe in. So we get cost share on that to put that in. You get cost share on these pumps now. You can go to your NRCS office today, you get contract on all these pumps put in your field today.
Really?
I'd say that need to be a pretty flat field.
This is, not really, 2 tenths, 3.
How does it work in conjunction with the well at the top?
So that's when in rice, we go back and forth between the pump, we go water the field, flood up the bottom, we turn the pump on. In soybeans, what we do is we have this valve, probably on the next slide, is it's got to cut the inflow back. And the other way you can do it manually, we were irrigating and then we just cut back the inflow and then let the filler pump kick in. We could do it manually. We did that. We did some different thing. I think how we actually use the pump, we did probably some different ways of using it. So we did some different things along the way that we were trying to figure out how to do this. One thing, I think we just need to cut back how much water we put on the field because we're turning it.
That's right on the pit.
Well, I call it the pitless pump. There's no pit.
There is no pit.
There's no pit.
So it just gathers inside like.
Yeah, so you pull a furrow drain through it and then it's pulling water in and, when you first start, it's pumping a couple hundred gallons a minute. And then when you shut the well off, it's returning about 500-600. Actually up to 900 gallons a minute, it can return that much. So it's a bit like surge irrigation in a way, because you can have this high flow and then cut back and have this low soaking flow, which will improve irrigation efficiency. So.
Doesn't Gary Stitcher have one of these?
He does. He's moved it to a field that doesn't work so great because we don't have a pool. He has a really great field, but I can't seem to get him to move it back. He wants to do levee rice in that field for some reason. But when we did it in that field, it worked great. And the people that have these, and he's got one of the versions, this is the later version. You guys really like this thing, well, everyone who has had one in our demo has a contract in right now to get more. So all you have to do is talk to the guys that have these, and they'll tell you what they think about it, and it's a learning curve. And they're only doing it twice right now, and we're trying to get this so it'll work in soybeans, because I think it'll help a lot. He asked me the other day about, how much savings we get from the irrigation contest. I looked up, the state water plan reports 16 acre inches per acre on soybean. The irrigation contest is doing about 10. And if you look at this system, we planted later in June, so the numbers are gonna be skewed because we planted later, so we irrigate more. It's an irrigation study. But we're cutting again, and the control field is what I would say is a contest field. Because we use sensors, we use hole selection, and we didn't irrigate any more than we had to, because, we're trying to compare the best. And so we're picking up another 30% off the bat from this system over. So this is using sensors and the tailwater system versus just sensors per se.
Could this be used? Collecting water at the bottom of this field, use this to water another field next to it.
I suppose you could, if you did your hydraulics right.
Yeah.
All kind of hydraulics, that's why we put the valve in there to cut that back. You get that amount of water. It's about putting the right amount of water where you need it at the right time.
Probably the too much on the first one to get it.
That's right.
That's room for.
And this is at the Northeast Station, and Bertram, Tim Bertram, if you know Dr. Bertram, he likes everything to look.
Gotcha.
So he sweeps it off.
What would that unit cost right there?
They're about, it depends on how much, depends on a couple things. But, how far from wire you are, and I raise you figure about a foot for the wire. And, whether it's 40 volt or single phase. But it generally is gonna run, between $20,000 to $30,000. By the time you do a contract on, it's gonna be somewhere between 2 to 8. Because mainly you have to pay for the meter loop and you have to pay for the wire. And what we've done is we've got a plow that we can provide you, rent to you, that you can put the wire in yourself, because that's actually, plowing the wire is actually one of the expensive pieces of it. So most farmers, this assumes you put it in yourself with your backhoe. And that's what makes them really cost effective. There's farmer install, the farmer you all have backhoe, dig the hole. You set this thing in, it takes you about 2 hours to install it. Everything can be picked up by hand if you want, or you pick the backhoe and move it from a trailer over. And then backfill it and put together 4 bolts, basically put this thing together. Because and aluminum and the standpipe and everything's aluminum. I've made it so it's movable, so you can the guys that had them in Rice wanted to move it back and forth, actually pick this thing up and move it between 2 different sumps in Rice. But with EQIP, with NRCS, they want to keep them. So, and if we get it to work in soybeans, you probably won't lose what you want.
Any other questions?
Not many times I get to talk about a new kind of irrigation system or new irrigation soybeans, so I want to for supporting me and letting us come up with new things that can help you, so thanks so much for supporting my program.
I do have a question. I think there was a request to rebudget. Only question I had was, I get it, so this is what we mentioned yesterday about, well, if you want to go into it, you can explain this better than I can.
It's kind of like, in my program, we're doing a lot of different things. So when we get a young lady who went on maternity leave, who went off payroll, I've got another sort of quit, next to take another job, so I've got some salary savings, so I take that money and I put it to help fulfill objectives. So things like replacing soil moisture sensors, iPads, telemetry units. We've got some things that get pretty old, so we like to try to keep things new, because when I go out to contest fields, I like the farmers to have fairly new units to work with, so if they break, they're kind of done with them sometimes, so if I'm having a good experience the first time, that stuff, or feel comfortable with it. So we try to keep those pretty new and fresh. I know my iPad's getting really old, I don't think even works anymore, I've got to get replaced. And then I've got some students that have worked for me that we pay to help us do some coding on the back end. That comes out as other direct costs, because they're out, so we just try to move stuff around and get the work done. That's really what this budget.
So my question was, the sensors I thought probably were already in the original proposal, but you're saying they're not, you're just trying to.
Well, you know, you get at the end of the season and you check them, and if they don't meet spec, you throw them away, so you gotta replace them. And so we're always replacing sensors. It's just, it's like a tire on your tractor sometimes, you don't know once you wear out. Replace them when you got the money to do it. Units, same thing, they still work, but like I've been trying to refresh them. It's just, you know, when you go to the irrigation store, it costs $1,000, so you can't walk out of there, then $1,000, something that we need in irrigation, so that's why my budgets have a lot more supplies. Stuff we do, it takes a lot of supply.
Any more questions? We'll probably vote on this as we do our budget later in the day, so thank you so much.
I'm probably gonna talk to you afterwards, but I've got a situation, I've had this plan for a while in my head. I've got, and coming off of a well, I could actually feed it with 2 wells, but go to a vertical tank, cause it's downhill. And then, and not using a pump, but just because of the height of that tank, forcing it out on about a 30-acre field.
All about the hydraulics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have plenty.
Design it, and that's why this system works.
Yeah.
We spend a lot of time on the hydraulic to make sure that the pressure flows
Right.
all work. And that's why the valve's there to maintain that pressure and flow. So you're still irrigating, same flow rate, but.
If that's worth a follow-up.
Yeah, we can follow up with,
Yeah.
but
Well, we have specialists for, so thank you so
Thank you.
much. All right, next up, we have Bert Bloom. Bert's on.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay? All right. This project is focused on further developing some biocontrol agents that Dr. Kelly Cartwright and I have been working on for a few years, specifically targeting Palmer amaranth or pigweed. And so this proposal is I guess it's under the category of recompete, so it would be another 3-year project. We're asking for $45,000 a year for each of the 3 years. And so as we all know, pigweed is one of the most difficult pests to control in probably row crop agriculture in Arkansas. And there's a lot of reasons for that, and I think we're probably all quite familiar with a lot of them, but our goal here is to develop some biologicals, essentially mycoherbicides that would provide an alternative control method, which hopefully could also be incorporated into IPM with other strategies. So the objectives here, the 3 objectives as a continuation, is we want to optimize lethality of these products. We need some data under objective 2. Ultimately for commercialization and for government approval, we need some information about stability, persistence, overwintering. And the 3rd objective, at least one group of these mycoherbicide candidates produces phytotoxins that could potentially be, we're optimistic, could be developed into something almost resembling like a commercial herbicide product. Could we go to the next slide? So just as a quick recap, over the years we've identified a lot of pathogens, generally plant pathogenic fungi from pigweed populations in Arkansas, and we've centered on 2 groups of these pathogens. So there's the PWA group and the AF group. These are 2 different species, and the PWA group is quite effective, especially when applied almost as like a pre-emergence herbicide. So it severely stunts pigweed growth at the seedling stage. There's a substantial amount of damping off where it actually kills these juvenile plants. And plants that survive, in a lot of cases, what we see is, in addition to this stunting, a lot of a dramatic reduction in seed set. And so, there's a lot of advantages there. The AF22 group, the AF group is a little bit different. We isolated these from stems originally. And so this group of pathogens, as you can see, maybe I don't have a cursor to show exactly which picture, but below the blue line, second to the last, there's a plant where this group of pathogens produces a toxin that almost looks like the plants were hit with a blowtorch. It's induces a severe amount of necrosis. So if we go to the next slide. And apologies, I'm coming recovering from a cold, so my voice is a little crackly. I apologize. But so in this project, what we're going to focus on in this phase of the project, this first objective is, so we see a lot of promise with the PWA group as a pre-emergence sort of herbicide. And so we want to look at timing. We've done some work. We've set up microplots here on the station in Fayetteville. We want to do some work in growers' fields as well, ideally, where we'll look at beyond the early stage of application, ways that these groups of pathogens could be effective. And so this would be timing, how many applications per season, different formulations, so we can mix the two groups of pathogens together, or possibly even with low levels of conventional herbicides. And so for the second activity, some of these, we've talked to a lot of groups about commercialization. We've talked to government agencies. We've talked with potential industry partners. And there's a lot of enthusiasm. People are very interested in it, but there's a bit more data. Some of the same questions keep coming up. And, we have a handle on host specificity. These pathogens are very specific for pigweed or pigweed's close relatives. So interestingly, a collaborator in Illinois has been looking at how effective these organisms are on water hemp, and they're actually quite effective, it looks like, as well. So, but we need more information about their persistence, how they overwinter, optimizing inoculum production. There's a lot of different things that are kind of the nuts and bolts, you might say, about this process, but we still need these answers as we work towards commercialization. And so the third component, this phytotoxin produced by the AF group, we've been working for a while to define its structure. We think we're getting close now. We're interested in again, looking at this as a potential chemical application. So whether the phytotoxin itself, it looks like a very host-specific phytotoxin. The group of fungi related to the AFs, other species within this group, are known to produce host-specific phytotoxins, so that's promising. And this, whether the toxin itself in its exact structure or in human medicine, we a lot of times see a promising natural product, and then there's a process called combinatorial chemistry where they modify the compound a little bit in different ways and elevate efficacy. So that's where this could ultimately go. But as far as at this stage in the project, we're looking more specifically at delivery methods and timing and schedule. So with that, my voice is going, but if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Or I have a question, and one would be, I would not, don't count out conventional herbicides here. I would also include Roundup, Liberty, Dicamba, 2,4-D. You might find that there's a toxic effect. And we like multiple modes of action. So just throwing it out there, and the majority of our acres are going to be GMO with those products I just mentioned. So I would, if there's something there, that would be highly valuable.
Yeah, that's a great point, because even relatively low amounts of a conventional herbicide may predispose the pigweed plant to then being attacked by the mycoherbicide. Yeah, so that's a point very well taken.
I mean, I could see it's a very useful tool in the non-GMO situation, but it could benefit, if it could benefit the GMO producers, it would be a much larger market.
Yeah, that's definitely would be our ideal scenario where because in a lot of cases these biologicals are so much more cost effective than conventional herbicides. So yeah, we would definitely want to try to have a strategy where these products would be useful for GMO as well as non-GMO production in Arkansas.
No toxicity effects to soybean or cotton, would you see using these?
Yeah, we see no toxicity or virulence of these organisms towards rice, corn, soybean, cotton. They appear to be very, very host specific for pigweed and pigweed's very closest relatives.
Anything else? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, Kyle, you're up next.
Right, morning, buddy. I have 4 projects that we're gonna be presenting. 3 are recompetes, so there are the long-standing projects for the BREED program. This is one that is the new project we're proposing, and something we've been working for the past year or 2. And I think there's a lot of potential, and that's why we're proposing to you all. This is basically finding ways of improving grain yield stability across Arkansas. So basically trying to narrow the gap between high and low yielding performance across farms. And I strongly believe there's a way of doing that through genetics and specific traits, and that's kind of where we're trying to go with it. So the budget we're requesting is about $50,000. So this is mostly to cover a PhD student and a little bit of travel for the drone flights that we're going to be covering. A lot of the genetics is already developed through other projects. The markers, the sequencing, all of that is through different projects. When you look at specific objectives, we want to look at grain yield across very diverse environments in Arkansas. As you see, we're going to be testing this all the way from northeast or towards Stuttgart, all the way to southern locations, somewhat close to Rower. And then we can see what is causing them to either have different performance or similar performance across those environments. That's objective 1. The second objective is something that, as far as I know, has not been done yet. That's why we're excited about this, is trying to see stability as a season-long performance. So right now, the way to look at it is, combine data at the end of the season, and then we see how consistent that was across environments. But there is a whole world that goes on between planting and harvesting. So we think that using drones, we can see based on imagery, what's happening with multiple genotypes throughout the season. I don't know if you all agree with the statement. From our lines, we see that early in the season, there's not much variation. So that early vegetative kind of have a similar performance, but as you cross reproductive, they start going all kind of different directions. So using drones, we can kind of, understand which genetics are maintaining performance in the vegetative and continuing through the reproductive, and which ones are losing it. And if they're losing, what's causing that? This is a typical scenario that we see. I think credit with the company may see something similar, which is GBI, we call genotype by environment interaction. For some, it's a nightmare. For some, it is an opportunity. Depends how you see it. But it causes something exactly like this. I know Matt and I had a conversation about this. It simply prevents any variety from being the best across all the environments. You may grow an Asper variety, you may grow a Pioneer, you may see that they have a completely difference in performance. So there's not a single variety that's going to be the very best one. So what we try to do is a situation like this, real data pine tree, right? We will look at this one was the winner of the trial. You get excited about it. You test it in Stuttgart, it goes to the bottom. The bottom from pine tree goes to the top in Stuttgart. So the reason we're showing this is if you only have this information to make a decision, you will probably select the first one. But in reality, across environments, the right one to select here would actually be number 3, because it's keeping consistent performance across multiple environments. So the goal of this project is to see what is making this one consistent and what is causing this one or this one to lose that consistency across environments. Go to the next place. All right. So how we want to do that, we're going to have about 300 different genetics. This is sampling across our thousands of genetics that we have in a way that it represents most of the genetics in the Mid-South. So we have a good representation of the diversity, and we're going to test that across those diverse environments that I mentioned. So we can see if there's anything in Stuttgart, Rover, Pine Tree, Jonesboro, whatever location that makes them stable or not stable. With that, we're going to fly drones about 3 times in the vegetative, 3 times in the reproductive. And then we can get something similar to what you're seeing on my left, your right, on the corner there, which is variation of multiple metrics that we get from drone. So for instance, the first one there in the top is canopy coverage. And this is done across multiple days. So maybe if you're looking across multiple locations, there is specific genetics that can retain canopy coverage somewhat equal across the environments. That has obvious benefits, right? You're suppressing yield, weed development, and multiple things. We look at NDVI, it's a representation of healthiness. If we get something that maintains NDVI consistent, that will be an interesting trait to have. That's the purpose of having the drone imagery. And then with that, we're gonna have grain yield and agronomic traits. So we're gonna do seed composition, maturity, plant height, lodging, any of those, in a way that we can understand if a genetics is stable for yield, does that also mean it's being stable for seed composition? Or if one or the other can control stability? That's something that is interesting as well. And then with all of this, I've been giving a lot of thought of why this project. Of course, it can benefit what we do, which is understanding how we can get better genetics out. I think this can be useful for you all, knowing that perhaps having root non-nematode resistance is something that will help you to retain your yield. When you're searching for varieties, that's a trait you would go after. And this is public information for seed companies. So I think Bayer, Corteva, or any other company developing varieties for our region, they can use this information to base what should be selected or not. I don't have the data here. We just generated about a week or two ago. It's very clear, and I can send by email to you all. When you have root non-nematode resistance, that increases your stability quite well. When you have stem canker, that increases your stability quite well. But also when you don't have those, you see a decrease in yield and decrease in stability. So for our environment, Mid-South Arkansas, the preliminary results make a lot of sense. But we need some, what we call squared experiments, that is the same line, same environments, multiple years to really confirm that. That's the purpose of this one. If you have any questions, happy to answer that. Any questions? All right, moving on. Next one. Okay, this is our fourth reading proposal. Been going on for a few decades now. Specific objectives, hybridization, right? We're trying to make crosses to combine the traits that we need. As you see here in a little bit, we moved from various phases of breeding. The first was crosses subjective. You know the genetics, you think combining A plus B will be best. It works, efficiency is small. We move towards marker selected. Now we can make crosses for specific traits. You know the progeny will have that trait. You move on with that. It's better than not having any other data. Where we're going with this now, and we have results on that, is using markers across the entire genome. So instead of looking at one specific trait, we look at 5,000-6,000 different markers to predict the better crosses. So that's where we go with the hybridization. The second thing is using off-season nurseries for generation advancement. If you're all familiar with breeding, the term genetic gain is a function of time. So the shorter we can make the breeding cycle, that's why we use a lot of off-season nursery in Puerto Rico. The third thing that we have is using integrating phenotypic and genotypic data. That, I think, for the past 3 years is what has helped us to really have a jump in what we do, because we know exactly what we have. We're not guessing. We don't think we have this. We actually have genetics to prove whether we have that or not. And then, of course, the major goal is to supply you all or Kansas growers with varieties that are adapted to Arkansas environments. They have the traits that are needed in Arkansas. Next one, please. So I'm excited about this. It's our largest years in many years, I would say. We have over 200 populations we developed last year. That's almost double of what we used to do 3-4 years ago. This map is what I'm very proud of. The past, I would say, 4 or 5 years, we used to have 3 or 4 locations. And if you recall from the previous presentation, the less locations, more often you're going to make wrong decisions. G by E, right? You see all the variants. Here, on the latest stages, we're having over 30 locations per year. A lot of those are located, of course, in Arkansas, but we can get broad adaptation across the Mid-South. So most of the internal locations are in Arkansas, but we also have regional trials across Mississippi, Tennessee, and different states. We expanded, like I said, internally from 3 to almost 15 locations that we test. And that's within our internal network with the UADA, but also with collaboration with seed companies in the state. So that's kind of the direction we're trying to go, make the program competitive when it comes to impact on the state. We have about 10 enlist lines that are in what we call pre-commercial stage. 2 of those, we're basically done them. We're increasing seats this year to then try to license to seed dealers in the state. And this is what I'm very proud of, and I hope this makes sense, which is this retaining of traits. And this, I think it makes sense to understand why the genetics matter here. When I started, it's about root non-nematode. Our genetics had about 4% of resistance, meaning pretty much everything was susceptible. The second year, we got about 7%. Okay, but very low. 2025 is based on the first crosses that I made when I started. We're at 30%. And this increased because now we're making crosses using genetics that we truly know what we have. This is jumping from 48 lines with resistance to more than almost 600, just because we're selecting using genetics. We're not guessing. And I think that makes a tremendous difference. Next one, please. And then this is the variety we released in 2025. We'll go into seed production 26. This is in a conventional background, but we're going through converting this to both enlist and extend flex. This is one, I think a lot of people mentioning flood tolerance today. This is one of our flood tolerant lines that we're releasing. This data here is in irrigated conditions. So across about 12 or 13 locations in the Mid-South, it was 4th, and it's beating some of the extend flex checks from the big companies. 2023, it was also 4th. So it's consistently ranking in the top of the trials, competing against industry and public lands. We're pretty excited about this. When we're looking across, the table on the right, 75 different locations that we tested this. We're looking about pretty close to the performance of the extend flex checks, 34% above the enlist checks. So when this thing gets the herbicide traits that are coming 26 and 27 for first year of trials, we're pretty excited about it. So the major point to show this, we've been through a big transition since 23 to now. We're increasing the level of the program when it comes to technology that we're using, increasing the size. And I think the deliverables are showing, which is pretty exciting. So there's much more to come, and we'll be ready to continue this project. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take that.
I do have some questions, Kyle, maybe some points.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you're here, but you bring a lot of new excitement. I think the program's been really stalled. I'm looking at Foundation Seed, there's 1 conventional and 2 Roundup Ready 1s that are at least 10 years old. I want, what is the plan to get an enlist variety to the farmer?
It's a great question.
That's gonna be more readily available, so I think the farmers are owed that.
I think there's 2 ways, and that's what we're also doing with conventional, and hope with the herbicide will be the same. The first way is indirectly through the farmers. So we get, this line has been licensed for testing and breeding to many seed companies. So you're gonna have this genetics directly or indirectly. If a seed company, let's say a Benson Hill or any other company, they are using this for breeding, you're getting the herbicide genetics in your field, but maybe not under the 1035 name. The other way is if there is a seed dealer who licensed this variety through Foundation Seed or through the university, then they can scale up and sell that directly to farms.
And I guess maybe I should be more specific, and an E3 variety.
E3 variety will be mostly through, and John, Dr. Slade can correct me, I believe this is gonna go through seed dealers. So they can license this variety, increase them, and then make them available. So.
Yeah, please.
So on the E3, we're in discussions with Corteva on trying to make that as widely available as possible. Can't share those discussions, unfortunately, because we're always stuck under non-disclosures, which makes these conversations difficult, but we are trying to make that as available as we can. On our E3s, while the patent is still in place, we've internally discussed waiving our genetic royalty. So while we would still have to license them, there would be opportunity for us to waive our genetic royalty, which would make that variety available to farmers cheaper. While the patent's still in place, you'll still have to pay the tech fee. But we can make it available, and then through our license require, we're waiving our genetic fee and they can't pass it on. Because that's one of the things we're gonna have to negotiate. you know, if you get so many dollars per bag, most people seen something, we'll try to work and say, we don't want a genetic royalty, we want to make it available. Obviously, that'll be in conversations with the board, because if we waive our genetic royalty, you won't get a genetic royalty. But that would let us make that available to farmers at a discounted price.
So what's that in dollars and cents?
Dollars and cents, I think right now about $4 a bag, is a genetic royalty, and Mr. Chairman, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But it'd be,
I don't know. I think that's a conversation we need to have. And because I don't think we spend a lot of money on, I don't think we should give up the right to waive a royalty, because it's reinvesting in the program where we can give it back to y'all. But I think we need to have that conversation, because I haven't heard one thing about it. We need to lay those things out. I think we need to revisit the MOU and some details in there that sets all this out. This is at a higher value, so I think that royalty should be at a higher point, but we need to have that conversation. That input, but I'm familiar with how E3s get through seed companies, because we do that. I think there needs to be a clear cut path, and we haven't heard anything, and that's disappointing overall. You know, I don't know, when do you think this will be ready to the market?
Increasing seeds in 26.
In the bag, ready to a farmer's shop, when would that be? 28?
So we're increasing 10 acres of two varieties this year, and then next year we'll move in that direction. So
I mean,
go ahead.
has anybody had a discussion with this board or any representative of this board from the U of A?
regarding what to do with the E3s.
Yeah, we've asked like the last couple of years, how y'all plan to get this to market, and we hadn't heard a peep.
If you'd like to add this to the agenda in the summer meeting, I'd be happy to discuss.
Yeah, I think it needs to happen sooner rather than later, because I think, you know, y'all came to this board a few years ago. I was at that meeting when that request was to work with Enlist, and I think you've done a great job. You've got to get it there, but there's been no details, you know, we just keep asking, and in order to continue to support the program, we need, I think, some answers, you know, will it be available? And then how do we know it's an Arkansas variety? I think that's John and West, you know, y'all want to chime in. I think there was some great pride in farmer checkoff. Arkansas farmer checkoff dollars supporting a program that they could
Put it on the bag.
put it on the bag. However, will that even be allowed? I mean, these are some things we need to know, because we're going to visit variety testing in a little while, but there's a lot of uncertainty on where the variety came from, what it actually is.
But what do you think is the best way to organize this?
Well, I mean, even we haven't had any conversation. That's step one. Disappointingly. So, I mean, I think it's on you guys to bring that information. We hadn't seen anything. So you're doing your job, you know, bring the varieties but the details behind it is what we've lacked. There's been a communication breakdown there, so. Well, and we'll address these things if we need to have that scheduled for a summer meeting, we absolutely. I don't know if we'll have one before then, but any updates you can give us through Amy and staff, the sooner the better. To share with the board.
Is there any specific information you would like to have?
What's the plan? We've got to answer to the farmers of Arkansas that we represent in the governor's office on the responsibility of spending checkoff dollars, and we're spending it on this project, and we haven't heard anything on how it's going to be available. So,
When does the E3 patent go off?
2030.
Okay, couple years after.
that would be the trait patent. Not the genetic could continue on patent, it's just two different things there.
And again, it's nothing confirmed, like John said, it's a conversation ongoing, but there's. pretty sure it's the trades out in 30 or. So there's, and again, nothing completed. There's a good chance this thing can go to land.
So that brings a good point. I would be cautious in what you sign with Corteva that locks you guys into a beyond. Cause I think there was some issues with Clearfield rice being off patent, but you know, where's our generic Clearfield rice in the rice breeding program? I mean, just, you know, be careful, be cautious what you sign beyond that. Cause that would be huge if you had, if your point was a public, you know, E3 variety, that's pretty slim. That's real slim. So.
Any other questions or discussion on the breeding?
And the extend flex conversion is different than the E3 conversion.
Yes.
When,
Yes, so Enlist is basically a single gene, so it's very easy to do. You may have done some of the extend flex. Enlist here started, you may know this better than me, I think 2020, right? The first Enlist varieties were starting to be converted, so we're bringing those now to market. Extend flex, something that I brought in 2024. So extend flex, we're dealing with 3 genes instead of a single one. So it makes the process slower, but the project you all fund for herbicide integration includes Enlist and extend flex.
Okay.
So the first round of extend flex conversions will be tested in 2027. And then from there on, it's just regular breeding. Testing is elevating.
the 28 iconic, it's all gonna happen really
Yeah.
fast, but I think the traits are gonna come at us much quicker over the next 10 years than they did over the last 20 years. You know what I think?
It could be, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what we're trying to do, and you know, this is where I'm sure I can share that we're in communication with Bayer and Corteva for the newer herbicide to be, or have early adoption of those herbicides instead of trying to pick up and delay the release. So like I said, our purpose with this, and I think we're trying to make it clear is this, I didn't take this job to have a toy program.
Yes.
We're really trying to make this a commercial program, deliver varieties, and that's why we're increasing the scale of a lot of what we do. And that's why there's this emphasis on the herbicide, because without the herbicide, there's no access to market. Excellent, thank you. Next one, please. Alright, this is our genomics project. So you've funded this for the past 3 years. The general idea with this is using genetic data to help us to make decisions, understand, and support the breeding in general. I know when I explain this, a lot of you were in the room, but some may not be. The general idea with genomic prediction, which is what we're proposing here, is not much different than what you go through with recommendations. Like when you're trying to, you know, open a bank account, they're gonna look at your features and decide whether you are eligible or not to do that, or getting a loan or something. What we're doing with the plants, it's not much different. We look at the genetic information as their features, and then we can make predictions whether that is a good candidate or not a good candidate. And that, as you can imagine, can speed up breeding quite a lot. So we have information even before hitting the field. That's what all the major seed companies are doing. They do this in obviously a much larger scale. But for us, this has been helping us to, like I showed a few slides ago, retain traits, but also identify new traits. So the purpose of this recompete is to continue the support of genotyping, so getting data, but also I added this biologic insight. As the cost of genotyping goes down, we can now have access to data that we didn't before. So it's kind of shifting a little bit the idea from what should we be selecting, but why are we selecting that? So this deeper genetic data let us answer that, which is something that we're interested in this. So specific objectives, expanding this, what we're calling training set. So genomic data combined with granular data or any other phenotype. Currently, we are at 4,500 lines that were tested and genotyped. This is all investment that you guys did for the past 3 years. I'm pretty confident that's the largest set in any public breeding program in the country. So let us be much more competitive when it comes to making selections, making investments and whatnot. Second part of this is continue refining the models. So as new data comes in, we've got to retrain, refine, understand how the model will perform better. So give you an understanding, 2023, when I started, we didn't have that. So 2023 was mostly building up this training set and then using that data to predict 2024. And then 2024 enters the data. So we use 23 and 24 to predict 25. And now 25 enters and keeps going on. So the more robust this model is, the better the predictions are going to be. So again, it's pretty similar when you get a loan or you're looking for a recommendation on what to watch. They know your information and make the recommendation. We do the same with the genetics. You could go to the next one. So like I said, some of the achievements, we got 4,500. This is a pretty substantial number of lines that help us to improve our breeding decisions. Those were genotyped with 3,000 to 6,000 different markers. So for you to understand that a little bit, the root knot that we showed before is a single marker. For this project, we're using 3,000 to 6,000 different markers that help us to make much better predictions. And then we already did applications of this for multiple different things. We have some results in the next slide for developing populations. So with that idea of making crosses, how can we use this genomic prediction to make better crosses, identify better crosses earlier? We did this to predict a lot of traits, especially the ones that are harder to measure. As you can imagine, if it takes you hours and hundreds of dollars to phenotype something, if you can predict that accurately, that's obviously a win. And we're doing this a lot to support our decisions in terms of classification. And I have one slide on this on the next one, but can go back really quick, sorry. So the major idea is phenotyping keeps increasing the cost. Land's more expensive, salary, everything is more expensive. Genotype keeps going down. And if we can predict ahead of time, we're obviously reducing the cycle, how long it takes to breed. We're increasing accuracy on what we're doing, and we're increasing the intensity of what we do. All of those variables fit in this RT is what we call the genetic gain. So we have intensity, accuracy, the amount of variance that we have, everything divided by time. So we may get a very big genetic gain, but if it takes us 20 years to do that, the per year rate is really small. We're trying to increase the genetic gain by also reducing the cycle. Next one, please. So these are some of the results that we got. This first one is very simple. We tried to see, can we classify lines into basically good or bad, right? So we use thousands of markers and the accuracy is actually pretty amazing. So being good for us means being within a specific threshold of commercial checks, because that's our benchmark. And being bad is you're away from the threshold. So the model can correct, almost 81% of the time, it picks the right one when it should be doing. And when it does it wrong, it's not what we call extreme. It's not prediction as good, but being bad. It's prediction as good, but being moderate. So we can afford to test moderate. That's fine. It doesn't make much difference. But it would be terrible if we were discarding what's good. So the model is holding up pretty well. This is what we're doing in terms of identifying superior pairings. I'm short on time here, but what we're trying to do with this is simulating millions and millions of potential combinations. And then that let us understand which ones are the better pairings. It sounds, moving a little bit almost to the human side. There's a lot of not necessarily high performing lines that are great parents. And we have also some very top lines that are terrible parents. So the idea of just crossing good by good doesn't get you too far. So we're trying to see which ones are truly the best one in terms of genetics. And then this last one is some of the work we do with flooding. How well can we predict a line to be flood tolerant or flood susceptible, which we get with pretty high accuracy. So this is an ongoing project. We have multiple people working in multiple traits to use genomics to support breeding. And this project is essential to that. So that's basically where we are with that. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer that.
Got one.
Yes.
So previous presentation was about genome phenotypes.
Yes.
Great. Be on it.
I guess.
Where, like, for which which perils of a variety, what's better? Genetic crossing or how do you figure out if gene editing is the right mutated versus genetic cross? Well, thank you.
So you think about. Okay, I'm gonna be brief. We have two types of traits, right? What we call qualitative and what we call quantitative.
Okay.
Qualitative is the color of soybeans, purple, white, the single gene. If you're trying to modify a single gene,
Gene
is very easy. You go through there, you just switch on or off, all good. And then you have yield. Yield is hundreds of different genes regulating it. So which means the environment will be what's affecting the expression the most. So you may have one gene that contributes 1% to yield. It's not worth to go and try to edit it because it's going to cost millions of dollars and basically you're not gaining anything. So for that condition is what we do using thousands of different markers that together explain that trait. When you're dealing with qualitative, single marker will do it. Gene editing will do it pretty good. But for quantitative traits, it's got to be the whole cross. I'll add to it. So we've run into a roadblock with gene editing on global trade. China has to have a full approval. Right now, China treats gene editing as a GMO, so it has to have its own separate acceptance into the global market. They require the seed, like 70 kg of the seed, and the actual formula on how you did it. And if it's a trade secret, you're giving up that trade secret. So companies like Bayer and Corteva are hesitant to release gene edited because they don't have full approval. Some countries, it's very weird. Japan is super strict on GMO, on natto soybeans, but they accept gene editing as a conventional like trait. Europe, exact opposite. It is a full GMO, so it falls under different guidelines. And it is, although I think Kyle can be more accurate and Fiona can be more accurate with gene editing, it's run into some challenges globally. Now, not to say we couldn't do it here, but it would have to remain in Arkansas and go straight to feed mill, both meal and oil. It would be a closed loop system, and that I think is being done in some cases.
And I'm just assuming all that part gets worked out. I'm just saying in the future.
We hope.
There's gonna be new traits for nematode, I think, in the hemisphere.
It's disappointing. The most
And then
advanced.
you got other companies that are working for gene
Yeah.
editing, not adding a new GMO line bad, but
Right.
gene editing, or y'all working on it.
It's very disappointing. They have the most advanced breeding tool, one of them. And it's not, I mean, you can do it, but you can't get it out commercially. And again, here it's regulated just like a conventional soybean, because you're not bringing an external, gene or whatever, like you do with glyphosate, for example. In the US. In the US, but you can't go.
I understand that. That's very important.
But I'm speaking more on the application side, when you're looking at quantitative traits, then again, you're looking at dozens or hundreds or even thousands of different genes that have small effect. That's why when you're making selections, you're improving grain yield by half, 1-2 bushels per acre. It's not something that is on or off. I would warn the research community, you could create a Starlink or a Liberty Link rice situation for Viptera, because it is approved in the US, but not outside the US. I'm not familiar with that. What is that? I think many folks are. We can enlighten you on that, but it's whenever an approved local trait is approved, but it's not approved for global trade, and it is found at a foreign port.
There was a corn, what was it?
Starling corn and Viptera corn.
And when they grew it for seed, thinking that it was gonna be able to be exported.
And
it ended up cross pollinating, and China never allowed it, and then it ended up.
And the Liberty Link rice trade, same thing happened. Yeah.
Are there like AI models that can help you predict phenotypes in soybeans?
This is all based on.
This is all AI.
Yes. So if you look at the whole AI, umbrella, there's multiple different statistical approaches. The idea of AI is what you are predicting something that would have, even on your ChatGPT, you're always predicting the next word. So every single model that we use here is a derivative of an AI model. So it helps us to understand the data, find patterns on the data, and then we can come up with the predictions. I'll connect you with the USEC experts on this, because the gene editing, it's a real problem in the soybean community right now, and they are very aware of it. They work with Codex and USDA on that almost on a daily.
Any other questions on this one? So again, the main difference from the past 3 years is the addition of the bioinformatics component. So we're not just using SNPs, so, 0, 1 type of marker. We're using what we call a structure variation and different things. So let us understand the trait deeper, which I think doesn't add much to the cost, adds a lot of the results. So I think it's an interesting ongoing project. Next one. All right. So the orders are kind of messed up, trying to connect the flow. This should actually be the first one if we were explaining breeding per se, which is our genetic diversity project. Talk a lot about this in field days. If you think about the importance of genetic diversity, is the easiest way to connect is if you think about words and letters. If I give you 3 letters, there's very finite amount of words you can make. If you get 5, you can make more. If you get all the letters in the alphabet, you can make all the words that is possible. The genetic diversity is exactly the same. If we have very limited, which is the case in modern soybean varieties, you can continue crossing, but your gain is very small. The ability of making something better is much smaller. So this project is trying to identify new sources of genetics to bring in, make crosses in the hopes that we can start generating new genetic diversity. So key components is identifying what we call genetically diverse accessions. The USDA collection has 20,000+, and I have a next slide that's quite interesting to understand why this thing matters. The other one is finding economically important traits. So we talk a lot about flooding. I think Arkansas soybeans need to be flood tolerant, especially with the rice rotation. And then we work a lot with this project. Fiona was discussing new sources of nematode resistance. That's genetic diversity. So how can we continue bringing diversity, but with important traits? That's the main goal there. And if you're thinking of, easy way of connecting is basically discovery breeding. This is the engine to let you do breeding. If you don't have diversity, there's no breeding. There's no way to make gains. Next one, please. So this is what I'm excited to show because it's a little bit mind-blowing if you understand it, but also good in terms of potential. So this first figure is the 20,000+ USDA collections. Each dot represents one genetic. And the closer they are in the space, X and Y, the more related they are. So you can kind of see the USDA collection has, genetics all over the place. The B, the figure here on the left, is where our genetics are. Ours, I mean, Arkansas and Mid-South. We're this tiny. Everything clustered there. So if you look around, there's this much that has never been used at all. And of course, there's a lot of things that are trash, they have no use, but there's a lot of things that we've never observed before. And this is the powerful thing about genetic data. We couldn't do this without genetic data. So one of the purposes of this project is there anything in those extremes that we never touched, but can make soybean better? So that's the idea of bringing in genetic diversity. It's something we do constantly because it's needed. If we're recombining what's in this small section, and again, not only ours, there's a bunch of different breeding programs in this cluster. We're going to run into a plateau. So what we're doing with this year, if you see on the panel D, we sample about 500 different genetics from all over the world that are very distant from what we do. So we're going to evaluate this for the first year in 26, and then make selections based on what we know about soybeans and using drones and using different things, and then start making crosses on those. And then again, it's a long-term, boring process. That's why a lot of people don't want to do it, but it's also exciting because you may find a lot of things that we have no clue about. So apply to the breeding. Out of those 200 something crosses we made, over 100 of them use what we call diverse variants. We're looking at geographically diverse, so bringing lines from northern genetics into southern, or just trying to bring Tennessee genetics into Arkansas, Kansas genetics into Arkansas. About 110 of those are like that. A lot of those crosses are based on the genomic prediction, so those simulations I talked about. We can precisely understand line 1 by line 2, how much diversity we're gonna have. Back to your point on the AI, that helps us to do that. So instead of making random crosses or bringing random genetics, we can see which ones are best combined with ours using genetics. It's pretty cool. This is a nice thing to do. Out of the projects we selected, like I said, it's gonna be our biggest year so far. We selected close to 2,000 project rows. We usually did in the past 800 to 1,000. So there's a lot of good things in the field, so we're selecting a lot. 16 of those come from diverse parents. So are things that are somewhat away from what we're using to do. And those 500 is what I mentioned on this figure on the right. Those are things that were never tested before. We don't know what they look like. It could be all trash. There could be something good out of it. If there's something good, it makes it worth it, because then we can break what we call the yield plateau. I know for a fact, this is what we refer as pre-breeding. Private industry doesn't do that. Private industry is based on high yielding by high yielding. This is a lot of things that the public do, and I think it's imperative that we do that here. Next slide, please. I think the last one. Yeah, this is kind of showing you more visual. I think a lot of people touch on the flooding. You may be asking how much the thing works. And so I want to add a few figures to show that it does work quite well. It's early stage flooding, 90 days, something is obviously dead, something will be able to survive. When we look at reproductive stage, same deal, some are alive, some are dead. And then we're also working a lot with drought tolerance. Why I have the 3 is because we have projects that the goal is to combine the 3 traits. Early season, mid-season flooding are different traits. We want to develop what we're calling seasonal flood tolerance. This is only possible based on genetic diversity. With the crosses, since this, am I running too much behind or? Yeah, you need to. Okay, we're just gonna show the final thing, how we can use the prediction to make those crosses with diversity. Real quick, x-axis is yield potential. Y-axis is what we're calling your general combinability, how good of a parent that line can be. There's a trend, right? The higher the yield, the higher the parent. But when you look at the highest yield, you may have this one, obvious choice, high yielding, good parent. The second highest yield in the program is a bad parent. The progeny it's going to be generating are going to be worse than the parent. So knowing this data tells us don't use that. So that's kind of where we go. All right. Sorry for going over. If there's any questions, any comments, I'll happy to answer. I'll be here all day, so if you want to discuss any of this later, I'll be here as well.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Brittany.
So this one is actually going to be presented by Dr. Sy. So he should be joining the virtually. Okay.
Oh, that's Dr. Sy. I see you on.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the opportunity and to share our research idea in front of committee here. And before we start my presentation, I'd like to apologize not able to join the today's review panel in person due to my research conflict. And so note that our proposal is a new proposal. We would like to request a total of $35,000 per year and for 3 years. Next slide, please. Okay. So I'll give a little bit background on our proposal. Today's modern swine productions, one of the challenge is actually the mortality. So if you look into the figure A, which summarize the mortality of the young pig, which we refer that to as the pre-weaning piglet, and also the dead loss of the sow, which refer to the reproductive female pigs. So we found that the pig pre-weaning mortality increased from the 2020 to 2024, while the sow dead loss remain around 12 to 14%. And when we deep dive into the reason that result in the sow dead loss, the disease and the health rank the first place, while there's still up to 25% of the dead loss of the sow remain unknown. So if we take into account for intensive remove of the sow due to the poor performance, there are actually around 50% of the sow never make it to the subsequent breeding cycle. So that is quite a big challenge to the producer. And in the past, while producer has access to growth promoted antibiotic, the demand on find out alternative strategy to improve the health of the pig was to lesser extent. Until ever since that the FDA announced to phase out the growth promoted antibiotic usage in the livestock production, the research interest in this area actually increased substantially. So as you can see in the figure C, which show the research article relate dietary fiber to both human, which in the orange line, and swine, which in the blue line. So that the research area with the research topical, the article that contain both these keyword increased substantially from year of 2000. That's the reason behind that is because the research scientists has been able to link the dietary fiber to many different biological functions. So in our proposal, we'd like to propose to evaluate the high fiber co-product from the soy production and to identify the ideal ratio of the high fiber co-product of the soybean. And based on the metabolic function biomarkers and to able to predict to identify the best ratio that can be further tested in Objective 2. Next slide, please. So in Objective 2, we will then use the female reproductive pig not only to validate our finding from the Objective 1, but also follow this female pig throughout the several parity cycle to evaluate the high fiber soy product on the longevity of a cell. And we will also evaluate how will they impact on their progeny as well. So the expected outcome of this proposal is to identify the ideal mixture of the prototype that can be used to improve the longevity of a cell and also increase the value and promote the usage of the soy co-product. And we will also use this opportunity to train our future animal scientists and also share this result in the national conference with the other scientists and swine producers as well. So at the end, we believe we'd like to thank you for considering our proposal, and we believe the successful of this proposal will increase the usage and the value of the soy co-product, which align with the Soy Commodity Board's goal. And this concludes my today's presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any question you may have.
Any questions? All right, thank you so much. If you you have a second proposal?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
So that one's really Dr. Tsai's proposal. So I was listed as the PI, but that's really one he was, just to clarify that. So I'd like to just start by saying thank you for allowing me to be here and appreciate the support that this board has provided in the previous year. Just as a reminder, this funding has really been around for a while. So first, my name is Brittany Littlejohn. I'm a reproductive physiologist by training. Okay, so when I got here 5 years ago, I actually inherited the original project that y'all funded for Dr. Rick Rory, and he started with an interest in cottonseed meal. Now that is very similar to a product that came out of Texas called Hogstop that you may have heard of. Hogstop uses gossypol from cottonseed meal. And essentially, whenever I inherited that project, I got interested in kind of going a different direction using a concentrated product where we're actually pressing the oil from the seed to get the gospel containing oil. And then we've developed now at this point a bait that we can pretty much market to top dress on any existing bait. And it's allowed us to have more flexibility that we'll talk about today. So we kind of went this different direction with this bait product, this concentrated product, and that's been what y'all have funded that I have led for the past 3 years. We have some interesting preliminary data that we'll share, but first, I do want to share the funding structure of our request because it's a little bit different than previous years. So in previous years, you have funded 30,000 jointly, and the Green Grain Sorghum Board has funded 30,000 for a total of 60,000 a year. So with the needs to support labor and graduate student costs as well as animal costs, it's just really not quite enough to do what we need to do. So that's why we've increased to that $90,000. And I'll talk about kind of the different options that we have with who has been able to contribute and who has not. So Dr. Slayton can correct me if I'm wrong, but to this point, we've presented to 2 other boards, the Corn and Grain Sorghum Board, which has agreed to fund $30,000. Is that confirmed? I don't think I've gotten official notice about that. But that's my understanding. And then there has been, there was no funding offered from Rice Board. So that's kind of where we're sitting with the original cost. So I'm going to go ahead and present the full proposal. So we can go ahead and advance to the next slide. Okay, so I was here. This is similar to what we presented last year to this board. So we were really excited about our proof of concept phase results. That essentially after a 42-day feeding period, which is important because it takes 39 days for a sperm cell to develop in the board. After a 42-day period, we got down to on average about 5-6% sperm motility. So a very, very dramatic result, down to 0% in multiple of those boards. But really, when I was here last year, I came to you with 2 challenges. And I believe we've hopefully done our best to work on those challenges for you guys at this point in time with some very recent results. So the first challenge is our red line was our highest concentration group. And you see it's similar to the next step up. So we ended up having a palatability issue in our highest concentration group. They just didn't like the taste, for example, of that cottonseed oil. That was really, there was no additives at that point in time. So that led us to develop a relationship with a commercial company that has developed a special customized product for us that is proprietary that we are testing. And actually, nobody can say I'm not dedicated to this project because we actually, I was at the farm at 2 a.m. this morning starting, and I still made it here in time to present. But we're actually starting a 14-day palatability trial today. My farm crew's at the farm right now getting it started. And so in 14 days, we will actually have an answer for you guys on the effectiveness of our palatability. So it got here from a different country. I can't speak about a lot of this stuff, but and last week, and we're testing it this week. And so we're really excited to get the results back. The second challenge that we ran into was the source. So if you've heard me say in the past, my small little lab group was actually pressing this oil ourselves on a small scale press. And so that's been a lot of fun, but it's been a huge limitation. It's allowed us to develop the product that we needed to develop and kind of tinker with it, but we need an alternative source. So we've actually had limitations of identifying a source in the US because all of the oil, the cottonseed oil that's produced in the US is produced in a way that degrades the gossypol. So we've ended up having to do a lot of troubleshooting, but we're really excited because we've actually identified a great source of gossypol containing oil that's actually better than what we started with. It's testing better than what we started with. This is all very, very recent, within the last month. And so we're really excited to have all these updates to be able to present to you today. And we're actually starting both of those projects. So like I said, the palatability trial is starting today. And then we have boards set aside to turn right around a week later, basically, and make sure that the effectiveness of our 2 big changes that we've made are still going to have the same impact on fertility. So we're really excited. And from there, we can go to the next slide. We really, for the next 3 years that we would like to propose with the original intent, we have three questions I feel like that we need to answer before we're ready to really try to start going through approvals. Now, I say that, we're going to start going through approvals now, and we're still in contact with Game and Fish. Ryan Farney is actively involved on the Feral Hog Eradication Task Force in all of this as we move forward. But the big questions that we have is, we know this works in a controlled environment. We don't know that it works in the field. So we need to start developing kind of an intermittent feeding cycle that mimics a field setting. So our next question is going ahead and continuing to focus on that 42-day period, because that mimics the development of the sperm cell, but intermittent feeding like what we would see in the wild. After that, we focused in boars because the most research out there is on males. Actually, if you don't know, there's actually a lot of research on gossypol in humans as a male contraceptive recently, which is very interesting. But there is also a history of impact on the female. So we need to start looking at the female, because it's going to be offered in a field setting to both males and females. So that's the other big question we have. And then in our third year of funding, we would really like to go ahead and take this to a field setting. So essentially what we're proposing with the original $90,000 a year funding structure over 3 years was really going to allow us to do hopefully a project a year for you guys. And so really with the Corn and Grain Sorghum Board only offering the 30,000 at this point, and the Rice Board not offering funding, the option would be, if you still want the project a year, it would have to be a $60,000 investment. And if you were okay with the 2 projects essentially, then that would be, we could definitely do that with the 30,000 a year contribution from your board. So again, it's been a great journey. We appreciate the support that y'all have given us to this point. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
I got 2 questions.
Okay.
There's no soybean products in this, right?
Yes, sir, correct.
Okay, and you're getting the oil from another country?
We are.
That's bad for the Arkansas farmer.
Okay.
Can you remedy that? Can you
No,
get
sir.
yours?
We've tried so hard. I tried so hard. So the way that oil is produced, large, yes.
Yeah.
The hexane.
What about an extruder?
So it's, so the scale, we can't produce, and the other issue, without getting into too much information, the varieties that are in the US have been developed over time, to have lower phosphol. So we are killing ourselves. So we actually tried. I would 100% support that.
That's a good explanation.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I wish we could. But I've been very,
And there's no synthetic gossypol?
there is, that's a funny story.
It's not natural, obviously, Mike.
Yeah,
Simple.
I find out, we've got collaborators at USDA in New Orleans that actually have the purified version. It would have cost $1 million to do my pilot study, so that would not have, but I did look into it, yes, sir.
Fair enough.
Good question.
A lot of growers have this problem.
Yeah, it is.
And,
Yeah, it's a farmer problem,
Yeah,
and no matter what the crop.
that's right.
Yeah.
And I guess the only option in the state right now is to put, if it gets the public comment. And if you got a barrier in your county, you can't keep it, so it's.
And that's the benefit. So I will tell you, in our preliminary studies, we actually, with our, our monogastric swine, we actually had no sickness behavior in these animals after a 42-day feeding period. So that's been the big selling point. So the Feral Hog Eradication Task Force has been much more supportive of our product than, of course, the poison.
So if you got through all 3 years and you met your objectives,
Yes, sir.
how long to market?
That is a great question. I'm actually meeting with Ryan Farney and the Feral Hog Eradication Task Force on April 9th. They've got their next meeting, and I want to start talking about that process. So we've just now kind of gotten to the point where we've worked out our issues. And so we're ready to start having this conversation. So that was brought up at another meeting. I believe you were part of that. And so we're going to start asking. Yes, sir. That's a great question. We are thinking about that. We're going to pursue that at the April 9th meeting.
Well, you have to have an EPA label approval of this product.
That is a great question, and I honestly, because we've just now gotten to this point, I don't have enough information, but I will get back to you on that. I'm gonna look into that. I gotta start talking to Ryan about that.
I mean, you might just get the information out and say, hey, farmers, go buy your own and do, I'm done the work, but.
Well, the problem is, there's challenges associated with even getting it, right?
Yeah.
And I will
It's
say.
a market opportunity for some.
It's a market opportunity, but I will say, some of the preliminary, and of course, all this stuff is proprietary, but we've had better proof of concept results than some of the stuff that I've seen on the cottonseed meal. Because the thing is, we can make it more concentrated. So in theory, this could be a better alternative to the hog stock product.
Is the duration of the effect, it's just 30 days?
That's a great question. Can you go back to my previous slide? That's a great question. So you see, after we stopped feeding it, we actually recovered after 70 days. So that's the thing, we really get into a question of population management. So we've talked about with the Feral Hog Eradication Task Force, putting this in strategic locations, and WMA areas, for example, because you're treating the population to hopefully reduce animal numbers, because it will resume. But that kind of is a benefit to some people because, with the non-target species and those types of things. And again, going back to the human contraceptive, but yes, it does recover after 70 days to kind of baseline.
The idea is you have to continue to.
You do have to continue. However, what I'm really excited to learn about is the intermittent feeding. So I know we, have the maximum effect over that 39-day period, but if we strategically feed it, can we still have a significant effect? Good question.
Good. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
so much for your time. I really appreciate you guys.
At 12:30, just so 12:30.
Recording stopped.
Like to even on soybeans.
Unfortunately, because.
We're
Skills.
Yep.
Recording in progress.
Terry's bird line, no.
I got your mouth on.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. And we will have Jeremy Ross presenting on behalf of Terry Spurlock.
That's you.
I gotta see how much time we do. Since Bob's behind me, I don't wanna take any things to it. All right, well, I got a long time.
Good thing.
Probably not, but I'm rolling.
I can do it. All right. So, I'll be presenting, so Mr. Chairman and board members, I'll be presenting for Dr. Terry Spurlock, myself, and Dr. Travis Foskey. I don't know if because I'm a reformed plant pathologist, but they both asked me to present their proposals today. Both regret not being here, but there were Southern APS meetings this week that they needed to be attending, and I think they're coming back either today or tomorrow. So they both regretted not being able to be here, but I guess they trusted that I would give a good presentation for their proposal. So Terry's got two. And so this first one, and I think everything that I'm gonna present today, y'all have seen in the past with, I think a lot of them have some minor tweaks on some objectives and things like that. So y'all have funded portions of everything that I'm gonna present today in the past, just with some other tweaks. And so the first one for Terry is determining the value of fungicide application using all farm trials. And Terry's been doing some of this work since about 2020. And really impressed with some of the work that he's been doing. And so really the objective is working with farmers, and this is all on farm large scale, using a Mudmaster and replicated across the fields, but working with farmers and consultants and county agents, looking at fungicide application or fungicide plus product that are marketed for improving soybean health, and then looking at the added value of the crop above the cost. So excellent. And so this map represents where Terry has had the on-farm locations since 2020. You can see he's pretty much covered the entire eastern side of the state. But really the specifics is working with, again, with farmers and consultants on farm, looking at the value of fungicide application. Last year was the worst frog eye leaf spot outbreak that me or Terry had seen in our career. It was just tremendous frog eye leaf spot this past year. And Terry got a lot of really good data, especially on frog eyes, but then also some of the other diseases that they're looking at. He is asking farmers on what products they want to look at. He's kind of got his set products, but then if the farmer wants to add additional products to the screening, he's more than open for that to see. So really the farmers are guiding this entire test. Looking at really, we've got a lot of information on frog eye leaf spot over the years. Pretty much you can consider the entire frog eye leaf spot population or, resistant to the strobe fungicide. So that's your quadris, your headline, and things like that. If you've heard Terry talking at production meetings or any other field days, he pretty much says if you've got quadris in the tank and you're going after a frog eye leaf spot, you might as well just consider it water because it is not doing anything against frog eye leaf spot. No, go back. There we go. Did I do that or you do that? Ghost in the machine. So Septoria brown spot is kind of reared its ugly head. We used to consider it just kind of a minor disease, but for the last few years, it's really been taking some yield. And so we're really going to be focusing in on it on the next project. But developing spray thresholds for Septoria brown spot, typically if you say it's in the bottom third of the canopy, we really don't worry about it. That's typically where it hangs out. once it starts getting in, halfway up to that top third is where we're gonna start getting circles. And so looking at, thresholds for that, but it is becoming a more, especially in the last 5 years. And so we don't know if it's, genetics in the varieties or if it's just the environment's changing, that we're starting to see more septoria brown spot. But there was a disease we can kind of consider a minor disease, but just in the last 5 years, it's really starting to take some of the yield. And then looking at some of the American-made drones, we're not gonna, with the U of A, we're not gonna be able to use the DJI or the Chinese manufactured drones after this year. And so we're really, and Jason Davis is our spray technology specialist that he's doing some amazing work with some of these drones. And so we're trying to kind of having to back up and try to find some of these American drones that are comparable to the DJI platforms that a lot of farmers are going to be using. So next slide. All right. Septoria brown spot, this is some results out of Lincoln County. And so Septoria has caused significant yield loss on farms, trials since 2020. And again, we need to develop some thresholds and look at different things on what we can do to try to control this. If you look, the Lincoln County trial, there was a 4 bushel increase where we use the triazoles plus the STHI chemistry, but where the triazole only were not the same or not any different than the untreated, just due to septoria. And you can see we had, a 4 bushel increase in yield. That was significant, and so when you run the economics, it's going to pay for itself. And so, again, kind of a minor, we always consider septoria brown spot kind of a minor disease. You always see it low in the canopy, but, we're starting to see more and more of it creeping up. So we just need to get some better thresholds on it. So questions on this one? All right, next slide. The second one, again, this is, y'all funded something similar to this, but we've added a new disease. And so this is understanding taproot decline, again, septoria brown spot, and then a new disease, this orange leaf spot that we've kind of started picking up across the state. But again, just looking at management strategies, especially for taproot decline and septoria brown spot, and then trying to figure out, what is causing this orange leaf spot that, we really don't have much information on as of yet. Next slide. Okay. Taproot decline, we've been seeing this in fields. I think I've been seeing it in fields for years until we really identified what it was. A lot of times it maybe kind of mimics SDS. And so I'd be walking across a field and think it would be a SDS problem, but in practicality, it was this taproot decline until we really identified, what it was. Mississippi's had it, Louisiana's had it, we've had it. Every year, it seems like it's just spreading more and more. Just in the last couple of years, we finally got it up around the Jonesboro area. And once you have it in your field, there's really been, I'll talk a little bit more about, the controls, but really haven't found any kind of control for this particular disease yet. But we're going to continue in this project, continue monitoring the regional distribution of taproot decline and to determine the disease's impact and yield. You can see where it is fairly substantial. You can have pretty much, entire yield loss in these areas. And these areas just tend to get bigger and bigger every year in soybeans. Really trying to look at management strategy because as of right now, there's really not much, and then the next slide is going to show some on varieties. Really not much varietal resistance to this particular disease. Really, we've looked at some seed treatments and, a lot of the commercially available seed treatments really just don't have much control on this particular disease. And so we're looking at, some other options, are there maybe some potentially varietal differences, seed treatments and furrow fungicides that
we're gonna have to look at for this particular disease because as of right now, there's really no good control for it. And then, again, looking at development integrated, IPM, for the Septoria brown spot. And then look at the varietal substability and the resistance of fungicide effectiveness on this particular disease. And then really just kind of, starting to look at this, the causal agent of this orange leaf spot that we're starting to see, over the last couple of years. But this is pretty significant stand losses to the taproot decline. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, no resistant varieties. Some have what we consider like field tolerance that look a little bit better, but they still show symptomology. And so this picture and our series of pictures shows foliar symptomology on several different varieties. Some have a little bit more expression of it, and it seems like we're seeing a little bit more yield loss in certain varieties. But as of today, there's really no what we consider resistance to this particular disease. It's just kind of field tolerance, and then even with those that look better, there's still yield loss with this particular disease. So again, foliar symptomology expressions different across varieties. What's really, surprising is that we're seeing stand loss, 40 plus days after planting on this particular disease. It's probably causing more stand suppression in some of these fields, even though you're seeing the symptomology late in their season, we're seeing some significant stand losses. And so we're hoping that maybe some of these some of these impero fungicides will kind of help with that, but we still need to do some of the look at that. Terry's looked at some of the rotational work, and really the best thing we have right now is in rotation with rice. That just suppresses the disease in that rice rotation, that rice year. And then when you go back into the soybeans, you just don't have as much disease. You still have some, but it really drops it down significantly. And you can see this is some of the data out of that. So the blue bars are behind rice, and then the orange bars are beans behind beans. And you can see the yield increases where we are in that rice rotation. We're just getting better rice because we're suppressing that particular disease. I think that's the last one. Yes, so that's the last one, Terry. Any questions on those two projects?
You see the taproot decline forward with dry neck conditions and irrigate?
Not necessarily. It probably shows the symptomology just because those plants are already stressed and then you're adding this additional stress to it. So what it does, it just pretty much prunes the entire roots. And so you lose that taproot, under irrigated conditions, you'll still be able to get some moisture into those plants, but under a dry land condition, if you don't get a significant rain, then you're having no water uptake.
On the frog outside, when you got a phone call, did you pretty much predict what varieties they had planted?
For the most part, yeah. And it was, when I walked fields this year, and Terry too, you could pretty much say, this variety didn't have very much resistance. It was night and day this year. So again, during the production season, we were really pushing those varieties that had more defensive packages.
Are those resistance studies, ratings out? Were they on the variety trials?
Yes, yeah, so for the varieties we looked at last year. And so those should be, most of those should be on the market this year. So yes, so we've got, disease and nematode ratings along with, the chloride sensitivity, the metribuzin ratings, and those are in the update, the soybean update on my website. Yep. Any other questions? Right.
Oh, I got one.
Oh.
Fabric declines, equal amongst soil types.
Yes.
It is. It happens in good mode, just like it does in sand.
Yep. And I think it's getting spread with equipment. I think, we had better sanitation, but I know everybody's in a hurry trying to get planted and then cultivation and stuff, and you work this field and you go straight into another field but it's moving further north every year. It used to be kind of a southern thing, across the river, Mississippi and southern Arkansas, but it's slowly but surely moving north. And so we've identified fields up as far as Jonesboro. And just in the last couple of years. So I think a lot of that stuff with. All right. So mine, so four, and all of these that y'all have funded in the past, and so it's just a renewal, for another 3-year cycle. So investigate emergency production recommendations for sustainable soybean production. This is kind of my umbrella, project along with Ben Thrash. And so, Ben and Nick, do a lot of their entomology work, with this, especially in soybeans. They're really good about kind of distributing out the workload across the different commodities. Ben's the major soybean lead, but then Nick will, they work hand in hand on doing stuff across the state. And so a lot of your thresholds, recommendations and insecticide efficacy trials are coming out of this particular project. So we're going to continue looking at the economical damage of insect pests. A new objective that I have in this particular project is looking at deer deterrence. I mentioned this last year, but with the wet spring and trying to get the equipment purchased, it finally got down to everybody was just in a panic, just trying to get planted. So I wasn't able to really do a whole lot last year. I've been in communications with Mississippi State, my counterpart in Mississippi State. So we're gonna do a kind of it's not we're not funded regionally, but we're gonna set up similar protocols. And so we've got a call next week to determine what products we're gonna look at. We've already had, I think, 2 calls and we're working with their deer extension deer management guy in Mississippi. Twofold on this, there's so many products out there. There's no way we can look at everything. They had a list of about 35 different products. And so what we're gonna do is sit down and kind of group the products based on common ingredients. And so there's a whole host of them that have this putrefied egg albumin, and then others have capsaicin, and others are blood meal and soaps and different things like that. And so for the on-farm demo, we're going to kind of limit it to 4 to 5 different products and then replicate it across the field with, about a 15-foot swath, across the field. And then on our small plot stuff, and we're probably gonna have this at the pond tree station, so really heavy deer pressure on that station. Look at more products and look at the efficacy, of more products. We've also been in contact with one of the game camera manufacturers. They're really excited about some of the work we're doing, and I've been in contact with them on maybe getting some of their game cameras. They've got it now where they've got AI built into the cameras that they can identify that that's a deer or a possum or a coon or a human. And we kind of threw it out to them about having some kind of audible speaker, if a deer shows up and then there's an audible sound that try to run the deer off. I think that's a good idea. My only concern is, I think y'all use cannons and different things like that, deer get used to it. And so my pitch to them was that if you do this, then you probably need to have different speakers strategically placed around the field. And this time, one across the field goes off, and then the next time, this one to kind of keep it, random. And so potentially we may have something on that front, but really looking at the products, my main, well, number one, what products work? And then kind of the efficacy, how long do they last? How many applications do we have to look at? And then my main goal is looking at, you know, how long do we have to protect those plants until we can kind of walk away and not really have much significant yield loss, you know, is it, you know, 5 nodes, 10 nodes, you know, up to reproduction, you know, because I think we've all seen deer damage and probably had it on our farms. And so, you know, we're gonna have these plots plus, cages out there to, you know, to have beans that are not molested by the deer. So really excited with that, but, you know, working with Mississippi State, we're gonna have multiple locations here in the state and then multiple locations in Mississippi. I've kind of pitched this out at production meetings. I've probably got more people than I've got time to put them out this year. So I'm gonna probably strategically assign them, you know, a cluster in the north, a cluster in the middle, and a cluster in the south. I mean, there's no way that I can get across and I'm gonna do everything. And so I told a lot of people, if I do it this year on your farm, I may have to go to your neighbors next year just to try to spread it out. So. And then the other part, so that's the new big part objective for this retention project. And then still looking at innovative products and factors, you know, on profitability. And then we still have the OBT location at the Jackson County, the extension center that I have there and manage it. So next slide. So small commercial product evaluation of deer deterrence, OBT, and then still looking at some of these supplemental product and applications, the hand shield, Ben and Nick are gonna look at the insect control. And then again, you know, using field days and county agent trainings and try to get that information out. And then, you know, hopefully we can get a lot of, you know, articles and blog posts and fact sheets and things like that out. And then, of course, you know, just like I've been doing for the last 2.5 months, is putting this out at production. So any questions on this project?
How representative is that soil of the Jackson County Extension Center?
For Jackson County, that's the whole reason we kind of put it there is because that encompasses several counties around this.
What sulfite is that?
It is, go back and look.
Silt loam to sandy loam.
Yeah, it's mainly a silt loam. I don't remember what the series.
Dundee and Dubs, I think.
I think I think you're right.
And the question on the, do you have a list of the commercially available deer deterrents you're gonna use? Cause they may vary depending on the source. If you go through Helena or Nutrient or some, I think Concept Ag has a new one out.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of people saying, oh, you need to look at this, you need to look at that. So, and then, at some of the trade shows I've been to, some of the meetings I've been to, I've had a number of
And I would probably
either farmers or manufacturers.
I would consider the price of those too, because something that's $30.
Well, that's, we're gonna have this whole umbrella, you know.
Yeah.
You're gonna show our,
And so, and then, you know, maybe not in this first year, but the second year, you know, is this product really works. And so maybe you just need to put out, you just need a ringer field or put 3 or 4 strips next to the woods, you know, where they're coming out of. And I've talked, you know, and I've told the biologists this, you know, I'm used to stuff that's pretty stagnant, you know, nutrition really doesn't move across the field. You know, and I said, dealing with deer, we're gonna have to be pretty strategic on where we put these because, you know, if you put it in their run, you know, they've got their run that they come out every night. If you put a product right there, you know, you're gonna probably have biases on, you know, either side.
But if you put it right there, does it push them to another period?
So that's what that's.
Think that stuff I see on social media with all these products. Yeah, stop them here, but down the building.
Yeah, and so there was a individual gave a talk 2 years ago at Conservation Tillage, and they had their treatments running, you know,
Kind of pattern.
yeah, so you know, they had them running this way and the deer were coming from the south. well, they were showing that these treatments up here were really working well. And I'm like, yeah, because
Never got to.
Like a fence.
they got here and got run off. They never did hit those. And so that's our next conversation next week is really sitting down and saying, what kind of, how do we need to lay these out so we can get the best data? You know, from this?
What they are kind of trying to hold down deer feed, but they only took it with him.
I've got.
Promise the sun there, you
Hey,
know,
Grandpa.
foliar stuff, fertilizer stuff,
So we,
top seed treatment stuff, you know, that's the new hot deal.
and so, I mean, I got two whole presentations, you know, on, so our Science for Success, and I think that may be the next, project. We did the 2-year study with over 100 different locations on foliar feed and biologicals. And we're just not seeing any, that's not to say there might be something
Have
out
you looked
there.
into those charge type products and the, you know, where you add the hopper treatment to your seed box?
No, we did, so everything we looked at on the biologicals was just a seed treatment. And then all those were different, you know, some you could treat the seed, you know, my crew about revolted because some we could treat, you know, a week ahead of time and have it packaged to go. And there was like 2 that had to be packaged the morning we were planting. You had like 12 hours to get those planted. And so they had to come in early, package it, you know, make sure it dried before they could get it into package. And it was just
Many of those deer deterrents also require multiple applications. We don't do that. And then I don't think a 6-foot wide plot is gonna cut it because the scent from that plot 3 over.
well, that's the reason we're gonna do the on farm, and these are gonna be 15 foot, you know, our booms 15 foot. And then we're gonna go all the way across into there. And, but the small plot stuff is trying to look at more products, so we just can't look at all the products. And then the plots are gonna be bigger.
Yeah, location of the plot from where the proximity where the deer walk out is.
And so that's, you know, we're gonna have to do that. And then, you know, then we're gonna buy drones and have game, you know, cameras out there monitor. And so there's a lot of stuff. But that, other than, you know, agronomic related questions, that's probably the number one question I get every year. Cause you know, I know some guys that plant, they got fields, they plant 3 times, just because of here. So, all right. Next. Oh, no, so this is my technology transfer proposal, so this is really kind of more of the educational, and so to ensure development, and distribution of soybean publication, soybean, so that's your cross-reference guide, metribuzin, soybean update, the flood tolerance, the write-up, and then just trying to get that information out, doing different things throughout the year. And then really the publication of the soybean research series, and that the call for papers ended, the 1st of March. Next slide. All right. So 2025 research series, the articles will do March 1st. The 4 different publications, you know, trying to have out by the end of the year. I do want to thank y'all for y'all's support of the Tri-State Soybean Forum meeting that was 2 months ago in Dumas. John came down and gave an update from the board. Did a great, you know, awesome job. Do want to let y'all know the 2027 Tri-State Soybean Forum is going to be in Delhi, Louisiana on January the 8th. A little bit further haul than Dumas, and so, but y'all are more than welcome to come, just an open invitation to come for that. We did have about 160 in attendance. Arkansas usually has a better crowd than the other 2 states, but being a board member of the Tri-State Soybean Forum, I want to thank y'all for y'all's support and of that particular meeting. So questions on this one?
So the Tri-State Soybean Forum, I know we had to have a special meeting last year for funding of it. Is it included in this? So you're gonna come back?
So we typically, depending on the host state, that kind of rotates around. And so
we won't be asked.
I would assume we won't be asked.
I don't think so.
And the cross-reference guide, is that, I know there's been a lot of, discussion about that. Is that, how thorough is that gonna be?
It's my best attempt, that's all I can tell you.
Well, we have availability of the variety testing program.
They just get the.
Yeah, we're gonna discuss that. We'll discuss that.
Well, we can discuss it, but I'll just let you know, we tried doing this when Don Beck was in charge of variety testing prior to John. And we had and I asked John when I first started doing the cross-reference guide, because I was under the same impression as you that, man, I can get all.
Get all
I can
the
all.
information you want.
For 2 years, we had 0 companies provide
But
that.
it shouldn't be called a variety testing program if it's just brand testing.
I agree. Yeah, but I get lots of pushback from, when I first started doing it, companies were pretty willing to give me those numbers. Now they're really, really,
I mean, you don't recommend farmers put all their
no, I
farm
don't.
on one variety.
And that's the whole reason I wanted to do this.
That's reason number one, sure.
But I can tell you, I don't know how they do this, but there's one company in particular that they changed their numbers.
Well, by state law, we have to label seed with the variety. We can't sell it with just the brand on there. By law.
It has a
We're not
variety.
BNS state.
It has a variety number, but
It's their own unique one.
it's a unique to that particular company.
Can you comment on that, Cal?
Yeah, I think sometimes too, like the variety name and the brand name from a department standpoint, we're calling the same thing, and I could have it wrong. But the variety name does have to be on the feed label.
Well, variety number.
Variety number, variety name,
Yeah.
it's still a variety name, even if it is a
A
number.
number. Right. Yeah, I know one, I mean, no doubt, it's different, I love, I mean, I know it's the same.
No, I've had conversations with the rep from this company, and he admitted that he told me they pay extra money so they can get a different number.
And if it's different variety, if
No.
it's,
No, it's not, it's the same,
how
but
do you prove that?
Well,
That's dishonest. Yeah.
so, well, I mean,
I had a building.
yes,
But if we don't ask, we don't ask for it, we don't
One,
get it.
yeah, take this one, yeah.
but the problem is that if other companies start doing that and change their number.
Yeah, so
Then it's a
Well,
moot point,
As I
but,
mentioned, we have a responsibility to the farmers of Arkansas that invest their checkoff dollars into that.
Absolutely.
To correct that.
but I think it's outside my realm to make that enforcement. I mean, I'm here for education and not sport.
And from it, I think you were gathering your information from inspectors going to the warehouses, correct?
Correct.
And that's probably not
A portion.
a portion of it, and so.
Mike, you want to speak up?
I was gonna tell you, yeah, we do, the inspectors, when they do regulatory samples, they do get that data. So we do pull it from regulatory samples, and we made it available this last year, but inclusive list.
A real robust list, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what we can do.
And then, there's some seed companies that I'm sure I'll even wear out in their seed in the States, and
Even if it's just a picture of the seed labels that are in there, you don't necessarily have to pull a sample, but that's where the information could come from additionally.
right, Dr. Slayton and I talked about, creating an app and the farmers submit the labels, and that way for the next year, but, part of me, at the time, I thought you had quoted in the corn meeting that it was not a state law, but it is a state law.
It is a state law to have the variety
I-
number on every bag.
Corn, it does not, but for soybeans, it is.
But if a company changes that number, and has their own unique number, then,
What's to say the rest of them want to start it?
and I don't know, I mean, I've talked to a few people, I've been talking to Mike or anybody about that, but
Who comes up with the number? Is that?
Kyle, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, great.
So the largest companies usually experimental numbers. They reflects what year was developed and then just a random number that is tied to that specific genetic.
Okay.
But then when it moves out of that, I think anybody can name
whatever they.
Well, the variety number, so is there a?
They'll patent it as a variety, it's just a code.
It's
Most
just
of the large seed companies, it is just a code and.
But
Yeah,
my
there's-
question, somebody has to give that one particular number because if it's across 5 different brands, so does the breeder give it? Does the?
The company will come up with it when they patent it. So,
Okay,
But this is also frustrating if you're trying to see if something's patented, because, you know, let's just use Delta Pine, because Delta Pine doesn't sell soybeans anymore.
Okay.
It's like Delta Pine 5250. And you try to search for that, you can't find it. You're gonna, there's a string of numbers. Now you can look by whoever filed for the utility patent and guess, but many times it's just gonna be a string of numbers.
Okay.
And then, you know, it'll have the assignee on who filed for the utility patent, but they're never going to reference the actual commercial varieties.
Okay.
Even the large companies that are selling their flagship variety, or they're not gonna let anybody else have it, you still just get a number.
Mike, do you have the authority to run DNA on samples?
I have to check on that. And then, of course, you know, somebody will have to pay for it.
Yeah, that could definitely be presented to this board.
Okay, I'll check on it.
I wish I could, I wish there was something easier that I could get everybody's numbers, but. You know, a lot of companies, they just refuse to even, and unless I get it in some of my research stuff, I mean, so everything comes through my research program, like, technicians, take pictures of that. And I'm working with Mississippi State.
One last question on it. When did the state law come about? Why? Does anybody know?
It's been nicknamed the Mary Smith Law from the seed industry, so whenever Mary was in the front board.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what year, yeah, no, it's totally true.
15 years?
Oh, at least.
Okay.
If anybody has any ideas, I'll be more.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, and so the worst thing that could happen is a farmer gets brand A and brand B.
Absolutely.
Thinks he's planting two different ones, and they, more likely, they're gonna have different maturity on them. And then he plants them in their exact same bean, and he's not covered.
Happens before all the time.
Yeah.
They'll plant half the farm with an agricultural number and half the valley grown number, and it's the same.
And I've been told by
Things that happen.
several Northeast Arkansas crop consultants that list is more important to them than the data that comes from that variety testing program.
Or yeah. Trying to provide. You know, they're. Yeah, so if they're not in. State.
Tag, and that's what we. Or. Send it in and. It was legally labeled.
Probably the smarter way to go. People will start saying.
I have no doubt, I know Mississippi, sorry, probably participated in that is. Support for. And so this is, what. About that. The immediate commodity class to go really good. I wasn't. then we kind of tease out some of these, minor. With some of the focus is looking at science for success. Yeah. For that. But this part of the planning the first year of fallows. And then we had some discussion. Well, it was over 100 each time we had it. We do topical videos, peer reviewed journal articles with and promotion and different things like that. And every peer reviewed article into a stick extension fact sheet. Thing, and we've actually got a new website that's been less than a year in existence. Organizations and really just didn't get the hosting that we thought we should have. Everything we've done over the last 5 years is repository. Done for the last 5 or 6 years, and the extension publications and the videos, things like that. So. All right. On verification, about verification, but again, statewide, been going in existence since Alyssa, potentially in historical data from the verification to kind of bolster what y'all some of those gaps that they had. And, education of producers. We did roll in Brian Deaton has several years to hold his project itself, and so now all the verification did not submit that this year. We just rolled education. Around 20 recommendations. Hope the farmers will follow. The biggest thing, do quite a bit digging into the economics of reports. So I'm getting. They were paper copies. Now I have them all in a repository on my library.
reports.
Again, we've given reports and reports and then we present.
Have you hit 100 bushels on a?
The most.
Some situations, hitting a little. Some spots. You have. Acre field. We have.
Hold on, I just want to make. BJ Rogers, can you hear us? Online?
Yeah, I can hear you. Like Jeremy's coming in and out a little bit.
Jay, you're talking.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Having some audio troubles.
Yeah, I can hear some things, but it's like going in and out from you guys.
If I talk, I just unmuted my computer. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Others can't. Those online should be, right?
Yeah, I can hear you, Brad.
Okay, they're gonna restart it.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
So we'll probably bump everybody off, correct?
AJ, can you hear us? Hello, hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hold on, can you hear us, BJ?
Yes, I can hear you.
You hear me now? So when I
Recording
put-
in progress.
BJ, can you hear us now?
Yeah, it's really low.
Okay. But you can't hear us, you can interact with us now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just really low. Can't really hear it very well.
Yeah, we're working off the alley, yeah. Okay, is that everybody good?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Good. All right. Last one I've got, so I'm sure y'all are tired of seeing. So, Travis Foskey, this is his integrated management of soybean nematodes in Arkansas. Again, this is a project y'all have funded. A lot of good data coming out of this. I think John's probably the most interested in, this project.
I think that's the picture of my veins.
It could be, it probably is. And so again, looking at the in-field efficacy of some nematicides, there's some, about every 3 to 4 years, a new nematicide comes out. And so just this past year, ones came out that Travis is going to be looking at. Evaluation of variety resistance for root knot nematode. He's got a location there at Lona that's just eat up with root knot. And so he gets a lot of good data out of this on varieties. And some of these that, some of the companies say that, have root knot resistance, Travis is actually showing is probably not as good as the company's claiming. So really, really good data coming out of Travis's program on root knot. Looking at the mechanism durability of this resistance, promoting sampling that y'all promote for assays. And then again, using all this data, and Travis does an excellent job on getting this data out to the growers, especially the ones that have root knot nematode problems. So the next one. All right. Nematicides, very few programs have been evaluated with unbiased information. And so he's gotten a lot of questions here is, will a nematicide pay? And so I think everybody's got that, you need to question everything that you put out there. Is this going to pay for itself? And am I going to be able to either protect yield or maintain or increase our yield? As I mentioned, every few years, some new products come out. 2026, this new product is coming out. And they're needing some, multiple years of data to see if this is going to work in our growth production areas. As I mentioned, resistance, calling it a variety resistant is not standardized. Some companies say they've got a root knot resistant variety, but when Travis does the evaluation, it may not be as claimed by some of the companies. And so strain of varieties on the market for resistance, and again, in this field, has got pretty good resistance. And then again, sharing that data. I think he's got one more. Yeah. And so we're going to really need to kind of look at characterizing the resistance. And so we're starting to see some things kind of maybe dropping off a little bit on some of the resistance. We're again promoting the high and highlighting the importance of nematodes in the state, and encouraging sampling. We did just hire a new nematologist at Hope that's running the lab, and so she's going to be working on some of this, and then again extending that information. But you can see the number of samples that came through the lab. The black is the number of positives, so it had that particular species of nematodes in it, and then the ones in red were above threshold. And you can see for the root knot nematode, the samples that came through, 43% of the samples had root knot nematodes, and 73% of them
or above our threshold for the root knot nematode. So, you know, nematodes seems like every year I get, it seems like it just spreads and spreads, and it's kind of like the taproot decline. It seems like you may have it in this field, and then I've had conversations with farmers, and I said, this looks like nematode issues, and they're like, I've never had nematode issues in this field, and lo and behold, they've moved in, and more likely from equipment, just moving dirt around different fields and things like that, so. Any questions on that? I'll try to answer any, but again, Travis and Terry, apologize for not being here.
I have a couple.
Not done yet.
Do we have this nematode screening lab on campus, or y'all haven't done that out? At Hope, okay. Second, does root knot have different races like soybean cysts?
Different isolates.
Okay.
That's the problem. We think we're getting different isolates in some of their ports. Some, you know, it's not, some varieties say they're resistant, but a different isolate might be able to come in.
And third question, in the past, this board has funded nematode sampling. Is that still in play?
That's part of this project.
Okay. So all Arkansas growers on Arkansas farmland can send in addition to the soil nutrient sample, a separate nematode sampling. And do y'all have a recommendation on when that should be done?
Yeah, well, it should be done in fall.
Post harvest or?
Harvest, yes. That's when
Has to be submitted to an extension office.
Correct.
And like, is it like a plastic lined bag, or it can't, I mean, do you have like a?
There's protocols, and we got publications, and county agents are experienced on full of these and stuff. So
And
we've got educational material out there.
Normally be what, a $25 sample if they?
I don't remember what the price is. I don't remember.
I can check online.
That's, I mean.
It's an expensive thing.
Oh,
Yeah, I think it's fairly, so it's pretty, I mean, it's not. To get to like the races and isolates, they had to plant them, you know, they had to mix the soil up, then plant them with varieties, and so it's not just a, you know, they do it to get the numbers, but then to figure out the resistance and things like that, it's a little bit more expensive than just looking through a microscope.
What's the participation level?
I can tell you that. Travis may be able to, or the nematologist thing.
Whenever it first was implemented, I remember I got a couple of calls from a couple of consultants just saying, thanks, but we need this. And I think it's those things that you don't need it till you needed it. And then you remember, oh, I can do this.
Well, why's my yield been
Yeah.
down, and
Yes.
that's could be an obvious answer.
But it needs to be promoted a little bit.
I agree. Yeah, if we can get the communication group to push that out, that would be great.
They're actually $15 a sample.
All right, that's your call. Carson, I remember, we've done a couple of things with Travis, and I think he's talked about this.
Yeah.
In the
I
past.
think that was John that prompted that, a year or two ago. We can provide that.
I've seen a couple of ads on the new stuff coming out. Does it look promising?
Can't tell you, don't know, we hadn't looked at it yet.
Really?
That's
The ad sounds good.
Well, I can make anything sound.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I don't know if you want to eat it or not, you know, I can make anything sound. There's a lot of money goes into marketing and promotion of a lot of these products. All right, Mr. Chairman, board, thank y'all.
Thank you so much. All right, next up will be Bob Scott.
Thank you. Well, like a lot of the previous researchers, I want to thank this board for supporting the weed science program over the years. This is a new year one of 3 proposals for our team approach to improve weed control profitability. This proposal does support 4 division weed scientists, 2 researchers, and 2 in extension. It's kind of written really to cover just about everything we do with herbicides and weed control and resistance. So our objectives are a little bit broadly written here, but It includes funding for our herbicide screening program, which, we run through Jason Northworthy's lab up in Fayetteville. We continue to work on our favorite weed of all, pigweed, and, the multiple resistant population we have of it. One of the things that I'll mention, on this right here is we do have populations now of two, really bad pigweed populations that are resistant to both, one of them's resistant to PPO, one of them's resistant to PPO and HPPD technology. Now, the reason that's kind of important is those are the two new technologies that are coming in the new, stack trait, soybeans. So a lot of companies right now are kind of quietly screening their next generation PPOs and HPPDs against some of these populations, and some of them look pretty good. They're a little bit different side of action on some of those PPOs, and so the populations that we're not controlling with products like FlexStar, some of these next generation PPOs will actually control those for a while. And being stack trait technology, hopefully we can overlap those residuals. So I will mention, the previous, project did include a soybean weed control survey that we asked a lot of y'all to fill out last year. We did complete that survey. We try to do that every year that we go into a new, rotation of funding. So a lot of these objectives come out of that, survey. We have submitted that thing for, publication, and one of the things that came out of it was to evaluate the entire production system of soybeans and not just throwing herbicides at the weed, but looking at what we do in the fall, what we do in the spring, the row spacing, even seeding rates and variety selection and stuff like that. So we actually have a couple of graduate student projects that we were out spraying some of the first treatments on before we went to the Southern Weed Science meeting just the other day. So some of these are very early spring. Some of them were actually sprayed in the fall, now that I think about it. We continue to evaluate herbicide performance of any new products that we get, and we are starting to see a trickling in of some of these new chemistries that will be available for the new the next generation of herbicide tolerant soybeans. If I have that slide. We have a couple of long-term studies in place looking at weed seed bank. We have been looking at and will continue to look at post-harvest options as they come forward. The harvest weed seed destructor work that we were doing kind of hit a dead end due to horsepower and frankly interest from the major companies like Case and John Deere in further developing all that. So that's just kind of a list of some of the broader objectives. We will, as a deliverable, provide rapid turnaround in this data. We usually have around 100 trials combined with all four of those researchers. This data goes directly into the MP44. It's what we all use at the county meetings to put our annual talks together. We do podcasts, professional meetings, as well as journal articles and publications. I do want to mention, and this was turned in prior to our Southern Weed Science meeting. We got delayed by the ice storm, got pushed back into March. I actually just got back from that. And we found out that this year, Bayer is probably going to let us have a look at our first look at their new Biconic 5-way stack trait. So we kind of got excited about that. I actually found out on the drive home that we needed to kind of lay out an acre for a regulated. They're still treating those like regulated soybeans. So we'll get our first chance to look at those. So kind of excited. That's a new 2,4-D trait that they have, as well as HPPD resistance. I mentioned the next generation PPOs. We got our first look at Rapidacil this year from Phelan. They're looking at it as a burn down right now, but it will be for post-emergence use on Corteva's PPO resistance. It's one of those next generation PPOs. And then, of course, there is other technology coming. Don't know the status of how much work we'll be able to do on that, but the Expanse 3, which is coming from a combination of Syngenta and MS Technologies. All these technologies are looking at around 2029, 2030. So there'll be a tail end to this project, but we're kind of buried in the lead. We're excited to get our first look at the Biconic for sure. Questions for me?
Did y'all study Conventro last year?
Conventro, we had some of the had the herbicide, but not the beans.
Well, I don't think they had the trait, it's just a pre-emerge.
The pre-emerge, yes, I did. Yeah.
It's not gonna get delayed in time for use.
I think you're correct. Yeah, I was just probably get it again this year. It's pretty good. Control some of these populations.
Those look pretty good.
In my stuff it did. Great.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, questions, this year, actually, I'm excited about getting to see you all. Last year, I was not, I didn't want to look at budgets. But this year we're looking a little better, so go ahead and do the next slide. This is kind of a summary, to show, this was 2025, kind of where we were sitting at last year. Then in the falls when I updated these, so I've gone in and actually done another update to kind of look at what's happened since November. And we had them at $10.25. I've upped that to $11. I've been hearing some guys book 12. So hopefully we're getting some beans booked. But then on the fuel costs, I did up the fuel. It's $3.50 a gallon of diesel. It was at $2.40, you know, so it kind of offset each other. But it did actually help like $10 an acre. So you know what? We're still looking better, right? If you don't mind going to the next slide. And so all the budgets are available online. People come to view them all. They're, you know, rice, corn, grains, sorghum, cotton, wheat. And so I wanted to show on here, these, it just kind of shows like a little glimpse of all the budgets that we produce. There was over 20,000 unique views to the budgets last year. So at least, and every time someone comes to the webpage, this is the little blurb at the top. So just so you know, like they all can see where their checkoff funds are going. And really, there's not a lot changed to the budgets other than I'm happy to report that they're in the positive this year. So, you know, I'm in much better spirits. But anyways, if you'll have any questions for me or comments.
I was working with some of them the other day and like, I know like like fertilizer.
Right.
You've got it in pounds.
Yes.
Is there any way to put like a cell in there? We could put like a tonnage rate?
Right, yeah, I can, yeah, it just, I think that was just kind of like converting for all of them, but there is a different budget, but I can put that on there too, because it's not hard for me, but yeah.
Yeah.
Cause that way, just so you can look at it, what my rates are per ton, yeah, that's, I thought.
Calculations I do.
Right, no, hey, I get that, well.
Make a mistake.
Right.
Maybe worth making a whole nother tab fertilizer where you can test different.
There is on.
Different rates.
Yes, but there is a different budget that's for that has where you can go and you can change everything. But the ones that you're talking about are the ones that have like the lease option and things.
Yeah.
It's divided out. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And that
I might have been looking in the wrong place, but.
Well, no, and if you ever have questions, feel free to call me. I'll help you. I'll help you get situated. But it's because, you know, especially right now, I was looking at, I know you all don't have to worry about urea so much, but I, you know, changed the urea from about 540 to 735. So that was not, but it was really interesting because my corn budgets, with the uptick in corn prices, they pulled out. There was like $1 change from the fall with the, you know, the offsets. Yeah. So, you know, at least we're not losing lots of money, you know, that's a good thing this year, we're break evens again. But, yeah, and if y'all, like I said, I don't have my email on here, but it's bjwatkins@uada.edu. Give me a call, whatever, so. I appreciate y'all.
And you have some family that farms or has farms?
Yes.
You have
I'm from Mr. Puritan.
a little skin in the game, right?
I don't know if anyone knows David Watkins. I grew up on a rice farm, so I know all about red rice and scrubbing land out of the mud, yeah. Hey, I've been on a mud muster a time or two. You better wear your seatbelt, right? You're gonna get thrown off. I've been thrown off one too, so I've got a little bit of experience. I've wrecked tractors more than I haven't, so we don't drive tractors. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Is Jonathan available online? I know Jonathan missed his slot earlier.
Yeah, he's online.
Jonathan, are you with us? Duvesh?
Waiting.
Can you hear us, Jonathan? All right, well, we'll move on to Don Carlin then.
All right, well, good afternoon. Always don't do it justice and come up and say it's just the variety trials, but it is the variety trials and it is the hub for most of the other research projects we've been talking about. So we enable the disease screening, metribuzin screening, fluoride screening. We serve as a hub for everything else. I'm requesting $42,491. That is just for 20% of two of my staff members in Stuttgart. Find that the variety trialers were much improved by having staff closer to the area. They can get to every location quicker. Goals is to get there every other week at least. And then we also do the water logging screening at the vegetative stage. Now, this is all optional and just kind of for new board members. I really try to not ask you all for money. In the past, I was able to run the entire program off of fees, and I had to ask for a little bit of funding a few years ago. We ran it all off the fees, so every time that I can run the program completely off the fees, I do that, but when we can't, I do ask for funding. One of the important things that I would talk about on the water logging screening and the importance of it. We have lines that at the Harris location that retain yield on the low end, they retain 44% of their yield. We may lost most of it, but we did screen a variety that retained 95% of its yield. So I really feel that one of the most important things you can do as a grower is pick the right variety that's going to do the best on your farm. I think Dr. Beer had an excellent slide earlier where he showed you the G by E with things moving. We're in 8 locations across the state, unbiased third-party data. I'm not a seed company trying to show you my data from a cherry pick test. You know, a lot of the seed companies, they'll grow 12 tests, they win 3. When they show you data, they're showing you the data off the 3 tests they won. They're not showing you the data off the 9 tests they lost. So next slide, please. Okay, just a quick overview. So, you know, we're at the 8 locations. We have an early planted test. We try to get this in the first week of April. I would love to be able to plant everything the first week of April. I'll only do it on the EPTs. This is me hassling seed companies. A lot of times the seed companies are in a rush to get the seed to us, or they don't get us the seed. If we had everything in on time, we plant everything first week of April. We just can't get all the seed on time. So we do it at the 2 locations for the companies that enter. And then everywhere else, as soon as we get it packed, we will try to get it planted. And then the flood test is at Harrisburg, Pine Tree, and Stuttgart. Our deliverables, we target a posting of preliminary data within 10 weeks of harvest, 10 days, not 10 weeks. We were doing pretty good on this until I had an employee that had to unexpectedly go out on medical leave. So I had to pull my guy in the office that runs my data into the field. That slowed us down. Field data, emailed directly to participants. It's on the website. There is a final report that we also publish. But a lot of this, you know, me and Dr. Ross have a great relationship with the research and extension, and a lot of our data will go into Dr. Ross's soybean update. And then that's included in there. It's included in update and county meetings. Next slide, please. So improvements that we've made, we have the watermark moisture meters at all locations. This really helps improve management of our variety trials. And then new for this year, and we talked about this at the summer meeting, it took us a very long time to get our American-made drone delivered. We finally got it in. They were very in demand with the new laws, but we have a drone that's delivered. It's DoD certified, so we're hoping as laws change in the future, this will be one that we can continue to use for a long time. And I think it sounds silly, but we're going to be using what they call a shiny app. It makes me feel like an older person because I think that sounds like a kiddie thing. But it will be an R app that we will be able to run drone images of our variety trials in, and it will help us filter out the static from the variability in the field. And like I mentioned earlier, with our two Stuttgart-based positions, we can be at those fields a lot more to try to head off any issues. Value of the industry, we do provide a suite of a whole bunch of information to our farmers. I understand the frustration with the variety number. But if we do that and make that a requirement, we are not gonna have that data. The companies probably won't test with us, and you're just not gonna have data. I like the idea that we had about having, people collect that and then using Dr. Ross's cross-reference list. But I really feel like if I tell my, participants, you have to have this, and I put it in as an optional this year. When the board talked about it in the previous meeting, I emailed everybody and said, hey, the Arkansas Soybean Promotion Board would like to have this. I got one reply and it was a no thanks. I added it into this year and I spelled out that it was optional. We've had 0 companies provide that to us. I think that is important information for farmers, but I feel like if we require that information, they will not enter the test. Also on that topic, I do think that, while you have multiple of the varieties in the test, not all of the seedsmen and the seed treatments are gonna be the same, so there will be yield differences between them. But I do understand the frustration.
So with that being said, could you have the seed treatment listed?
Yes, I can.
That would be valuable information.
I will include that.
Have any other
I
comments?
agree. I just think they all work the same
Used to be,
throughout the trial.
used to be. Y'all treated them.
We used to do.
They would send in untreated and then I think a lot of them came in treated and it was like,
And if that's not already on there,
yes.
I can update that and amend this year and include that on.
That'd be great.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Question. I know there were a couple of hiccups at the NEA RRC with data in the 24. In
Yes, sir.
soybean and then right, there was a hiccup on, there was a huge difference in yield, but I mean, do you think that was just inexperience with the staff there or?
Yes, sir. I believe that's remedied. We actually, on my end, to encourage people, we kind of challenged each of the stations, and Nick Newberry that is there, he had the best data this year. Did an excellent job. Our yields were high. I don't anticipate that hiccup happening again, but also with having our 2 people, we can be everywhere, not all the time, but as much as possible.
And I'm assuming y'all, you pack everybody's seed packets at 140,000 or whatever, right? It's standardized on the seeding.
It is a standardized seeding rate based on the road spacing.
And row spacing varies between stations according to equipment, or I guess.
Yes, according to equipment. Every station that I'm on that is on a 30, though, we have an SRES vacuum planter, and then that's all standardized. We plant using one planter on locations. We're on 30.
How are you addressing trades?
So, all of the non-conventional or all of the traded varieties are all treated together, and we use the common herbicide. And then we have separated the conventionals from that. That allows the stations to have a little bit of flexibility with weed control, but then I am including varieties from the traded ones into the non-traded as a check. And then those are presented, so you can look at the check variety and then you can compare check.
Any other questions or comments?
The entry fee in the Arkansas. Look, just for me working our group, looks a little higher. Is that due to the extra screens? Y'all buy that make you think so, or?
I'll have to look into it. When we calculated those, we haven't actually raised our rates. I can officially tell you next time we meet, but off the top of my head, I believe that was 8 years ago. And we kind of calculated in what it costs to actually run the trials.
But I think you have some add-on options.
Yes, we do. The EPT is add-on and the flood is add-on.
Flood is that.
And the flood is add-on.
But Metribuzin, that's all, Metribuzin, nematode.
That is all included, and most of that is included through your funding. We do package all that seed and then provide that to our researchers that we collaborate with.
And the chloride testing, is that still done?
Yes, so the chloride testing is done with Dr. Roberts, and that is in Rower, and he takes those samples from the variety testing field.
Anything else?
If you guys do think of anything else, feel free to call or email. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Jonathan available? Kovish online?
Kubesh, yes, present.
Sorry, yeah, we'll fit you in.
All right. Thank you for accommodating me. Everybody's happy and healthy at this point, but I know that threw off our schedule this morning.
Okay. And they are working on pulling your slide up, and I believe they have it.
All righty. Happy to jump right into it. Working with Dr. Ross and two of our stations at Batesville and Hope, we wanted to put forward this project to you regarding using soybean as a conversion crop. I'm originally from the Midwest. My wife's people are originally from DeQueen. Where we meet in the middle is the fact that I'm aware that we don't have a lot of operations that dabble in both row crop production, livestock production. But where we do have the overlap and where we've had some interest is how do we pivot on that acreage that could go into and out of pasture on some of those corridors. I'm thinking the transition into the Delta, Arkansas River Valley, and a little bit of the Southwest. And so the objectives of this trial are to talk about developing some in-state evidence of using soybean as a break crop and to showcase some production expectations of soybean planted into terminated sods. If I could have the next slide, please. In terms of what we're trying to set up here, we're trying to provide a 2-for-1 agronomic trial, just basically providing comparisons of what it looks like to take a pasture and push it into soybean production in comparison to some of the other things we could do in terms of trying to plant back to pasture. And so we capture two questions. What does it look like to switch pasture to row crop? What's it look like to switch from row crop back into pasture with this project? And we're just trying to take advantage of that to try and get some realistic expectations for the folks who have been raising those questions. I'm aware that the folks who are making these who are raising these questions are using marginal pasture ground. I'm a forage specialist. I get the stuff that's not fertile enough or where it doesn't make sense to scale to do a lot of row crop production. But based on the literature that I have pulled from, again, the Midwest, there seems to be some opportunity to either improve some of our soil health indices, do a little bit of work and take advantage of some of the chemistry that we can use in soybean in terms of having a little bit more opportunities with some of those trait packages. I don't really have Roundup Ready grass on the forage side, but also to maybe make more of an informed decision when we run this in comparison to some of the different enterprise budgets about what's the cost of trying to raise a crop in this conversion period. If I could have the next slide, please. You know, the big thing that we're anticipating out of this project is for the forage producer, what's the next step for the pasture, but for the Arkansas soybean farmer, maybe trying to figure out if there's an opportunity to work a forage into a rotation or work it into the system to try and hedge production extremes between right now currently a very high cattle market and kind of a different story for a lot of our commodities and being able to pivot back and forth a little bit. We anticipate this being a 3-year trial with 2 planting years to try and capture some of that weird weather that we get around the state at 2 locations that are more in our livestock production sites. That way, we're not necessarily trying to give data and present that we're really competing with primary soybean acreage, but we're trying to capture a lot of this area, which could go either way. And so we're looking to try and start in 2026, get another year in 2027, and clean up with measuring the final site conversion in 28. But you know, I do appreciate your time and your flexibility with my presentation. I will do my utmost to try to answer your questions if you have any. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this?
Where's your location?
Yes, so the 2 locations that we're looking at doing this is the Livestock and Forestry Research Station in Batesville, and then the Southwest Research and Extension Center in Hope.
I went recently back in November to Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, and the rice growing region and found it interesting. They are in a 4-year cattle grazing 2-year rice rotation. It was pretty cool to see that.
Right.
Yes. Really short levee. The levee's about a third the height desires. There's no spills. They drill right over the levees are so short, they drill right over them. That's pretty cool. And they'll fly on a ryegrass, clover, versa trefoil mixture into that, second year rice stubble. Yeah, and then put the cows on it. It's really, and the cattlemen own the farmland and they will lease it out to the rice farmer for those 2 years.
Yeah, and I mean,
rotation.
He's talking about bringing the soybeans to harvest though, or using them as a forage.
No, this is
soybean to harvest, and then comparing it to other forage production that could be done on that same piece of ground. So how many bushels of beans to how many pounds or tons of forage produced. And I mean, from the perspective, my home operation was Peru, Indiana. We did corn, beans, wheat on a 3-year rotation. We used to go into a short-term cool season grass, alfalfa hay mix that we would graze out sometimes, just depending on which way the markets went, till ethanol took off in 08. We kind of dialed it back, but that's the source inspiration for a lot of this work is some of that background experience in the Midwest. And so that was kind of the comparison. What's the potential 6-ton yield off of a hay mixture in comparison to how many bushels of beans we could pull?
Right. That's kind of what I thought, but I'm with you, but you can use beans for hay as well.
Oh, absolutely. And we have had some great questions about soybean silage in Hempstead County and around Hope. Some really interesting fermentation profiles, and these plots would be big enough to pull samples to report a grain yield as well as forage information if the board sees fit. I am just aware that primary market is producing the final bean.
Might be worth it with today's cattle prices to see what it would take to convert soybean trails. Yeah, anyway, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, and looks like last on the list, is there anybody else other than Trent Roberts who's on the list of docket today? Okay, perfect.
Okay, so the favorite speaker of the day, right? Last one, get it all over with and taken care of. So I apologize for the terminology. These are, I guess, are all technically recompetes. So these are the projects that you have funded in the past and the 3-year cycle ended. So we're changing objectives and requesting to continue these projects. So the first one is just our fertilization of soybean. It continues with our long-term P&K trials. It allows us to test a lot of different fertilizer products. So one of the ones this year that we're getting a lot of questions about is the new Crystal Green product that's being promoted as an alternative phosphorus source. So part of the funding from this type of project would go towards putting out, replicated research trials to assess the efficacy of those new fertilizer products. And then the big thing that we're working on is continuing to calibrate the in-season tissue analysis. And so just to remind everyone, this is that calibration curve that we've been working on with the idea that we pull tissue samples in season after R2 and then use that tissue analysis data to predict a site-specific K fertilization rate that would allow us to recover or maximize yield. And so really what we've been doing with this is the validation step where we're putting out trials and we'll come in and we'll collect a leaf tissue sample at a certain number of days after R2. And then we'll use these calibration curves to give us a site-specific K rate. And if you'll advance, this is just a snapshot of some of that validation data. So there's a lot going on here. But what we have is just an untreated control. We have a high pre-plant rate that at most of our locations would maximize yield. Then we have two kind of baseline, what we would consider suboptimal K rates, with the idea that these suboptimal rates should trigger an in-season application, right? So we know they're deficient, we know they should require more potash to maximize yield. And so then these are the treatments we're really looking at. So when we have those suboptimal rates, we just have a blanket 60 that goes out at R2. And then we have our R2 prediction. So really what I want to show you is these were our tissue concentrations at R2. This was our 60 automatic. And then this was the predicted rate from that calibration curve. So essentially, what our curve predicted was that we could maximize yield with basically 30 units of K2O instead of 60. And then you can see that our yields were at least comparable. I will point out that, you know, a good standard pre-plant program is still probably going to give us our best yield. But what this tool does is it allows us to come in and make corrective applications in season. And with the price of potash currently and where it's projected to go in the future, you know, being able to come in and making site-specific adjustments in season and being able to save potential dollars per acre is a big benefit, especially with prices. In this particular setting, this is from the Pine Tree Research Station, and I think we were at about 70 parts per million soil test K. And so it, you know, it would have required this type of rate to maximize yield. But really, these rates where we knew they were deficient, we wanted them, you know, to be deficient so we could test the curve. Any questions related to this project? Okay. So the next one, this kind of goes back to what Chairman Doyle asked a minute ago about the chloride screening that we do with the official variety trial. And so this funding is essentially just for the sampling and analysis that goes in conjunction with the official variety trial at Rower. What I will tell you is we try to adjust this value on a year-to-year basis based on the number of entries that were in the previous year. And so a lot of times, maybe I shouldn't say this, but a lot of times you get a chunk of this money back, right? So for instance, if we anticipate 200 entries and we only have 150, and we don't use all the money, so you get it back. But we're a little leery to just try to, you know, pinpoint the exact number of entries that are gonna come in every year. If you could advance, the one thing that I really want to emphasize with this is that we typically only get to look at these varieties for 1 year. And I put this slide up here to show you, this is our 2024 results. And you can see in this particular year, kind of the distribution with a lot of the entries in this particular year being identified as strong includers, with very few over in what we would consider the strong excluder category. And then if you advance to the 2025 results, it's almost the exact opposite. And so, like I said, we really only get to look at these one time. And we're seeing big shifts in what gets submitted. The other big thing that we've noticed in our monitoring program that I'll talk about in just a moment is a lot of these companies have switched to using genetic markers to try to predict the chloride tolerance. And what we found is they might call something a strong includer they might call something an excluder based on the genetic markers. And when we test it in the field, it comes back as like a mixed or maybe a moderate excluder. And so just solely using those genetic markers, a lot of times I don't think is sufficient to get the true, chloride rating. But that's all I had. If anyone has any questions related to this. Okay, hearing none. The next one I wanted to talk real quick is just continuing to look at our soil health in relation to soybeans. So I'll talk about some of the data here in a minute. But one thing that I did want to mention is we were recently granted a very large USDA proposal that will allow us to look at grazing cover crops in soybean rotations. And a lot of the comments that came back from the reviewer panels, as well as the project manager associated with that proposal that we submitted. One of the main reasons they gave us funding is because they said it was evident that we understood how to grow cover crops in rotation with soybeans. So a lot of the baseline work was already done and we weren't, having to start from ground zero. So I just really want to thank you for your support of these types of projects, because what it does is it makes us more competitive for some of these larger national grants, because we kind of have a leg up understanding the basics. What that project will do is we'll plant soybean as the summer cash crop. We'll have winter cover crops that are grazed with livestock. And then the idea being is we'll look at the economics and everything, but the two main factors are just increasing cash flow to producers from that grazing. And then the secondary thing is there's a lot of work that shows that implementing the livestock into the production system can help with a lot of soil health and other agronomic benefits. There's a lot of interest in this from different areas. I know there's a group out of Joplin who's looking for producers with cover crops to actually contract grazing on in the winter months. So I think there's a huge opportunity there. If you advance, some of the big things that I want to point out that we've kind of determined from this study. The first thing is herbicide application reduction. So once we get a pretty significant mat of cover crop biomass as well as soil organic matter, we've seen that we're able to remove 1 to 2 post-emergent herbicide applications, just depending on the cover crop growth that we have. So that's a significant potential cost savings. The other big one has to do with wet aggregate stability. And really what we're talking about there is just the water holding capacity of the soil, as well as increased infiltration rates. So what this really comes down to is improving irrigation water use efficiency. And what we've seen in association with that increased water aggregate stability and infiltration rate is a pretty significant reduction in just total water. And so what we've done is compare this long-term trial to the adjacent fields. So they're literally just across the levee from one another. And so on average, we've been able to reduce irrigation sets by 4 and still yield equal to or greater than the fully tilled, non-cover cropped kind of standard soybean production system. Now, this will vary quite a bit from year to year. I'll be honest, a couple of years ago, in this particular trial at Pine Tree, we didn't have to irrigate until the beans were at R3 or R4. And so there are some extreme years like that where you do catch rains and you're able to take advantage and store that precipitation. But then in the dry years, where you're irrigating 6 or 7 times, if you can cut out 2 or 3 irrigations, that could be pretty meaningful. And then, so just looking at some of the economics, working with Dr. Pop and some others, if you look at the delta yield increase where we've had no-till and cover crops across the 4 locations, across the years, it's 5.2 bushels per acre, or roughly $55 per acre. And then when you estimate input cost savings, and that's the average of herbicide reduction, fertilizer reduction, tillage reduction, and then irrigation reductions, an estimated savings of about $91 per acre. Most of the cover crops that we would recommend for a soybean production system with seed cost and termination come out to about $30 per acre. So the net return from these systems is about $116 per acre when you consider the potential yield increase as well as the input production.
So no rebuild your bed, no tillage wall.
No, sir. So if you look at our study so this combines a couple of different studies. Some of them are bedded and some of them are flat planted. So 2 are flat planted, 2 are bedded. In the 2 that are bedded, we have one that is a wide bed, and then we have one that's on 30-inch centers. We have not ever re-hipped for the duration of this study. I'll be honest, there's not really beds out there anymore. I mean, it's pretty just rolling. We've never had an issue with irrigation, but I think the simple fix is like the furrow runner, just to pull a water furrow. But we've never had to do that.
And a pretty thick mat if you're able to save a post.
Yeah, so when we.
Roll it or?
No, so what we do is we plant into standing cover. The one thing that we've done, which I believe I mentioned last year, is we've gone to what we call like a strip termination. So once the cover crops break dormancy, we spray about a 4 to 6 inch strip and kill it where we're gonna plant. And then what that means is, the cover crop all around it gets really big, but we've kind of got this narrow, strip that allows us to plant really easily. And it's not as critical for soybean, but it makes a huge difference in corn. Yeah.
I got a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
Do we know what the adoption rate is in Arkansas for cover crops? Give a percentage.
Well, so if you look, from, I don't remember the exact dates, but the census of ag that they do, from the previous one to the most current one, there was, I think, about a 70% increase. But that still only equates to cover crop adoption on about 20% of the acres. And so it was a big increase, but we're only up to about, 20 to maybe 30% adoption across the state.
Gotcha.
Counts on the cotton, you guys, so we.
So is there any component in here like rate of gain on the cattle on what type of winter crop it is? Do you have any like?
Well,
livestock
so
component in there?
that will be part of the USDA funded
Okay.
project, but yes, all that will be considered. So they'll be looking at the gain on the cattle. They'll be looking at the economics of every aspect of the production system.
And what about, I think it would be easier for a soybean farmer, grain farmer to rotate wheat in there. Do you have any data on grazing wheat and then pulling them off and letting it go to?
So one of the treatments in the USDA project will look at what they call a dual purpose crop. So we'll have that system to kind of mimic what they do in the Great Plains. And then we'll also have actually a double crop study where it's not grazed, but it's wheat for grain and then double crop beans.
Great, thank you.
Okay, the last thing that I want to talk about real quick, for the past 3 years, you all have funded or monitoring extensive potassium and chloride toxicity in Arkansas. And really, we were just gonna ask for one additional year of funding, and if you could advance the slide. Part of the reason we wanted to do one more year, we've had county agents sample a total of 48 soybean fields, both at R2 and R4. At the R2 stage, about 21 out of 44 locations were deficient in K and anticipated yield loss of 10 to 23%. At R4, 25 out of 48 locations were deficient in K. You can see the anticipated yield loss there, but if you could advance, part of the reason we're interested in another year of funding is just because of all the gaps in the map. And so one of our biggest concerns is there are a lot of soybean production counties here that we don't have any data from at all. So as part of this particular year, we really just want to target those counties that have substantial soybean acreage, but that we don't have any data from at all. And we're gonna do that in a combination of ways. We're gonna reach out to those county agents specifically. But then we will also just work with producers directly to go out and collect the samples if they'll allow us. Basically just to kind of fill in a lot of the gaps there in terms of where the data is coming from. As a part of this, we've actually hired a data scientist that is going through and generating some maps that you all will be able to access. And so essentially, if you were interested in like Arkansas County, you could come and click on Arkansas County and it would pull up all the descriptive statistics from the data that we've collected. So number of samples, range of tissue concentrations, number of samples that were potentially deficient or toxic in terms of either potassium or chloride. But that was the main thing for this additional year, is just to try to target these counties in the Delta that we don't have any data. Well, do you know anybody up there that could? Well, I will admit, I think.
It's like we don't bite up there, I promise.
Mississippi and Clinton County, especially on the clay, the heavy clay ground, they don't fertilize with potash.
That's right.
So they just say, we're not.
Along the river we did.
So like I said, just a directed effort to try to get data from those specific counties. Okay, there are no questions. We appreciate your support, and you ever have any questions related to fertility, just let us know.
All right, thank you. Anything else? We'll probably take anything else from the board? About a 5-minute break and then we'll get down to business. Yeah.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
We will reconvene our meeting. And just a quick update, the governor did just release a notice, commending this board for the actions we took yesterday morning on the motion to protect Arkansas farmers from foreign competitors. So, she did send out a thank you to this board specifically and commended us for what we did. So just wanted to let everybody know that that is, public email and probably be out on social media. So with that, we are going to start with the funding, and what I have here, we want to go down this list on day one in the order that they were presented to us. Okay, so I can bring them up. So we can do this in a couple different ways. Do one by one, or we can do as groups as presented by the presenter. First I have here would be ASA. We had, you heard the projects. And any suggestions on how the board would like to proceed with this?
I'll make a motion to fund all of the ASA.
Good. We have a motion by,
If you wanna add more of that, but I was like doing all of this ongoing project as well. Are you talking about the one I just heard?
The research and the promotion.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're just doing promotion right
Okay,
now.
I'm sorry.
yeah, we're gonna start with promotion first. So we have a motion. A motion to approve the ASA projects that were presented to us. Do I have a second? Have a motion, a second. Any discussion? And I just want to make sure that BJ can hear us and he can interact.
Yes, I can hear you.
So much. So we'll proceed with the vote if there are no discussions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion passes. Next up, we have Clean Fuels, which was two separate proposals. Do we want to address them one at a time? Let's see here.
I mean,
Or both.
in this environment.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Motion to accept both of those.
I'm moving on.
Motion by Mr. Freeman, second by Matt, or yes, whoever. Josh, and any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye. Opposed, same sign, motion passes. Next up would be the WISH project. I think WISH is one of the most, it's a very important project from a standpoint of building new opportunities. And if our goal is to move the pile, I think that's a very good program. Do we have a motion to approve that one?
Move to approve.
Move to approve. By Josh Puritan, second by West. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion passes. All right, this is a new one, United States Meat Export Federation.
I'll make a motion for that.
A motion to approve by John Freeman,
I'll second.
second by Matt Smith, and this would be for both.
Was there two?
This,
I'm looking.
I'm sorry, just one, okay, I apologize. Motion was made and seconded, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right, now we're on to the Grow for the Green Yield Challenge. Do I hear a motion to approve that project?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, do I hear a second? Second by John Freeman, any discussion?
I think we're still getting some benefit out of that. Yeah, I think so. It's getting kind of old, but
I would kind of like you know, with AI and stuff, they could do a lot of different things with the data points, I think. I think it's good.
I think it would be nice, Jeremy, if you reached out to the board members with ideas on the project rules as we review every year.
Sure.
Any
Yeah,
discussion?
We'll take any suggestions.
We want to make it better. We want to make it,
Well, we want to make it fair, but we've got some growers that, not like NASCAR, they like to see how far they can bend the rules.
That's right.
Don't break them, just bend them.
any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right, this would be the ASU Newport soy to soil. I don't have the price here. I think it was around $11,000. Thoughts on that one? Anybody?
Is it?
Do we want to come back to that?
I think it would be, what you said yesterday, it would be a good recruiting tool for the,
Yeah.
for the college.
I mean, it's money well spent.
It's their first event out there.
Okay. Is that a form of a motion, Josh Perry?
It is.
And a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion further? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. So we have the Poinsett County Ag Day that was presented.
I'll make a motion on that, since it was a success last year.
Do I hear a second? Second. Motion and a second. Are you getting the people here? So Robertson and Smith, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Same sign. Okay. All right, this is the Arkansas irrigation yield contest. I think it was $10,000. And Anissa or Amy, please slow us down if we jump too fast. Okay. So moved. We have a motion to accept Chris Henry project and a second. West, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We have the $100,000 ask from FFA Investment.
You got two more than you.
Oh, I'm sorry, jumping ahead.
Yeah, two.
Oh, sorry, okay, yes. I'm looking at two different lists here. So soybean science challenge presented by Julie Robertson.
I'll make a motion to approve soybean science and the future ag leader story.
Okay. Motion by Matt Smith. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Robertson. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Now we are at, is that correct? Yes, it's at the FFA $1,000.
I'll tell you what, corn board been 25. Say for what it is.
What you
The corn board been 25, is that right?
Was it specific to any part of it?
No. Not that I can remember.
We may have to go back.
We may have to.
That's why, you know,
Is there, do we have, do you want to?
I'm just throwing that out there.
we need to pull, so y'all.
Pull up the budget and see.
Would be helpful, wouldn't it?
Specifics one more time.
Which one, sorry?
The FFA.
Investment,
$1,000.
in the future of Arkansas agriculture.
8P10.
In the binder.
Stop there.
Yeah, you'll have to stop.
I think if we partially fund, and we do have the right and authority to partially fund any of these, if we need to be more specific. Yeah. If it is broken, I think that
100,000.
I think it's
finale
broken.
blackjack. We didn't want to not fund some of it, so, but you're right, we probably shouldn't. Designated.
Okay. We will make sure BJ sees this as well online.
Yeah.
If you let me know. Yeah, I guess just a follow-up to my announcement earlier, we'd like to thank the governor and Secretary Westward for their appreciation and support of that letter that they wrote.
Is there a specific page?
The breakdown of the investment, I think there were three options. You keep scrolling, I think. There you go, there's one. Is that not the breakdown, investment in ag education 29.5? But the breakdown further is agri-science fair support, student teacher training, Arkansas Youth World Prize. Scholarship. Yes. We need to bring that up. We will have, we've got some work to cut out for us this summer. To break down what we can and can't spend our money on. There's some rules that USB has that Amy has checked into for us. And scholarships is one that has to have some particular criteria. That we're gonna have to revisit.
Leave that off. You do the top part of it, scholarships.
So that would be the career pathway and career development.
That or the,
And any of them are, I mean, we can,
what's the main event thing they have? That's a promotion. That's, I mean, that's, like I mentioned, that's will be the biggest promotion. Now, whether it benefits the students, I don't know. We had a special meeting what was it last year? About the, we had like the national officers were from Arkansas. And we sent them to.
that will be, that's the subject of this.
Scroll down sometime.
It's actually a separate.
Right, yeah.
And that will be next. Okay. We're talking about the Arkansas Leadership Conference.
Yeah.
Is that the leadership now? Yes, sir.
I don't think. Classroom maintenance, utility insurance, part. Part of the leadership conference. That's a sponsor, I think.
Is that in form of a motion?
Let's scroll up, let's make sure we're.
So if we leave the education out, we could do the career success and leadership development portion of it. Is that what we're saying?
But we're looking at going down,
Looking at sponsoring the conference.
Arkansas Leadership Conference.
Arkansas Leadership Conference is 25,000. State officer training facilitation. Lodging.
I guess bid.
Is that in the form of a motion?
I'll make that.
Motion, do we hear a second? Second motion by West, second by John Freeman. Any discussion?
25,000.
For 25,000. You hear that, BJ?
Yeah.
You okay with that, BJ?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
All right, not hearing no discussion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Is that clear? Motion passes. Okay, so the next proposal from FFA is the joint funding of the both 4-H and FFA officers to combine funds and.
Yes, right.
Do we have a motion to support that?
I'll make that.
So we have a motion by Mr. Smith, second by Josh Puritan. 15,000. And it up to the board. So any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All things soybean, 3 county fair. Yeah, she's back. 13,840.
So like a county fair, I stay with all the rides and events. Is that what this is?
Yeah, I think we funded them last year, like that lady,
Yeah, it's for signs and stakes, tent rentals, things like that. I was just looking at the breakdown of it. Porta potties.
Last year was one sixty.
just one, yeah.
Fourth thing.
This one, four dollars.
Yeah, this was, you know, I mean, this one's new. I'm thinking of Fort Street. This is your neighborhood's county fair, I think.
What are your thoughts?
I make a motion, we accept it.
Okay, we have a motion to accept. Do I hear a second?
Second.
PJ motion, West second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Then we have the Cross County Youth Ag Field Day at $10,000.
I'll make a motion.
Motion to accept by Matt Robertson. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Smith or Royce, BJ?
Yeah, either one's fine.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Next up is Chefs in the Garden, 12,500.
If I'm not mistaken, I think she said 6,500, didn't she?
Yes.
I hope so. I think she did.
Okay.
That's what I had in my notes.
I think it was different. I don't know if they readjusted the ask or what.
I would like for it to. While focusing on food is good, I would like for. If we decide to do it, that she said Tyson's has a big presence. That a lot of that focus be on.
Protein value.
And value and feed and.
I believe we have the authority to make a contingent on those apps, and if they.
Against the food. part, Yeah, but and mommy and I think.
Well, I think we have found out we have more authority to change what we actually spend our money on, so.
Our focus was on soy sauce, soy oil, tofu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that type food. And I agree with West, it ought to be on animal fed
The
protein.
partnership would fit better with Tyson. That one.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is on here, from Ward. Actually, Ward Love, but we can make that contingent upon that is our request to spend the money on.
It just needs to focus on animal fed protein.
They do part of it.
Yeah.
Okay, is that, in the form of a motion?
Soy fed protein. Yeah. I like that motion. I'll second that.
At 6,500, contingent on focus on soybean as a livestock feed.
Yes.
Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. This is the 4 states fair in Texarkana. For $20,000.
Funded it.
Again, last
Yeah, we've done it 3-4 years. It's been an ongoing.
And it is a different part of the
Yeah,
state
It
than
is a different part of the state.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to do it again.
at 10,000.
I mean, or unless y'all wanna do more, I don't.
That's fine.
Motion for 10,000. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Second by Robertson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes at $10,000. Soy Aquaculture Alliance, there were two.
We never heard of them.
No, they pulled that.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Theirs.
Am I on the right?
Yeah, the membership. Falls
The membership at $25,000 to the Soy Aquaculture Alliance.
Which is a question for us.
Yeah.
What was the question?
About salmon.
Okay.
Sam, oh yeah, there's like
Yes.
6 or 7 facilities in the US that feed.
And did I hear this, like we did the 25, she wasn't asking for the 75?
Correct.
That's correct.
Yes, I have it marked off the 75.
Okay.
If I can give y'all a quick update if you wanted to know on, this would be domestic salmon production in the US. All of it's indoors. Sure. Want me to verify that? Oh, that's where I'm looking at the line.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Wanted to take a quick moment to follow up on indoor salmon in the US. In Florida, there's Atlantic Sapphire marketed as blue house salmon. Wisconsin, Superior Fish, they're doing aquaponics. New York, local coho raises premium coho salmon indoors from egg to harvest. Indiana, they have Aqua Bounty Technologies, which is actually a genetically engineered salmon. And West Virginia, Freshwater Institute, which provides salmon. All indoors. Using vessel. Thoughts on Soy Aquaculture Alliance?
So none of that was to help our Arkansas catfish farmers.
No, sir. I don't. Well,
Is catfish a member? I don't think so, but I could not.
I had a catfish on species list, but I don't know if that.
Yeah. I haven't seen it.
I think in a couple of years, so.
Soybean meal is the most used protein.
And they're trying to take that away from fish meal, which is even higher protein, but they are trying to convert a lot of the aquaculture feedstocks from the fish meal to soybean.
They have an international presence. About 8 million bushels of soybean trees.
What do they have international presence? It's mostly domestic.
Isn't it? They don't do it.
Or export of our fish products.
Well, we did the farm tour this year. We stopped by a catfish farm, northeast part of the state. And, the fella that owned that, they emphasized how important it was for soybeans and his operation of catfish farming. I didn't know if this recent or that promotion was part of that or not.
We have a lot of exported fish coming into the US.
Yeah.
There is an opportunity to take some of that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We're losing when it comes to seafood and fish coming from outside the country.
BJ, is that the form of a motion?
I make a motion to accept it.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Freeman. Any discussion? And we're just considering the first one, not the second.
Right.
Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
So we go back and clarify Ag Learning Center.
Absolutely.
We did have what they asked for. You all want that cut in half across everything she proposed?
Sorry,
Yeah. Dang it, well, I always get into that stuff. Yeah, I'll listen.
How much promotion we got?
So,
I think in this economy, promoting is vital. Is vital for our industry.
574.
That will be presented this morning. And I think that is actually promotion as well.
Okay.
Look at that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, was that the last? Okay, so that was the last one then. All right, so we are gonna move on to USEX proposals that were presented this morning.
I'm good with most, I've got some questions about the family.
Okay, and I would tell you that USEC is the gold standard as far as our fund.
Oh, absolutely, this,
Absolutely, yes, sir.
the NATO beans pay a check off, they do? I think so.
They're a dry grain bean. Edamame does not, if I understand, right?
No, edamame does, but there's no.
No,
There's that, so. You know.
One question. Any other, is that a form of a motion to accept all of USEC proposals? Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, motion, I'll second. Wes, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, vote aye. Same sign. Okay. All right, let's jump back to. Next I have. Farmers Fueling the Future. That was the gentleman from the Iowa Soybean Association presented.
Is he research or is he promotion?
Oh, I'm sorry, okay.
It is, I think we're through promotion.
Yeah. So this is, we'll start on the private research. Sorry. Yeah. We certainly can. We can. Do y'all want to, so what do we need to, y'all want to take a minute to review the communications? We need to reapprove or approve that budget?
If you want to continue with that, yes, it will renew July 1st. So it's 300 and, do you know what that is? I can find it right here, I'm sorry.
Parking in the back of the room if you have any questions.
And this would be the third year of the 7 years. that
You know the number?
It's, 300.
389.
And I think there's an opportunity. For you to promote all these new projects.
Yeah.
We help support.
Yeah, we've already got that worked
Build
out.
all the meetings. Yeah, all those, yes, yeah, like, gym shows and all that stuff, Soybean Association.
Handle our social media accounts, all of that.
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Yeah.
They're,
I noticed in the budget
they're going for the gym show.
2026,
Yes, I guess you'd say our.
the promotion number, that was what you were expecting to spend, or is that money that we still have? What we approved last year?
Yes, so it was just a projection of what we paid,
Okay.
in the previous year,
Okay.
plus what was it?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Just, good job, man. Just checking.
And it is 335, 275.
Okay, what is the pleasure of the board?
I'll make motion to approve.
Motion to approve the communication group at the ask.
Second.
And second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Can I ask, I apologize, but I think we need to clarify because I was thinking one number and I think Caleb was thinking a different number from yesterday when you all voted to do the advance. Caleb had
On the
20.
mural? On the
Yes,
mural,
on the
okay.
mural. Caleb had 20. I was thinking
I thought it was 25, yeah, I think we voted and passed 25.
Okay.
Because that was the amount of the
Yeah.
the amount of the grant, and we were simply just advancing it, and it would be refunded back.
Thank you.
Thank you all for that.
Okay, so next on my list would be the Iowa Soybean Association Farmers Fueling the Future at $15,000. And this was quite a bit about biofuel. Okay, motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Motion passes. All right, next I have NASA Acres. I think this is a pretty amazing opportunity to work with NASA Acres. Going forward, I think there's an opportunity to expand and include our local research university in addition.
That's the agri-meteorological graphics, right?
That's correct.
Yep.
I'd just like to think reached out to y'all at all on that project, the NASA project.
Not to me, no.
This is I think it's going to include a couple of site specific to help build their.
There you go, model.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I think it's the future for sure. Whether we want to be a part of it.
And it's, you're not
On the one
going
side
to,
or.
you're going directly to the source on satellite imagery. What's the pleasure of the board?
Is it contingent on, is it contingent on getting reports at a specific time?
Reports from
the satellite images? Like, can we make sure that, can we make it contingent on making sure we get the information, you know, on a routine basis?
I think it was every 2 weeks.
Okay.
Almost like.
Yep.
Do we have a motion to approve that project?
Like that motion.
Motion to accept. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, next up I have 4 projects that were presented to us by Chico Insights. I thought they were.
Yeah, man, I think it would be worth to see the data collection.
Yeah.
And see how it shakes out.
Jason is an outstanding scientist. He's got a lot, and I think we would be able to work with them one-on-one in real time on all of this and hold them accountable for that.
That's the first project. I talk about any of them else. You gonna put all of them in one or?
That's the pleasure of the board. What would y'all like to do here?
All 4. 110,000.
I was probably more excited about 2, 3, and 4. Maybe in the presenter, but
That's sprinkler stuff. Does that benefit you? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pivots from hand north along the river. Yeah. There's not much.
I think
And there may be some old research.
Yeah.
See anything lately, I like the spring version, I like the last one, I like the idea of the rock first.
Yes, that was extremely exciting. So do we have a recommendation on your choice? What's that, 2 and 3?
2
Or
or
2
4,
and 4, okay, 2 and 4.
yeah, I'll make a motion to do 2.
Motion to accept 2 and 4. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And a second by West. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right, so we are at the Mid-South Soybean Board. And as Don presented, we as a group have always, or, you know, we sat down and go through these. We went through a lot of them. These were our choices. And so our part of that was what, 155?
I'll make a motion to approve the projects that will approve forward as well.
We have a motion to approve the Mid-South Soybean Board projects. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And the second, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And now we are at the beginning of the UADA research project. Is that correct? Yes, so. We will address the active projects first.
The reconvening project.
Yes, so the reconvening. I haven't.
I'll make the motion.
I think we're gonna do.
Okay, West Higginbotham has a motion to accept all of the active research projects. Motion to block approve these active projects. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
And a second by Josh Puritan. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Okay, now to the new or reapply for pre-existing. And please, I think Caleb wants all the feedback on how he coded these. He took a lot of time on the coding, if it was confusing or if you'd like a different. Sorry, Gabby, you don't have that one here. But like the P was for promotion. The
I got you.
Sorry, you know. I think this was the first time, for him to do this, his style. Did Corn do this?
No.
Okay, so we were the guinea pig. Yes. If you like it.
I like
And
this
if
one
you
better.
like the
better than
digital
corn.
versus.
I like
the
this
book.
one better too.
Josh will loan you a computer next time, you know?
Oh, this is long.
Okay. It was how many pages that you were gonna have to print off? 8,000 or something, it was a lot.
It was like 850.
Yeah.
It wouldn't fit in one binder
Per
Oh,
binder.
yeah.
if everybody got their own binder.
I said the only thing it didn't do is it didn't promote the timber industry. Okay, right. Okay, so let's start with Chris Bride, which he had Della Longa presenting the two. One was on, let's go with the first one, quantifying potential gaseous loss from the non-modulating sources. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean. We've got flood studies.
Yeah, we spent a lot of money on flood.
And then there's another, is there another new one or that we need?
not hearing much out of those two. Let's move on. Soybean potential yield map and yield gap analysis. So, okay. A page up, is that correct? You go previous. Should be previous. Or it works for the beginning of the UADA research projects. Oh, okay.
Jeremy, didn't he say this, that we would be able to like zoom into the field level with this project?
I can go off this list.
So, I mean,
We've got the survey pretty much ready to.
ready to go.
Ship out.
But I kinda like this one
With this.
along with the NASA.
So there's a similar project that this has been done in the north and they're getting a lot of good information.
Okay, all right, so we'll start here. And you're talking about the Elvis LA
Yeah, the
soybean potential yield gap analysis for Arkansas. 54,255. Thoughts on that? Is that in the form of a motion?
any other discussion?
Yeah, that was the one we talked about the landlord and stuff. Wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Was,
I think we're gonna give NASA the money to do it from a broad spectrum. So then we have somebody to stay zooming in there.
and we can connect the two and,
That's kind of like, you know, when they auction this big time corn ground off, it's got some kind of rating.
ASI rating.
Yeah.
all right, so we have a motion to accept that project
I'll second that.
and a second, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Yes, he was, sorry. And Josh was the second. All right, the insect frass for plant growth promotion and enhanced soybean yields.
My notes on this was Tyson was replacing. Tell me if this may be wrong, this is what I took from it. That Tyson's replacing soy or corn feed sources with insects. Grass is the byproduct. And then we're gonna fund a project to use frass to increase yields, it's not gonna get bought. That's
I think it'd be very,
that's kind of where I give it.
very, very limiting. I'll tell you a story about, I was in at the conference and they were looking into feeding, replacing animal protein with insect protein. And they were using wheat as the feed for the insect. And the professor from Italy or whatever just said, well, why don't you just feed the wheat to the herd? And it's like, why are we doing it? And I'm the same.
They came from the corn, I think our thoughts were let Tyson fund it.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on, role of the soil microbiome in conferring blood intolerance in children. Speak that, I mean, and he's got some lines to work with now, so. Okay, all right, so the next would be Justin. Pekka. Yeah, used to be my county agent, establishing a long-term rotational study. And I think he's working with the new soil fertility specialist at NER, the Ross Research Extension. I've done something like that before. Rotation is recommended every year, but.
It's been recommended every year. We have not funded it.
I don't know.
No, I mean, in general.
I don't know if it's been done on those specific crops.
I think he was trying to quantify the yield drag, did like continuous rise, continuous form. That was part of it. I think that'd be interesting.
He is a new research scientist, relatively new, and
Not very expensive.
it is not, yeah.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion to approve at 18,980.
Second.
And a second, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion passes. All right, so this is the developing a screening pipeline and candidate gene pool for nematode research in soybean.
Motion approved.
Nematodes are critical, so we have a motion by Freeman, second by Matt Smith to approve that one. Any discussion? All those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion passes. Justin Kubash, who presented late, soybean conversion.
You skipped one.
I'm sorry. Rupesh, assessment of soybean arthropod community dynamics across Arkansas for IPM.
You asked him that question about that thing.
About, he said it'd been 8 to 9 years before, since the IPM has been updated.
Something ends up there.
I don't know.
49,000.
I don't. So we'll come back to it.
Okay, yeah. Kubash, soybean as a conversion crop with integrated crop livestock systems. Interesting concept, but. Okay. Any other comments? All right, valorizing soy byproducts into myprotein via acid alkaline enzymatic treatment and biomass fermentation. Okay, I'll take silence as moving on. Field variability, harvest moisture, and advanced storage monitoring to improve Arkansas soybean quality. That's 64,000.
I like both of them.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, okay, and the second one, we can do one at a time. Or you can have a preference.
Pretty pricey, but I still think there's a lot to learn about storing.
The second one he presented was,
That do with expansion, traction.
I guess that's, I've never thought about. it.
Yeah.
I mean, if he could redesign a grain bin where it had, you know, like an inner wall that was perforated
Blown
or
air.
something.
Yeah.
You'll patent that?
Well, very good.
Right, yeah, exactly. Because where we have problems, you said it earlier.
Then got completely full, but you blow out. So you got to
Yeah,
work on
well,
it.
maybe you could separate, that's a good point, but you could create a chamber that
Yeah.
shut that off.
$4.
I know. Thoughts on either of those two? Second was re-wetting of older dried soybeans using advanced bin aeration. This people learn you can't spray water on it, that's illegal. For the record.
That's something that people are really trying to do now.
Moisture out of things, for
But
sure. I
I
mean,
think, I think the grain bin.
the earlier we plant, the more we're
They
gonna
have.
harvest in September.
Oh, but
I just said that.
That's just 1 feet behind.
That's
I
right.
guess this also takes the structural
Takes the
integrity
sweet.
of those beans. It
Wasn't half.
Overdone.
Any thoughts on either of those two projects?
We'll come back to them. We can really discuss them that. We'll get through the think of this.
Yeah, we'll come back to the rest, I guess. Okay. Effects on carcass characteristics, meat quality, and consumer accessibility of inclusion of raw whole soybeans in growing and finishing diets for farm finished beef. I was like, you know what, this was very interesting. Because of the fact you could sell soybeans to a cattle farmer, direct.
Yeah, I like that one.
A motion and a second by Freeman.
Because of that, what she's trying to do, if that goes to the end where that's a big deal for, not only for us, but for the kind of folks as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. And if they don't know the opportunity exists,
Right. How
they
they know.
won't promote it. Any other discussions? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Transforming Arkansas soybean hulls
That was my major.
into high-value probiotic silage, improved digestibility and reduced post-weaning diarrhea in piglets. Okay, we'll pass on that one, come back to it. Shauna Weimer, she couldn't say it, immunomodulatory effects of isoflavones from soybean meal and broilers challenged with coccidiosis.
I thought it was interesting, the chicken's a placebo. You know, the other one's no got shot.
Gotta have, saline water,
Yeah.
yeah. And I don't even know what, I should have asked you what coccidiosis is, I'm assuming it's
a parasite.
Okay. Any thoughts, further thoughts?
What we talking about? More chicken. You would think that the poultry industry would have scientists. You know,
She is one.
Yeah.
And yes, we should encourage more of that, Josh, absolutely, working with animal poultry science, we've got one of the top poultry science universities in the world, and,
Seems a good fit. I'm going to approve.
okay, at the full rate.
I'll second.
And
Yes.
the second, Robertson,
Which one was that?
The
34.
the coccidiosis, soybean using soybean isoflavones from soybean meal and broilers challenge. And I think this also maybe bridges a gap. We can have some more involvement with Tyson or poultry science. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Development of highly digestible protein cultivars with reduced anti-nutritional factors. 79,880. All right, we can revisit that one. Increasing adoption of elevation data and irrigation scheduling on furrow irrigated soybeans. Mike Hamilton, 28,520.
I kind of like this.
Pretty practical.
It's
It's very accurate. We have a motion to approve and a second by Currican.
Yes.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye. Post same sign. Motion passes. Sorry, BJ, I was trying to wait and get collecting your votes. Okay, next we have water management advancements for irrigated soybeans, Chris Henry, 239,487. Is that something we've done in the past? Okay.
This is big.
Right, I guess maybe I always thought, why is he asking for just 10,000 for the irrigation contest, but that is specifically what's the price. Yeah.
So
Moved by Freeman. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by West. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Field testing and optimization of biocontrol products targeting Palmer amaranth pigweed. Bert Bloom, $45,000. And we did give him some feedback on, or I did at least, on incorporating that, his solution with modern herbicides, not just the conventional herbicides.
Is this the only original behavior? It's not made that it's a project that's been ongoing, I think, 3 years, and this is sort of, now that it was a pie in the sky.
Yeah.
3 years ago. We had no idea where this was going, and
now they got somewhere where they're trying
we
to
gave it, so now he's on the second, I guess you call this the second phase of identify the pathogens now. got a pig weight on kind of.
It does, yes, it's no doubt, there's not.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Smith, second. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by West. Any more discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Motion passes.
To the work and change what it's on. Several years ago.
Late first start. Improving grain yield stability in Arkansas soybean by Kyle, 50,108. He has three others.
And if I may, those next three are recompetes. They're not initial. I had it wrong. The first one is initial and his next three are recompete.
Okay. What would y'all like to do here? What if we voted on? Would that have been a pre-existing or no, a recompete would be in there? Okay, sorry.
All four of them is 543, 640.
I can't remember.
That's for all four. Well, where we're at, we have the breeding programs. Yeah, yeah.
Number two was. Oh, did I lose them? Oh, you moved them. All right, we'll address that one by itself. Okay, there they are. So the first one was improving grain yield stability in Arkansas soybean development of high quality soybean cultivar with broad resilience to stressors. That was number two. At 199, 526. Genomic. Still the right button.
Prediction.
Genomic prediction and biological insight to enhance the efficiency of soybean breeding was the third one at 104, 180. And soybean germplasm enhancement using genetic diversity, evaluating the influence of high fiber grain co-products on slowing the. Oh,
No,
my bad. Soybean germplasm enhancement using genetic diversity.
Yeah, that's the one where he's pulling.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
You're full.
And what was the total, Matt Robertson?
They're, all four of them was 543, 640. For all of them.
What do you thought? Go one by one?
Last breed, breeding program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can revisit the first one?
Yeah.
And is that a motion to accept the two being open?
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I'll second that.
motion by West, second by Smith. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye. Opposed, same sign.
It was.
Hearing none, motion passes. And the last one on this list is from Brittany. And this is the evaluating the influence of high fiber grain co-products on slowing the growth of yields during the development period, impacts on iron status, microbiome, and reproductive efficiency. 35,000 asked.
That right, 35,000 asked.
Really?
It's what the presenter said.
Okay.
Are you wrong? Was
This was,
that what Dr. Littlejohn said, or
it was, size.
he said 35?
That's what I wrote down. That's what I heard.
That project has been pitched to all three boards. My understanding, and I'd have to look at the proposal.
That's right.
Was that the number that he had, on the other proposals was much larger than that, and that was to be just, the cost for if all three boards pitched in. The other two boards have not funded it. Okay.
Any thoughts?
One of them.
This isn't the hog one, this is.
The hog one's.
Alright.
Then hold off. on
Dr.
that.
Sy is the one that presented this, I just see Little John's name, sorry.
All right, we'll move to the next one. Sorry, I thought that was the bottom of the page, so I thought there was. Do a pass on that one and scroll down.
Where we at? And there's a. We funded so far compared to last year.
So far. Promotion, 669,378. Research. So far, 2,216,375.
You had last year.
Last year, promotion were 498,257.06. And research, 3,351,275.50.
All right.
All right, go back to,
You wanna go back or you wanna go through these repeats?
so,
We approved those. No, we approved ones that were active, and then we've got about, 11 or 12 that were active and have gone off, that requested to come again.
will this be the last of the ones we're gonna look at? This page, okay. So top of the list, everything clear? All good? Use of gossipol to inhibit reproduction as a model for feral swine control.
This one, she said that the corn had approved 30. And I think the corn did that thing and the other two were gonna approve.
Rice did.
And rice
did. Yeah.
So she said if we approved at 30, that she can do 2 of her objectives. Or if you want to approve for more, then I would be willing to go back to the corn board and see if they would be willing to up to the other half of it. I mean, I think it's an important project.
Corn
Well-
first.
Yeah, corn was the first to me.
Yeah, I think she was asking y'all for 60.
For 60.
And then the next 2 years, 30 and 30.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
I got you. I didn't understand it like that. So again, her proposal was one where she listed the amount needed. And that was, again, really to be divided across 3 boards. And you're all right, corn board funded for 30, rice board declined to fund. I asked her before today, that if y'all funded for 30, what could she do? I think she communicated that to you. If y'all want to go more than that, to fund her at the 90, sure, she would be thrilled, but again, it would require, I think, corn board to reconsidering. Yeah. I mean, I think it's we've done it for 3 years and I think she feels like she's close to getting the market with it. If you got hogs, bad. I mean, if you don't, it's not bad, but if you do or know people that do.
A shame that.
I mean, I just wouldn't believe the damage that you see.
Cost the farmer $60,000.
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah. I can still $1,000 because of.
Okay, sorry, the gossip ball,
And how much?
at what price?
I mean, I will have some discussion about it.
Okay, we'll come back to it.
Yeah.
All right, determining the value of fungicide application using on-farm trials, Terry Spurlock, $62,000.
Yeah, second, it's a hard question.
Motion by Freeman, second by Smith. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Understanding taproot declines at Floria brown spot and orange leaf spot, soybean diseases of increasing importance in Arkansas.
Much approved.
Motion to approve Terry Spurlock, 40,154. Do I hear a second?
Mr. Chairman, does anybody have any issues with the remaining projects?
The ones.
Let's vote on this one and then we'll address that if you don't mind. Any more discussion on Spurlock, 40,154? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. All right, now Mr. West.
Yeah, whatever motion I made earlier, I thought it was to approve all of it. I guess it was not.
Sorry, we had them broken out.
But the one you made was to approve the active. Yeah, so these were active, and now we're voting back on active.
I'm still good with your money.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
That's the way we did.
Yeah, we would, so for, I just want to visit one of these.
Okay.
Are we clear? I've had a lot of conversations about the variety trials. Where we satisfied with the answers we got from Mr. John Carlin today. On, I think U of A is gonna do their best, Jeremy, on a cross-reference list. We have to go answer to our fellow farming neighbors on. But, this is up for discussion.
I mean, like I said earlier, I don't know and I've talked to a lot of my former neighbors, this topic comes up every spring. I don't know. You know, I brought up to them, you publicize this enough, then they're gonna start changing the way they number their bags, and then we're never gonna know. Or you do it privately. You do it under the radar somehow, or something. I don't know the answer.
Be required by state law.
Yeah, otherwise, go to the legislature and.
Be so the state that it's required.
That's right. And,
Yeah, that's, before you talk about the legislation, it's something that probably needs to be, drafted up in a bill and presented, when we have next session. Good.
and even, I mean, the law that's on the books, or the rule that's on the books, went through ALC at one time. I'm sure it was a rulemaking.
Yeah.
Deal with the plant board, and so, I mean, it's just as effective as legislation.
It's well, it's at LLC, right? Well, it's at the governor's office.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, you know, the more we talk about it and don't do anything, then you're gonna end up in a situation like that one seed company's doing.
Yeah.
It's changing their number, and when everybody figures that out, they're all gonna change their numbers. And then you're really not gonna know until you harvest. And you really aren't gonna know for sure then either.
Well, you know, there is a clause in there that the label cannot be misleading.
Yeah, I was about.
There is, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So I don't know if you could consider that to be a misleading.
That is, for sure.
The variety name shall not be misleading,
Yeah.
and that's a rule.
Yeah, I think we do, we follow the federal seed act, right, Mike?
Right.
And I don't know if ours directly mimicked it, but we have additional.
We work with the
Yeah, we can be more restrictive.
Yes.
That's the problem.
So I guess our pleasure or ask is that we try to get those that.
So the corn board asked him. They said that we want the variety numbers, and best of my knowledge is he put that on the form. And started, you know, advertising to the seed companies, found to sign up, and he got 0 entries. Took it off, and I think he's got an entry since, but. Did I understand that correctly?
It is all,
From the
my
last meeting?
understanding is it's on the form, it's voluntary, nobody.
Nobody filled it in.
And we tried this about 15 years ago.
Yeah. When this probably all came about, you know. And it runs in waves, I mean.
When I started this process, I thought that would be an easy way to get the variety.
Yeah, to start back photos, or when you're filling a seed tender, snap a picture of the box and send it to an email address and let somebody. I mean, it can't be hard. I can do it. I mean, I. Like all make an email address and send it to the call and let it.
Not just a little, this,
Yeah,
they're not in this for us.
no, but I mean, yeah, they're not gonna advertise. Some of them will. I mean, if you get to somebody that's got a, you know, above a sales position, and you're talking to them, and they know you wanna do business with them, they'll say, oh, yes, this is the same variety as this one. Buy it from me.
Usually when they run out of one, that's when they tell you.
That's when they tell you, exactly.
Oh, by the way.
And this year, that's happening a lot. You can go buy that, girl. Really? I mean, it's silly. But as far as the variety trials, gotta have, we gotta have variety trials, so, oh,
Okay.
I wish there was more varieties, and I've had somebody make the comment. How do the variety trials bring value to you? And this person said, well, varieties I like normally aren't in it, so, you know, I don't know how you get all the companies, there's so many. I don't know how you get them all in there, but.
We've reached out to the ones that aren't, but there's just no.
Well, like NK will be in it for 2 years, and then there's nothing in it for a year.
They're not in it, they're not in it.
They're not in it again?
I don't think they can be.
They cannot, they can't be anymore. I didn't think. Like Dynagrow will put 2 varieties in. I don't understand the methodology, what they.
And just this fun. Is the favor Brazil.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The motion has been made to approve 26 through.
I think we're having audio issues again, maybe. I can't. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Recording stopped.
Sounds like audio's back.
Okay, communication, great.
Back on. Audio's back on.
Recording in progress.
Sorry, BJ, if we lost audio, we will go back to the vote.
No, that's good. I was good with that. I figured that's what was going on, so I'm all good.
Vote, we will mark that as a unanimous, so.
Yep.
Motion did pass, so we need to go back to the revisits. Dr. Paul.
Well, they haven't been.
So just, we don't have to take near as much time as since we. If you have one, we'll just ask the board if you have one you'd like to revisit. Yeah.
Nathan, Jeremy, anything jump out at y'all that?
Yes.
We skipped over?
The gossip hall was approved? No, I'm sorry. No, it wasn't. Let's address that.
Josh, where we at on the funding?
Yeah.
Where y'all want to, where you're at now, and where you want to be.
A lot of requests this year.
Any of those projects need to see, look at again, that we did not fund?
Oh, we found the drought hospital. We couldn't solve the mountain.
Yeah, it's because the corn folks did it and the rice people did.
Right. That's
Understandable. Anything?
On the road, John, I'll recommend 6,000 on that.
So we have a motion for the Little John Gossip Hall study at 60,000. And a second by Smith. Any more discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. All right, were there any other?
All those he doesn't have.
Oh, there they go. Okay, sorry. All right, any of those want to be addressed?
Other breeding program, 150,000. I support that. But then still be a.
That was the number one project that Kyle presented.
That's right. Yeah. Wait, a motion to approve that.
Motion to approve. It's not on the page here, but.
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay. I'm sorry, you grouped them, all right.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion by West, second by Robertson to approve.
Which one
It's
was
a
it?
5108.
Tracking number 62.
Yeah, number 60.
All right, 39.
Okay. Yeah, that's too.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Any interest in the great ones?
I mean, I like them, those guys. How'd you score those, Dr. Slayton? The harvest moisture and
Trying to find them on my spreadsheet here. The one on field variability. If I'm not mistaken, something similar to that was submitted to the rice board. Want to say they funded that one?
It fits Rice well.
It does, yes, absolutely.
That would fit Rice well.
Yes.
As much rice goes in the store.
So
Or still in storage.
I guess, the one thing that, when we discussed them was, how much soybean is put in the bin.
Yeah, so it's not a lot. Probably, I don't know, less than 20% of the state's bushels going to it. Maybe.
Any other project y'all want to discuss? All right, do we need any final approval of any of our today's actions, anything like that? We have some other things discussed.
I will say, we always do all this research, promotion, nothing really, tangible, it's gonna last. We did do that, mural, that's gonna be there for forever, yeah, long time, that's something that we funded, or the farmers have funded. They'll be able to see, so, now that we've got a little bit of money, or gonna have some in the near future, I like us to see maybe a project or two like that, looking long term.
Carson, question to Carson, sorry, well, finish your. So was that a one-time deal on the mural, or is that something we can recompete for in the future, reapply for?
Yeah, so this grant is actually available to us every year. And so what we're,
If that's priority, but yeah, it's a grant, it's. Okay.
Yeah, well, even if it does cost.
I was gonna mention him, I don't expect this project to go to my hometown right now, but there's a group of ladies in our hometown, they're called Painted Ladies. And if you buy the paint, they'll paint your, wow, and they've got about 4 or 5 already done in Mariana, all over town. So anyway, it's something, not right now, but something in the future, if this is something that progresses, so, I mean.
they can you get that?
They did not.
They did not, okay. They were supposed to tell you guys, this is actually our intention is to reapply for these grants, at least over the next couple of years. Because we would like to do one in Stuttgart where the industry started, because this one will be in Little Rock. And then we'd also like to do one in Mulberry, which is the Edamame capital. And then we also have the idea of going to other towns and doing this as well.
So I think we need to make that a form of a request from this board to
give direction on where you go.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it would be.
Would that satisfy our needs for the future?
I think so.
Pre-approved?
There might be some cost with securing a location, because that's not in.
Well, businesses in old downtowns want something like that because their walls are faded and look awful. Any place that looks home.
So we have that in a form of a motion?
Well, you go ahead and give them the authority to apply again. And then if you know where you want the next one, then they are prepared when this opportunity comes up. I forget what time of year is it,
The fall.
yeah, so they'll have the chance this fall again to reapply.
I don't see them.
We have a motion to give that permission. So move, second, any discussion?
Yep. So I think with the push for America first, and that's, I think it would be appropriate to put a flag somewhere in some capacity on the mural. Red, white, but.
And we could potentially do that so the USB one has to be USB approved, correct?
I couldn't hear that.
The USB, this mural has to be approved by USB? That one.
Yes.
Particular, the one we've already been approved for.
Yes, in a way.
I imagine they all do it. We did the grant for all of them.
Absolutely. I think that would be US soy is what we're promoting, so.
So that's my own discussion.
Okay, so.
Are you good with the stuff?
I would say survey the board if it's possible, or however we can do that. It's a suggestion. We've got the first suggestion.
It's not our fun.
Yeah. Back to Egypt. I mean,
Place to put it. Let's put it here.
highly visible.
Yeah.
I can't poll.
Okay, so that's what I thought, that's what I
Yeah,
thought.
so.
But
yes,
it
if you all
would be,
decide
it would be next year before. we
Yeah,
have this conversation.
Maybe a suggestion to research.
Yeah, let's just make a motion to approve them requesting another grant. And then we've got 2 or 3 meetings tonight.
So any other discussion?
Reach out.
Hearing none, all those in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Votes same sign. Motion passes. So we do need to revisit a couple things. Our membership with USEC does allow us to appoint one of our board members as a member representative for USEC.
I believe it's the total committees.
For the SEC, yeah, Soil Excellence Center. So anybody interested in filling that representative?
I would love to do it.
Okay. Anybody else interested in that? Soil Excellence Center? Going once? And I'll be glad to serve in that position. Unless we need to make, if no one's interested, I want to give you guys the opportunity first. Hearing none, I get this.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I can't commit.
Understand.
And I don't want to commit to my bill for other things.
So we need to still have a motion, or is this just something?
I think you can appoint, but it wouldn't hurt. So,
Okay.
motion, I don't know.
What is the board's pleasure?
I'll make a motion to appoint Brad.
Motion. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion passes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do, yes, actually, would it include any and all travel? Like Clean Fuels Alliance and other things, so we do need to make a motion to pre-approve travel for the year for anything that we are invited to, correct?
You want to do for any.
I would think anything that, I would say all, if we could do it all in one, all of them. The trip to Mexico, El Salvador, right? Things like that. We just need to officially pre-approve.
Yeah, and I was gonna tell you, I've got a meeting in the second week of June of all things in DC. So be my first one to go to. I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent.
I've talked to them on
Clean
phone.
Fuels Alliance.
Mhm.
Yes, perfect. So do we have a motion to pre-approve travel for the board?
Pre-approved travel associated with activities regarding
The board.
board business. Second.
And a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Just some thoughts for anything else we need to do for a couple of things.
I need your TR1 signed, and if you have hotel and food receipts, give them.
Can we email,
No.
can we email them?
Yes, but I do need a piece.
I think we did discuss possibly changing up the summer meeting location, having it at a feed mill or a soybean processing plant or something of that nature. We can still have any research project updates we want presented while we're there, but I think it's of great value to the board and to the farmers of Arkansas that we interact with the industry that we help support. It could be Tyson, it could be Georgia, it could be anything, it could be poultry involved, whatever. But we do need to, and I would communicate that out, but just be thinking about a location because we will, how would you handle that?
Once it's chosen. Options, because
How do we get to choose it? Need to do it now or have you investigate some ideas?
I can do that.
Yeah, let's do.
Your recommendation.
If that's okay, we'll have Amy work on a program. Correct. Also, we have the ability and we should set some new policies on what we do or do not want to spend money on projects. I don't know that we've had that in the past. If it's no, I mean, I'm just giving an example, equipment or salaries or try whatever. I don't think we need to have that discussion at the same meeting on what is this for? We have the authority to set parameters on where we spend the money, and I don't think we'd have that, and that way it would be clear in the future, going forward. Just gonna bring that up. Yeah, so anything else we need to discuss?
I have a thought.
Yes, sir.
It's the 250th year of our great nation. It's the 100th year of our soybean industry.
Yeah, true.
Can we put white and blue and maybe a notation on our checkoff logo? It's not a bicentennial, but a bicentennial and a half, whatever that is. Logo for the year.
We can do a logo treatment of some sort. We do also have right now the 100th anniversary going on. So you've got two kind of competing things going on.
So maybe we leave that then.
Caleb, do you have a picture of our logo?
We could pull
I know that's a big ask.
No, we can pull it up.
And this,
And it's maybe we do our logo.
I like it. I like it.
White, blue. And
The 100 thing is its own separate badge.
yeah,
So it's not even the logo.
let's don't fool with that.
Are you sure?
Yeah, let's just do a red, white, and blue checkoff logo.
does any of that have to go through US?
Is that a good idea?
Or that's-
It's our logo. So, no.
T-shirt.
It's a great idea.
Is that one right there, John?
Dude, red, green, blue, brown, and white.
The other one. Change the.
Yeah, or the red.
You make green to red and the white, leave the white and the blue and the brown.
I'll leave that to the experts.
It would be a celebration of America and this, our governor and as a push for that as well. Maybe throw some ideas at us.
Give me a license plate while you're at it.
Do we have a soybean license plate?
Red, white, and blue.
Do we have a soybean like Rice does?
We used to.
Yeah, we used to.
Oh, like them.
Oh,
Like them. I don't like. I have it. I think no.
No.
I know.
The donation, like, the, Department of Motor Vehicles.
Is there something there with the donations? Is there something there with the donations? Is that?
They're like license high and.
We've got,
That extra money goes.
$35.
we've got nice little hard tags.
Right.
Maybe it's $10 more than $10 goes.
$35 for the ride.
35.
In addition.
In addition, okay,
Yeah.
35.
But
There's stats.
fish,
Yeah.
they're all.
Cheap.
Anything else we need to address?
Yeah, too many either.
I have, is the secretary in his office? How we come out on money? Yeah, sorry, I said yes. I'm gonna be here 2 more hours.
So in total, we're looking at $4,387,032.75. Compared to last year's funding, it only increased by $500,000, $537,500.19.
BJ, you still on? Well, BJ asked while we were holding that carryover, so it's been a little bit. I don't know, do we have a estimate on Anusa on soybean acres yet? That'd be a lot.
It's gonna be a lot. I would say 3.5 million is an easy number to start with.
Already Rock's been planted in Providence.
There's gonna be a little bit of rice planted in this county, it's not a lot, I mean, there is a lot.
Very little with us. Anything else from the board? Thank you all for your participation. Thank you staff, Amy, Caleb, for all you do. Well, thank the secretary who's for letting us share the room here, but with that, we will take a motion to adjourn. Second, all, any discussion? All in favor? Opposed, same sign, thank you. Oh, man.
Recording stopped.
Thanks, BJ.
We'll do so.